You stay in the edge of the bed and you bring them kind of towards you. Yeah, slides, it would be hard to keep them on in the missionary position. You keep them on. You got a beautiful with your toes. That is incredible. Oh, man. Just listening to the podcast. He got up on his toes like Michael Jackson. This incredible. This guy just agrees with whatever you say. Yes, Mr. Black Man. Okay, sweet ass on my candy for your uniforms. We're trying to go to Florida and play in the AU tournament. I did that before. Oh, yeah. 19. That's more like a year. I can say I've never bought those skills. All right, Cam, I had you do it again. An absolute unbelievable performance yet again. Just chill. Nobody does it quite like makes the noise so Cam Patterson, everybody. Come on, you can do better than that. Make some noise for Cam, everyone. God damn it. Out there daydreaming. Hello, this podcast is sponsored by Bespoke Post. Make this year your most awesome yet with a box of awesome from Bespoke Post. Every month, the box of awesome is filled with carefully chosen gear from the best small brands around the world. This month, I got a big knife from the Slash Box. It's made by Bare Bones, based in Salt Lake City. Whether you want to drink and eat more awesome, dress and travel more awesome, or explore more awesome, Box of Awesome has you covered this year. And to get started, take the quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will help you pick the right box of awesome for you. It's free to join, and they release new items every month across a ton of different categories. Tony, I love getting my box of awesome in the mail each month. It's like Christmas. I wait for a daughter and a dog. Yeah, like a dog what? Well, I'm waiting for my owner to come back. There you go. When you become a member, you'll have access to stellar discounts across a plethora of products. We're talking 30% off or more sometimes. Plus, with each box of awesome, you're supporting small businesses. 90% of everything that comes in your box of awesome is from a small becoming brand. It's free to sign up. And you can skip a month or cancel anytime. Get a free mystery gift with your first monthly shipment when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KillTony at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, code KillTony for a free mystery gift with your first monthly shipment. Boxofawesome.com, code KillTony. You like this number? Here goes for you. Make some noise for Tanner Amiglio. Tanner Amiglio. From the inside, I think. Well, no, is that him? Tanner, you here? There he comes. All right. How many of you like it when people do good on this show? How many of you like it when people do bad on this show? Oh, there you go. A bunch of ruthless people in this room tonight. Absolute monsters. Make some noise for Tanner Amiglio, everybody. From the inside, one of your very own. One more time for Tanner Amiglio. I get confused watching the news a lot. Like, I'll see, like, a protest going on, and you see, like, a bunch of fat people. And, like, they're activists. Like, what the fuck you active about? Fatty. Fat fuck. I like listening to my parents have sex. I don't care anything to do with my parents, bro. It's fun to think about, you know, like my dad's shorter than my mom, my dad's Asian. It's cool. You just teeter-totters on her. I know he's doing a good job too. Like, my mom goes, my dad's oh my god, fuck yeah, get that butt there. I'm Asian, don't get mad at me, bro. Alright, cool. Tanner Amiglio. Am I saying that correctly, Tanner? Yeah, you are. Yeah. Welcome to the show. This is your first time, right? Yes. Dan Soder. What up, Dan? What's up, dude? Doing great, dude. Dude, you're really with like a kid that was kidnapped and then returned. I just kept asking my dude, let me play the iPad. He's like, get the fuck out. Well, how old are you? 21. 21 years old. Yeah. I feel like Kevin Spacey because this twink is cute. Cute, stinky boy. Alright, there you go. Dude, wait, so many. Actually, no, like a lot. Answer it. Okay, I've killed rabbits, squirrels. I killed, the rock with my car, like 3 hogs. What was the one with your car? 3 hogs. Like 3 at once. Instead of 2 birds, 1 stone. My car, 3 hogs. Wow. Also, you can't beat that logic. Right? Sounds good. Yeah, you look like a kid. Damn, person so ready for a firework accident. It's unbelievable. This is incredible. You're a little bundle of energy, Tanner. How long have you been doing stand-up? It's just going to be 10 months. No, 11 months in March. Okay. Oh, that was March. Yes. 11 months, guys. Wait, you mean a year in March? No, a year in April. Because I turned 21 in March, so I started in April. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, everything's happening right now. I know. It's crazy. I don't know why he's got so much cartoon turned into a human energy. Yeah, that's the sound. Okay, so Tanner, how do you make a living? I work for Tommy Buns and Mama Jeans. Wow! Yeah, I was actually switching on the podcast when you were on Today Pal. Oh, okay. Yeah, and you asked the great Jamie. Yeah, the great Jamie Lennon and Rabbi. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you asked so when Tony really likes The Sopranos, and which is dope. And he was wondering about this Pink Floyd song that kept popping up when someone was killed. It was Van Morrison. But yeah, it's Van Morrison sings the chorus on the Comfortably Numb version of Christopher Monsanto's death. Yeah, I learned that from when you were. You know, they asked the great David Chase, the creator, the almighty creator of the Sopranos universe, and he answered that, and he your eyes are so low. He didn't even talking about my eyes right now. You guys are talking about David Chase answering my question that I asked on the Sopranos podcast right now. Sorry, Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. So you don't know Peter Pan what's coming around. Guys are blue. Yeah, man. But yeah, he didn't even know. He didn't even make the connection. Otherwise, your little mess. What is going on here? What is going on here? Will you guys stop flirting? Oh my God, what a cute, what a meek here. Alright. You called it your back in the Asians. Popular. We love you. I'm gonna get my revenge. I'm a dirty Asian though. Yeah, what kind of Asian are you? Filipino, we're not clean. We're like tree Asians. We're real. That means they live in the trees for you retards. So our Oreo is in the trees. God, this is the worst planet Earth ever. The retards are in the trees. You look like the kid from Jungle Book. Is that what we have to call you now? There it is. Your forehead, Dan, your forehead's as white as my ass, dude. Wow, Tanner. I'm just kidding. Fucking boxer child. Dang, it's just a dance thing. Tanner, you're a freaking age. Have you been funny your whole life? You're 21 years old. Were you a little rabble-rouser in school? Such a rabble-rouser. Okay. Son of a bitch. Thank you, Tony. Disrespected. Taking it to the pitch and putt this week. Get them all fucking liquored up on sugar or something like that. You originally from Austin, Tanner? No. Where are you from? I'm from San Clemente, California. Oh, it's a shame. So close to the forum if you weren't an asshole. Sorry. I have a question. How did I fuck this up? You fucking pussy. Were your eyes are bluer than I thought? Tanner, what do you do for fun? What else are you into other than fun? I love fishing. I grew up working on fishing boats. That's like my favorite thing to do. Really? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I figured bait for River Hansen show or whatever that was called. Oh, yeah. Have you had Rabbi Willem? They tell them that there's cookies and lemonade and shit. If they bring the pizza, fuck yeah. Okay. Chris Hansen's like you're not supposed to actually Can I ask you a question? Did you fuck that guy? No, I offered to suck his dick and he told me he wasn't new with this. Tanner? I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday if you can. There's a big introduce. There you go, buddy. Thank you, Tony debut of Tanner Emilio. And ladies and gentlemen, on this, what appears to be a fucking home run derby episode. Oh, shit. Wallpaper team is Lucas is for those of you just listening. What a pleasant surprise. Absolutely. I didn't bullshit. I told Tony he looked like a gay pufferfish.
Only you do. Please show remember, the little thing is a little bit against logic. We're going to explain. There's only one example in the prior Torah that was said, on a burial, it says that and not repeated on Sinai. And what is that? Elo Yid Hanosha. Only in one mitzvah called Yid Hanosha. Now, even in Yehuda, here's our famous Rabbi fish. Who is going to get my email soon in the email after he has any updated pictures. This, he's holding in his hand to Yid Hanosha. Check out the technology that we're starting to use. See here now. This is the Yid Hanosha. The blue. The third, like, the Atticus third is called. That's not what he's holding in his hand. Look, stick. This is Machlokes, very interesting Machlokes. We all know in the Torah it says, why can't you eat Yid Hanosha? I feel like when they saw Yid Hanosha, because Yaakov had a fight. When was the Isser said? Here's the question. Was the Isser said at the fight, right then and there, and for Bnei Noach? Or was the Isser said on Har Sinai? And the Torah is saying this is what happened back then, and that's why it's awesome. Rabbi Yehuda says that it happened back then by Noach, and the Isser said, and that's what the Gemara says now. It goes for Rabbi Yehuda to get that Noach. Shalom Aleichem. Hi, guys. What's your name? What's your name? Mike Greenberg sounds very familiar. From where? Oh! Well, I used to live up here in these days. You're messing with me. I used to live in L&M also. I used to stay. I'm not joking. Next to the NBC, that's where they filmed all those movies. The studios in the middle on the Hulu. Yeah. Above them, 5 shows. So So says the Gemara, Assalamu alaikum, welcome. Alansman, I get his humor. Community stay. That means you were here. How long you doing the shit with us? How long you doing the shit? Okay, pretty long. That's very nice. Why have to come? Omar! All mitzvah should never be made finishes to Sinai Lazel as we just said that any mitzvah was repeated and then Sinai, that's Isser or a mitzvah for Minayah and Sinai. Other opposite, if the initial to Sinai, maybe the opposite, once that the book repeated it, Sinai, so you saw them of little Minayah. The evening of the resort of the Sinai, that's when I'm going to call them in the book. Since this was repeated at Sinai, and we have started. I've been we see that was also repeated. It was first said to the Noah, and then it said at Sinai. So you see that everybody's hiding it. The girls also hiding it. Same like the Quran, the honest will be coming to the law. Yeah, this part. So, this is a Zara, and then it says, after that Sinai, it was a more short for them. Why did the going get punished? Because they didn't keep off the deal. So you see that a guy is hired after. I see that a guy is so tired. Running off, who's that? Never. I'm just thinking to myself, how come I didn't show this yesterday and they wrote this slide? It was so hard for me to concentrate. So you know what it is. The speaker and there was like echo was unbelievable. Literally, it's not a joke. See that? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to control myself because we have to move. I love this word so much, and I say it very often, but it's hard as I like it. I say every time I'm going this, I said, you know what, let me skip it because we only have 7 minutes left. I love the verse. It says, when you stop my Patreon, but you shouldn't want your friend's house. Now, look, everybody looks around. It's not fair. I don't have a house. Why does this guy have a nicer house than me? Why does he have a better car than me? With his kids, so well in it's not fair. I have my daughters are engaged and his daughter's married for 3 grand. People have a title. And then it says, oh, never be just close of your friend. Because you want that particular thing that your friend has. Yep. His kids are married, yours aren't. But you have no idea what this guy's going through. You have no idea what kind of mental health issues his wife has. You have no idea what kind of, who knows, the mental issues he has. You have no clue. If you want what he has, you have to take the entire package of what he's like. Look at Gemara. Ibnei Noya. Ibnei Noya, what is it? Sorry. Ibnei Noya, the Lord said that it was only called for Ibnei Noya, and it wasn't said at Sinai. We said it was only one example for that. You that answer. We saw them at Ibnei Noya, and everybody said the opposite. That means that if it wasn't repeated in Sinai, it's not for Klal Yisrael. No, it's the opposite. It's only for Klal Yisrael, not for Noya. So in Sinai. So obviously it was something that was so hard to call. There's no such thing that something is mutter for a Jew and usher for a goy, says Rashi. Check this out. The Ashkechon, the Anoshati Chonelai, Shman Yisroch, the Yotzim Dusha, only this two. It sounded Rashi like this. Beautiful. Look at this. Look at nature Rashi. Why did I keep going giving this to my parents? Why did Hashem say? A lot of people, oh, it's not fair. I have to keep Shabbat. It's so hard. I can't pass that. Oh, God's trying to elevate you. God's trying to give you the Kedusha. He gave us mitzvahs and averages to be mekadosh you, not to make it hard games. So it makes zero sense to say that if Goy has a mitzvah and a Jew doesn't, what else? So who wants to mekadosh the Goy and that thing and not you? That's why it doesn't make sense. You know the depth of it. There's a mitzvah that a Jew is mutter and a Goy is also here. There's more beauty for the Goy over here. Talking from the elaborate Kiddush, no, technical problem. A Goy doesn't have the ability to conquer. He can't come in and conquer God or something. He just can't. But you could. I'm saying in reference to Trump. What about the fact that a Goy cannot steal a half a pruta, but a Jew could? Not that could, but he's not high on it. Also, the shul, Rabbi, and Mashiach, that's also a technical problem. But Yisrael, they are Rahmanim, and Goy is not. And then they look, a Jew is what's right away, so there's no issue, but you're not over but a Goy doesn't have the issue. And we said yesterday, so even if you're mortal afterwards, it doesn't help, you're still tired, because you're not a farm of to that person who is high versa on the scale. Oh, Mr. Shannon, what they know after the Sinai? Was that Nemra? Said that any mitzvah that was said both could end to they know the both high. Ask the Gemara that looked at some of the base already. What about this milah that was given to Bnei Noach to sit? But I thought this is more initially to see now. Repeated in our synagogue. Therefore, it should be a heal for a Jew and a non-Jew. But we understand the Yimar, at least we'll never believe in there. But we know that a non-Jew is not high the milah. The reason why it was repeated twice is not to repeat it again. I will admit Shabbat to the altar just to tell halacha. You're allowed to perform the tefillah on Shabbat. Kayoy, repeated the Shabbat. What? I don't have the. Kayoy, repeated. Alright, so you say you couldn't serve you. We're on sponsors here. Contractual officials specifically simple to pay your sugar for give us about to have a high on thing in the rest of the best. Global experts in international financial services. Anonymous, exclusive school as a Pinoy, the testing you did in a form of actually more. Very, very good. And then we'll be they sit up into a room, conditions to see that, and repeat it again, make them all to the look on the way. And then we know that the field is only for yourself, not a field on an uncle, what used to be came on the nose. You saw them over there. You are old, although it's something now back here on the dog. No, there's a little bit of a part here, because you have to repeat itself to Allah. Allah the Prophet said, distance yourself from your wife for 3 days. So you think that after 3 days, just go back to your life. No. Like the Prophet says, don't do something for a certain amount of time. You cannot go back after a certain amount of time. You have to wait for it and say, and now you go back. It's such a lot of love for Nina, and to come back and repeat it, and that's what it's going to be. As the Gemara, he's telling you what. Because you have a halacha attached to a small halacha called, but anything is called over to many you have to repeat. So that's why it's not considered as if it was supposed to repeat it. And that's why there's no fear for proof of one of those. So every one of the sermons in the Naya has a new kiddush that was given at that kiddush. We're talking about Abinazara. The first is ancient. That's Sinai. Before the Zohar, listen what I mean. It says there, do this, you're going to get the scraper, you're going to get the penny, you're going to get the steel. So there's a little bit of a kiddush. Oh, so there's a little bit of kiddush. Then it says, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't repeat it by Sinai. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't repeat it by Sinai, what? Then is potter on it. The only time of the noise was time is when you repeat it in Sinai. You just told me that something that's repeated in Sinai, but has a little bit of a kiddush thing, is not considered reputation. The reason why Azor and the Hadir is this about otherly. Okay. If you want to see the Kiddush, that's the point of it. You see the Kiddush there, but Azor, this is you get this item. Alright, to get that out. Just say the definition. Why do you have to repeat the Isser again? Oh, if you know Isser again, then it tells me that the Maya is higher. They don't know to get nothing about it. So, why do you say there's only one thing that after the Baruch didn't repeat that Sinai? Only one, get a notch.
One of the core concepts of Abrahamic theology, especially in the Christian and Islamic worlds, is that the wage between the forces of goodness represented by God and the great angelic army, and those of evil represented of course by Satan, Iblis, and the great dark Lord. Over the centuries, theologians, mystics, and occultists have drawn up incredibly complex hierarchies of such beings, with the names, seals, and tags, and even their final destiny detailed in a range of texts, from canonical biblical scriptures, books allegedly revealed by such entities, to texts whose origins remain to this day rather mysterious. The world of angels and demons continues to fascinate, terrify, and inspire millions of believers all over the world. But what do we know about the origin of these entities in the Abrahamic tradition? If we were to rewind the clock back to the ancient Israelites, the progenitors of Jewish, Christian, and Islamic mythology, among others, demonology, in this episode, we're going to do just that. Explore the demonological ecology of the ancient Israelite worldview. If you're interested in magic or the academic analysis of the occult and Hermetic philosophy, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. As you might imagine, this channel is really only possible with your support. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting my work here on this channel. So, let's turn to a people at once incredibly popular and yet at the same time rather mysterious, the ancient Israelites and their demonology. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Other Rishon was not allowed to eat meat. The Israelites
were among the groups of people of the ancient Levant that we typically call the Canaanites. They come into history with a mention in the past dating to the early 13th century BCE and go on to great fame as the progenitors of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, among others. Their writings are preserved in inscriptions, letters, and perhaps most famously in the motley collection of texts that we now call the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament. To get a grasp of the demonological landscape of the Israelites, we need to turn to that literature, though with an eye to nearby cultures and writings. Of course, the ancient Israelites didn't exist in a vacuum, and their culture was influenced by and a reaction to their neighbors, like any culture. So, what do we mean by demon? Well, the term itself has a complicated history, and what we're doing in this episode is a bit anachronistic, just to be honest. That said, for the purposes of this episode, we're going to be by demon, something like malevolent supernatural being. Well, at least malevolent to us human beings, but malevolent. As we'll see, this gets really complicated, but as a provisional definition, it's about the best that we're going to do. What's perhaps most conspicuous about such entities in ancient Israelite religious culture and relationship to their neighbors. And here I'm thinking about the Egyptian and Mesopotamian religious cultures is just the dearth of such beings. We just don't see much in the way of angels or demons or other kinds of supernatural non-God beings. Ancient Israel just didn't have much in the way of demons or angels for that matter until the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the Persian period. Hundreds of demons are known from ancient Egypt, many with really high-profile roles in their religious mythology. For instance, Amen is perhaps the most famous. This demon has the lower body of a hippopotamus, the forebody of a lion, and the head of a crocodile, and it eats the souls of those found unjust in the trials of the afterlife. I mean, their name in Egyptian literally means the one that devours the dead, so yeah, they eat your soul. And the Egyptians were rightly terrified of them. Over in Mesopotamia, similar beings are also known, though not quite to the degree of proliferation that we find in ancient Egypt. Typically, these beings are the denizens of Kor or Utsetu in the Semitic Akkadian language, and these would include the torturous ghoul demons, along with the most famous of such beings, Pazuzu, king of the demons of the wind, brother of the monster Humbaba of epic Gilgamesh fame, the son of the god Anbi, and possessor of the little girl Reagan from The Exorcist. Of similar fame is the demoness Lamashtu, killer of infants and children, who would eventually develop into the demoness Lilith many centuries later. Though, as I mentioned a moment ago, if one were to survey Israelite literature and mythology, which I'm doing, the first thing that you would notice is there just aren't many such beings around at all. And when they are mentioned, it's almost always in passing, and there's virtually no mythological filling out backstories for these beings. From this, we can conclude that the people that composed and redacted Israelite literature for the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament were simply either suppressing such a mythological aspect of their culture, or were simply disinterested in such beings, or that such beings just didn't play that much of a role in their mythology. And sure enough, if you look at other earlier Canaanite texts, such as those recovered from Garrett, we see that such beings, being somewhat like angels and demons, don't really play that much of a role in their mythology either. Indeed, the ancient Near East generally operates on a different religious paradigm than in later mythologies, whereas the apocalyptic religious revolution shifted the religious paradigm to a battle of good versus evil, which remains basically the dominant paradigm today. The more ancient and archaic paradigm was a chaos versus order paradigm. This more archaic mythology shows that Marduk and Yahweh defeating the forces of chaos, often in the form of terrible sea monsters like Tiamat, Yahweh, and Leviathan. Indeed, this chaos myth that the Stone scholars survives throughout the Hebrew Bible, and is perhaps the most apparent in the book of Job, especially toward the end, and in Psalm 74. So one of the major reasons that angels and demons just don't play much of a role in this very early stratum of Israelite mythology is that the central paradigm here just isn't good versus evil. It's order versus chaos, with chaos having been conquered in the primeval past. Now, that's not to say that malevolent supernatural beings aren't present. There just aren't mythologically central like they become later, after the religious revolution, apocalypticism starting in the Persian period. Indeed, in that paradigm, the major draw for religious conflict from the primeval past to the distant future. So what do we know about such demon-like entities in this very early period, say from roughly 1200 or 1000 BCE to roughly around 5-6 BCE? Typically, we can divide such beings into three groups. There are personifications of malevolent forces. There are hostile members of the divine counsel, and there's a kind of grab bag of otherwise obscurity seem to inhabit the wilderness and wastelands of ancient Israel. Note what's missing here. There really isn't much in the way of chthonic or beings that emerge from the underworld. The reason why has to do with how the ancient Israelites conceived of their underworld, or afterlife called Sheol. This realm isn't a place of punishment, but a kind of gloomy, dark place of inaction. While the dead do dwell there, there's no conception of heaven or hell at this period in Israelite history, and thus no demons to live or like conception of the afterlife or Sheol. You can click the card above if you want to learn more about it. So let's take each category in turn, first with malevolent personifications. Perhaps the most ancient of these is death itself. Death, or Mot, was a god quasi-conquered by Baal in Canaanite mythology. Though generally such motifs are muted by Israelite writers, probably in the interest of divorcing their winds are sometimes also personified in one kind of recalls, and this is also connected to Mot, or death, in Canaanite mythology. Though the central entities here are typically various forms of sickness, including mental illness, we find personifications of fever disease or epidemics generally typically associated with Reshef or Dever, a survival of a general disease god from Canaanite and eventually New Kingdom Egyptian mythology more generally. In fact, the prophet Habakkuk describes Yahweh going to war and seemingly driving a chariot pulled by Dever and Reshef, or pestilence and fever, with Reshef probably coming from the root, which means burning, as in burning fever. Of course, plague demons are widely attested in the ancient world, and a great deal of ancient medicine, especially ancient Mesopotamian medicine, had to do as much with exorcism as it did with what we would now recognize as medicine as such as the use of various kinds of pharmacological drugs. What's worth pointing out here, however, is that such personifications of disease in the Hebrew Bible were almost always under the direct command of Yahweh, and not independent beings as such. Mental illness or insanity is also attested, specifically in the case of the first Israelite king, Saul. Here we find a Ruach Ra'am Yahweh, or an evil spirit from Yahweh, being sent to afflict the king with some kind of mental illness that causes him to fly into rages and fall into despondency, only temporarily soothed by the music of the young David. That this being or evil spirit is sent by the Israelite God is again important, and this leads us to our second category, hostile member of the divine council. The concept of the divine council is rather archaic, and it does survive into Israelite mythology, despite the eventual emergence of monotheism. This is likely evidenced by the plural "let us make" in the first Genesis creation story, but also appears especially in places like Psalm 82, which strikes me as a rather archaic Israelite document. The members of the divine council have been demoted to non-divine beings in Israelite mythology and are generally dispatched to specific tasks on behalf of Yahweh. Several such beings seem especially interesting for our study. The first is among my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible. Here we find Yahweh wanting to kill the Israelite king Achav, or Ahab, who is actually attested outside the Bible. And in order to do so, a ruse is required to have him killed on the battlefield. To accomplish this, Yahweh inquires of the divine council who would be willing to deceive Achav or Ahab, and a Ruach, or spirit, volunteers to become a Ruach Sheker, or a deceptive spirit, a lying spirit, who will go into the mouth of Achav's prophet so as to deliver a false prophecy, which will cause him to go to battle and kill. Now, despite the true prophecy of Michayahu, a deceptive spirit is successful, and Achav is got shot with an arrow and bleeds out on the battlefield. Now, why is this one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible? because it reveals Yahweh capable of being a cunning and deceptive God, which otherwise disrupts so many simplistic and tidy theological accounts of a loving, just, or even kind God. I enjoy this account because it complicates Yahweh and Israelite theology more generally. And I think that complicated characters are just more interesting, if not a little terrifying. One might also add an entity sometimes referred to in the Hebrew Bible as the Malach HaMashchit, or the messenger of destruction, to this list as well. Also, the messenger or angel of the Lord, or angel of Yahweh. This entity seems primarily to have the grim task of mass executions, striking down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. The only description of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this being, such that it was standing between heaven and earth with a sword drawn in its hand extending over all of Jerusalem. Perhaps the most terrifying appearance of the Hamashchit, or the destroyer, is the final of the 10 plagues set upon the ancient Egyptians. There, the Israelites are warned to smear lamb's blood above their doorposts, such that the mashchit will pass over their homes as it stalks and kills the Egyptian firstborn, from the firstborn of the cattle to the destruction of the god-king's son. Of course, this angel isn't truly demonic. Well, probably was from the Egyptian perspective, but this will eventually be transformed into the Malach HaMavet, or the angel of death, in later mythological developments. If you want to know more about the history and development of the angel of death, make sure to check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Of course, the other member of the Divine Council worth mentioning here is the Satan. Yes, the Satan. This being is always identified with the definite article Ha-Satan, the definite article in Hebrew, and the Satan, which means something like the accuser, or the adversary, or the obstructor, is a title rather than a name. So Satan, as such, doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible. Rather, Ha-Satan is a title of a member of the Divine Council who seems to act as either a kind of prosecuting attorney against human beings, or otherwise obstructs human affairs on the command of Yahweh. This entity is mentioned 18 times in the Hebrew Bible, most famously as the torturer of Yahweh lets the Satan torture a dude and kill his family, basically on the bed. I mean, Yahweh does give him some more stuff and another family in the end, but only after he would, let this happen to him in the beginning. And then, of course, Yahweh brags about defeating Leviathan. Not that that has anything to do with, Job's dead family. I mean, dead family beat up a sea monster one time. I like them apples. Whatever. The Satan also blocks the way of the prophet Balaam, but is never linked with, for instance, the talking serpent in the second Genesis creation story. Nor with the Malach Yahweh, or the angel of the Lord, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, kind of sometimes goes on a rampage and kills a bunch of people for stuff like taking an unauthorized census. Of course, over time, all this more evil-ish stuff will get linked with the Satan, and in the process by which the Satan becomes just, Satan or the devil, especially in Christian and Islamic mythology. Now, just that process is going to have to be the topic of a future episode, how a title of a being became the devil, but those elements aren't yet present in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, Yahweh and the Satan seem kind of chummy sometimes, and it's clear that at this point in Israelite mythology, the Satan certainly operates on behalf of Yahweh, not despite or opposed to him. A profound difference from the Satan of later Christian and Islamic mythology. The last group of hostile divine council members are also somehow tied to the beings described in Genesis as the Nephilim, or literally the fallen ones. These beings seem to have been members of the divine council who come to Earth to mate with human women, thus producing a race of giants that is kinda wiped out a few chapters later in a great flood. I say kind of wiped out because there are other biblical texts that make genealogical connections between these giants and characters like Og of Bashan, the Philistine Goliath, who the Bible can't quite decide who killed him, King David propaganda, and the giants or the Anakim seen by the spy sent by Joshua. Of course, the Nephilim get a much bigger backstory in the first book of Enoch, produced during the high period of apocalypticism, but the Hebrew Bible is generally uninterested in them except to explain the presence of later kind of gigantic people. Perhaps the larger mythology around the Nephilim was already understood or otherwise documented, and they didn't feel the need to flesh out the idea of the Nephilim, or the Nephilim just weren't that interesting to the composers of these texts, or this was some part of a more esoteric mythology that didn't get much public discussion. It's hard to say, and who knows? I think the dearth of information in the Hebrew Bible may also indicate that the later Enoch narrative isn't really a continuation of a more archaic Israelite mythology, and are more likely mythological developments in the Persian period, though it's difficult to say anything with certainty. I'm sure I'll circle back to the Nephilim and their leader, Semyaza, at some point in the future. But what's important here is that their origin in the divine council and they're only later robustly converted into more demonic entities. Our last category is a kind of demonic grab bag of beings that seem to be supernatural in nature and are typically associated with the wilderness or wastelands more generally. Most of these beings are mentioned only in passing, sometimes only once, and they remain very mysterious. For instance, the Shedim seem to have been associated with human sacrifice, but virtually nothing else is known about them in the Hebrew Bible. It appears that the term was imported from Akkadian, where a Shedu is a lesser-used term for a male version of a Lamasu, or a protective deity, typically taking the form of a winged bull or lion. How exactly a relatively positive being in Mesopotamian mythology becomes malevolent in Israelite mythology isn't quite clear, though demonization of outsider deities or spirits is a pretty common move historically. The shift from I don't worship or even like your gods to your gods are actually evil isn't so difficult to imagine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the term shade or shedim in the plural goes on to become the standard Hebrew word for demon. We also have the se'irim, literally the hairy ones. This seems to come from the word for goat, which seem to have inhabited ruins and been the object of sacrifices. They're also associated once in the Hebrew Bible with Lilith. This is grammatically a feminine form. It may have been possibly a night demoness, though the mention here is only in passing. Lilith, as the rebellious first wife of Adam responsible for crib death, is a much later development made famous in the alphabet of Ben Sirach, a text composed in the period after the Babylonian Talmud. Although I will say that Lamashtu and Lilith are clearly connected, and there's a development through time of that entity. We just don't see her specifically in the Bible. There are also 3 mentions of Azazel in the book of Leviticus, though even if this is a being at this point in Israelite mythology is uncertain, and I think even unlikely. Oz just means goat in Hebrew, but can also mean rugged. This is perhaps a pun referring to the Judean desert where the goat would have been sent as a scapegoat. This term might also just mean something like the goat that is sent away, which is how the term is actually translated in the Septuagint. Though the La, the two, is also curious, contrasted with La Yahweh in the same text. Though by the apocalyptic period, Azazel becomes fully demonized and goes on to great fame in Jewish, Christian, and especially in Islamic mythology. It's unlikely, however, that the writer of Leviticus had such a notion in mind, with the demonization process happening many centuries later. Finally, it's possible that a being called the Alukah, which also appears only once in the Hebrew Bible and Mishlei or Proverbs, may be a reference to a vampire-like entity. The word is a feminine noun meaning the one that sucks and can be rendered as leech, though in later Arabic mythology, a very similar term is used for a female vampire-like character like in 1001 Arabian Nights. Though it's unclear if that association obtained at this period of Israelite mythology, and with the term only mentioned once in the entire Hebrew Bible, it's pretty tough to draw any kind of firm conclusion about whether this is an early Israelite vampire. Generally speaking, that's the range of Israelite demonology as it's preserved in the Hebrew Bible. Of course, eventually non-Israelite gods such as Baal, Moloch, Dagon, Chemos, etc., they all get kind of demonized, but note that there's no systematic demonology in the Israelite literature. There's no origin theory for these beings. There's no sense of how they fit into the divine ecology more generally, and they're really not connected with the origin of evil or a negative afterlife. There's no demonic leader or clear organization of these beings, and only in a couple of cases are associated with anything like our modern conception of demonic possession. Also, if you're interested in the history of possession and exorcism in this period of Israelite religious thought, check out my episode on that topic, which goes from ancient Israel all the way to the developments of the Kabbalah. As I mentioned earlier, it appears that such malevolent entities played only a very minor role in Israelite mythology, like Canaanite mythology more generally. Of course, that would dramatically change with the rise of apocalyptic Judaism in the Persian period, probably because of intense contact with both Hellenic and Persian cultures. Though I will say that this more archaic Israelite position did persist into the Second Temple period despite the rise of apocalyptic Judaism, with a group typically referred to as the Sadducees, who rejected the existence of angels and demons generally, along with the resurrection of the body and the idea of punishment and reward in the afterlife, maintaining a much more traditional Israelite concept of Sheol. In some sense, the Sadducees actually maintain a much more traditional, if one might use that word, traditional worldview of the ancient Israelites. Though with the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, this position seems to have basically gone extinct along with the Sadducees as a group more generally. Angels and demons were here to stay, and I'm sure I'll be exploring those developments in future episodes. If you're interested in the history of angels and demons, magic, or the academic studies in occultism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Father's wife, she did that. Because the mother was something that something your father's wife, the other one, something that your father's wife, that's a problem with
the angelic conversations between Dr. John D., Edward Kelly, and the host of entities they are said to have contacted in the late 16th century are among the most fascinating, mysterious, and obscure events in the history of Western esotericism. Indeed, my whole interest in the field, basically what I've spent decades studying, began with my discovery as a teenager learning Latin. that an angelic language, complete with grammar, vocabulary, syntax, etc., all the things that make a language, had been revealed in a series of magical rituals in the late Middle Ages. As you might imagine, this made an enormous impression upon me. Languages are made up of more or less stable patterns, which I knew all too well taking weekly Latin exams, and such patterns can't be just easily made up on the fly. Go ask talking about making up languages. If it were an angelic language, it might very well be proof of something much vaster than just atoms and void. I immediately ordered the Laycock Complete Enochian Dictionary, which I still have over 2 decades later, and I've been studying esotericism ever since. In this episode, we're going to continue our series on esoteric symbolism and languages. You can check out the card above to explore more topics in that series by turning our attention to the Enochian language in at least 3 episodes. The first one is going to be about the Enochian alphabet, the second on the contents of the celestial book of Enoch, also known as the Liber Loca in the angelic language, and that's how I'm going to pronounce the name of the book, because that's how the angels said to pronounce it. Well, I argue with a bunch of angels. And the third is going to be on the Enochian calls, which provide us our only substantial glimpse into angelic as a functioning language. In this first episode, I'll explore the origins of the Enochian alphabet. I'll be situating the project in the philosophical and spiritual landscape of the 16th century semiotics, or the study of representation more generally, and I'll attempt a paleographic analysis of the 2 Enochian scripts. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or the academic study of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other dozens of other topics in the study of esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics of esotericism, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this channel. It's really the only reason why this channel can continue to exist. I hope you'll join me as I explore the very first revelations of the Enochian language, or the celestial speech, to Dr. Sledge, and come to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Employing Hermetic philosophy to search out what he called radical truths, or those truths which are most fundamental to religion and philosophy. His work prior to the angelic conversations were as saturated with esotericism, symbolism, and metaphysical power, such as the enigmatic 1564 Monas Hieroglyphica, to the rigor of rational mathematical deduction. Recall that he composed the introduction to the first English edition of Euclid's famed textbook on geometry, The Elements. Indeed, for Dee, the rational and the mystical were perfectly at home with one another, so it would be no wonder that he would eventually turn that analytical mind, informed deeply by pious Christian Hermeticism, to probe the fundamental depths of religious truth by attempting contact with the very messengers of God, the angels. By at least the early 1580s, Dee was experimenting with the technique of scrying, or peering into a polished object or substance, in order to supernaturally perceive the metaphysical world. Though he had little substantial success himself until the arrival of the alchemist in forger Edward Kelly in 1582. If you want to learn a bit more about Kelly and his later alchemical writings, check out my episode on that topic above. Now, Kelly had a talent, so to speak, for scrying, and his doing so would set into motion the events that would lead to one of the most important events in the history of Western esotericism, the angelic conversations. Such conversations would include dozens of beings that would reveal at least 3 different systems of angelic magic, a range of evocations, rituals, furniture, and the celestial speech of the angels themselves. Before going forward, I just want to offer a few words of clarification and disclaimer. Notice how I haven't been using the word Enochian much for the angelic language. Well, that's because the language isn't Enochian in any important sense. It's typically referred to as angelic or celestial or sometimes Adamical in the records left behind by D. Now, that said, I'm just going to often use the vernacular term Enochian for both the sessions, the magical system, and the languages. I mean, I'm not a hypocrite or anything, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of the tyranny of a sloppy vernacular that uses the word Enochian to describe all of it. Further, I also just want to point out that I'm bracketing any truth claims about the entities and revelations around the angelic conversations. I want to present the text without constantly having to disclaim myself using somewhat belittling terms like allegedly and so-called. I'm just going to bracket the ontological status of Nadini, the daughter of Fortitude, the Kardashian, Galva, and Uriel, or Raphael for that matter. Whether these beings are real is just going to have to be a debate for another. Mostly bracket my skepticisms about Edward Kelly, who is super shady to say the very least, and try to deal again with the texts as we have them. In the same way that I'm happy to discuss other mythological systems on their own terms, including the one that I happen to subscribe to, I can certainly extend that courtesy if only provisionally discuss a language and texts that are supposed to usher in the apocalypse. And when Kelly read a few of those words out loud, he actually got beat up with some spirits with shovels. Fun. The first phase of the angelic conversations primarily has to do with the development of what is now typically called the heptarchic system of magic and runs roughly from March of 1582 to the earliest stirrings of the revelations of the angelic language itself roughly a year later, starting around 1583 in March of that year. The heptarchic system describes various laymen's cycles, especially the famed Sigillium Dea Emet, and other apparati for the invocation of various highly organized planetary angels and various kinds of spirits. In many ways, these sections lay out the magical technology to facilitate the further revelations, and were not really that unlike medieval magic in the Solomonic tradition more generally. Once the bulk of the magical technology had been revealed, which I'm sure I'm going to end up doing a future episode on, the slow and honestly perplexing revelation of the angelic language or celestial speech then begins. Indeed, it appears that the heptarchic system, the Liber Loga and its keys, along with the Watchtower system, all seem to comprise a general magical system, though none of these systems are complete or clear or really even terribly coherent. It's all the different debates in modern magic about just how to pull these off. And then there are books the angels mentioned as really important, but we learn basically nothing about them. It's all tantalizing and can honestly be a bit crazy-making trying to fit it all together to make it all coherently work. So let's just not go crazy and ignore all those problems for now. Though, to set the stage for the Liber Loga and the angelic language, it's worth mentioning a couple of important aspects of the heptarchic system and Renaissance magic more generally. And That's to say, magic squares and the idea of a divine or angelic language. Let's start with the squares, as they appear pretty early on in these sessions themselves, and in many ways contain the very first elements of the Enochian language. As you probably know, such squares are widely attested as far back as ancient Rome, the Sator square being, of course, the most famous, but these also occur as far afield as Chinese mathematics and Arabic and Jewish astral magic. In fact, they probably come from Arabic and Jewish astral magic. For our purposes at least, these squares are important in a few aspects. They play an important role in the seminal volumes on occult philosophy by Cornelius Agrippa, especially in his theory and practice of astral and, in some senses, angelic magic. Really, I can't overstate just how important Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy is going to be in this entire Enochian saga. These squares are typically alphanumeric grids in which the numbers add up to the same number, both the rows or columns, or sometimes diagonally, or as in the famed squares of the Abramelin ritual, where they are populated with magical seed words, often in Hebrew in various forms of degradation. What's key vis-a-vis this business of magical squares is that Dee was already convinced that he possessed a text, the book of Soiga, Hagios, or the word holy backwards in Greek, that was already incredibly magically powerful. Specifically, the tables of Soiga, which are a series of 36 by 36 tables, filled with letters and some kind of astrological correspondence. Dee felt that these tables were incredibly important, so important that their contents were among the first questions he posed to the angels once contact was made through Kelly. Indeed, the angel Uriel confirms that the text was given to Adam in paradise in the Garden of Eden, but apparently only the angel Michael can read it. As it turned out, the text was actually generated by using a C word fed into an algorithm, which was only cracked in the 1990s after the text was rediscovered. I've done a whole episode on the Soiga tables and their deciphering, if you can call it that, if you want to check out that episode in the card above. Now, it's also worth mentioning here that such tables and squares were part and parcel of the cryptology of Dee's day, and I would be positively remiss to ignore the intersection between angelic communications, magic tables, esoteric alphabets, and international espionage, which was kind of a thing in Dee's day, and Dee was knee-deep in it. Yes, secret angel code transmission was a thing, and I'll be doing an episode on it and Agrippa's tutor and confidant Trithemius, who in fact developed a whole secret angel code transmission system at some point in the future. Only on a channel like this could I say something like secret angel code transmission system and people not think I'm out of my mind. I mean, you guys don't think I am completely. Regardless of my relative sanity, the whole business of magic squares is about to get turned up to 11, or really 49. Sorry, that joke kind of went off the rails, didn't it? Within the first couple of weeks of the angelic conversations, the very first magical squares appear and seem to contain the names of various spirits and angels, whose names and symbols adorn the famed cycle of God, Emet or Truth, which survives in beeswax in the British Museum. As you can see, the names are extracted by reading the squares in various directions, especially the second square, which also contains a small amount of number, letter substitution, and translations of various sections of the rows. Conspicuously, the second table is a 7 by 7 table, which, when read in various directions, reveals the names of various angelic beings. I think it's sometimes overlooked, but this second square contains some of the earliest words in which will later be as the Enochian or celestial language. The first square contains angelic names that are attested in other texts, Many of these angels' names we know from other books. However, the second table contains the names of angelic beings known first and only, to my knowledge at least, in the angelic revelations to Dee and Kelly. Specifically, one of the angelic names, El Emesa, just goes by El, so you know that's their nickname. They're going to play a huge role in the period of the Liber Logo revelations. As we will see, the Book of Enoch and the Psalm 49 by 49 tables over the course of roughly 49 days starting on Good Friday. That process can generally be said to begin with the appearance of the Archangel Raphael on March 23rd, 1583, about a year into the angelic conversations, more generally. There, the angel Raphael delivers a series of sermons or speeches in which they describe the coming revelation of a medicinal liquor. Probably not liquor in that sense, but maybe, which has some kind of radical curative power, an idea which might have had alchemical overtones to Dee and Kelly's ears. Kelly had ears. Recall that Raphael means healer of God, and Dee notes him as Medicina Dei in his records. Though something much grander than just liquor was at play. The next day, Kelly notes a book beneath Raphael's robes, and this book is actually revealed to be the liquor Raphael was referring to. The book is said to have 48 leaves, though this will later become 49, kind of, with leaves or pages of gold written upon with still wet blood, which Raphael eventually informs Dee and Kelly contains records of the angelic speech itself, and, it seems, the secrets of creation, history, and the apocalyptic end of history itself. No big whoop. Indeed, it appears to be the very words by which the word, the Logos of Gospel of John fame, spoke the creation of the cosmos into being. Now, you would think that the promise of such a revelation would have caused Dee, at least, to have buckled his seatbelt and concentrated a bit more on the topic at hand. You know, just the secrets of creation and the speech of the God Christ himself. Nope. Dee and Kelly basically go on to pester the angels about buried treasure. Serious buried treasure. The angels even rebuke them several times for this, like, I'm talking about the divine secrets of all of creation and the soon coming apocalypse. And, you know, Dee and Kelly are basically like, yeah, apocalypse, blah, blah, blah. Let's do this buried treasure thing first, right? Cool. Not cool, guys. Not cool, Dee and Kelly. I gotta admit, this entire buried treasure thing and many parts like it are why I love the angelic conversations. They are simultaneously mysterious and intriguing, and then they're absolutely hilarious and downright irreverent. Like when Dee and Kelly respectively ask the angels to basically borrow money to buy a horse and other stuff, or when Dee has to correct the Latin or the mathematics of the angels that confuse squares and roots. I mean, I came for the angel keys to all creation, but I stayed for the buried treasure, the alchemical cipher, and, of course, the angelic prompted wife exchange program. You know who I really feel bad for in all this is Jane Dee, John Dee's wife, who must have been an amazingly strong and capable woman, and eventually, of course, Kelly's wife, Joanna, who really did well for herself and prison for alchemical fraud and dueling in Bohemia. I'm definitely going to do an episode on both of these amazing women. They really deserve it, having put up with Dee and Kelly and these angels and the buried treasure. All that said, on Tuesday, March 26th, the Archangel Raphael begins to properly reveal the text to Dee and Kelly. First, they're shown a 49 by 49 grid, out of which the angel, using a golden rod, points to 21 various symbols grouped into 3 groups of 7, which are read right to left, like Hebrew, can originally be the letters of the celestial speech or the angelic alphabet, now typically called the Enochian alphabet. Before turning to an analysis of the letters themselves, it's worth discussing some of the finer points of Renaissance semiotics, or the study of representation, and Renaissance philosophy of language. While modern semiotics and philosophy of language maintain that the relationship between sign and signifier is arbitrary, this is just a fancy way of saying that the word dog or any similar word in any language has no inherent or metaphysical relationship to the furry creature denoted by that term. That arbitrary relationship is by no means a given in pre-modern semiotics. Further, there was a more general metaphysical debate stretching back centuries before even John Dee about whether categories like abstract categories like dog or human existed at all. One camp, the realists, took a more platonic position and argued that general categories did have some kind of metaphysical existence, while the nominalists held that such categories were just names, hence the name nominalist, though perhaps not totally arbitrary names as linguists now hold. Further, it was a theological commonplace that God had created the world via speech, and that language itself, at least in some form, still held some kind of metaphysical power. This idea was held pretty anciently in Judaism, especially in texts like the Sefer Yetzirah, and was imported both theoretically and practically, and I mean practically to here denote, well, magic, pretty early on in the European Middle Ages. Hence all that Hebrew, which is often badly mangled, that you see in so many magical texts down to this day, still often pretty mangled. Now, all this taken together produced a theory in the medieval and especially the Renaissance that the metaphysically powerful language by which God spoke creation into being, the going candidate at this time was some form of Reformed Hebrew, had been lost following the fall of man, the whole Adam and Eve and talking snake bit, but could be recovered somehow. And this led to a sustained interest on the part of Christians into the study of Hebrew and even Egyptian hieroglyphics. This quest for a perfect, divinely powerful language in which representation and being were merged was all the rage in the time of Dr. John Dee. Indeed, in many ways, this is all best captured in Agrippa's discussion of language, and specifically angelic language, in his 3 books of occult philosophy. I'm going to be making another episode on just that topic, Agrippa's philosophy of language and magic, at some point soon, so stay tuned for that. In fact, Dee himself tried to forge a whole new system of representation in his 1564 text, the Ars Hieroglyphica. And if you want a deeper dive into that really difficult text and the question of semiotics and magic, make sure to check out my 3-part series on that book. What I'm trying to drive home here is that the angelic or Enochian alphabet, and by extension the angelic language, would have probably struck Dee as perhaps the greatest spiritual and philosophical breakthrough in human history, buried treasure notwithstanding. And it's no wonder that the text, which contains that language, the Liber Loga, would literally hold the secret to all being, from the very beginning of being to its apocalyptic finale. With that in mind, let's now turn to the Enochian or angelic alphabet. As I mentioned, the alphabet, or Unpa, or given first disclosure, the angelic alphabet might be called Pavet, is a series of 21 glyphs grouped into bunches of 7. Despite hundreds of years of research into the origins of the angelic script, we can conclude that it basically bears little resemblance to other historical or esoteric alphabets. Of course, numerous such esoteric and cryptographic alphabets have been produced in the Middle Ages. One thinks here of Hildegard of Bingen's script for her lingua ignota, and many of these scripts were very likely known to Dee. In fact, Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy contain several such alphabets which employ magical symbols whose use actually stretches all the way back to the Greek magical papyri and were very likely extracted, at least at that time, from Jewish magical practices. Indeed, three of the magical alphabets in Cornelius and Rabbi's books of occult philosophy are directly derived from Hebrew. Though, interestingly, for many reasons, none of these alphabets seem to be the origin of the angelic script we found in the D Conversations with Angels. More likely candidate may be a so-called Enochian alphabet in the 1530 quasi-alchemical and generally impenetrable text, the Voarca of Pantheus. D was gifted a copy of this text in 1599, and as I mentioned, it does contain an alphabet that it calls Enochian. And I have to admit, these Enochian letters do bear some resemblance to D's angelic script, though not so much the first version of the Enochian alphabet, or the second. And there's really no homology between the glyphs and their respective phonetic values between the two so-called Enochian alphabets. While it's possible that the Voarca Enochian served as an inspiration for the John D. Edward Kelly angelic script, this connection does strike me as pretty tenuous, to be honest. Further, and I think this is really important, it's not D we should be thinking about here. It's Kelly. While Kelly seemed to know Agrippa quite well, indeed he seems to have known and been practicing some form of Solomonic goetic magic all the while engaging with the angels, like trying to get the demons to tell him where that buried treasure was. Kelly, it's not clear that he explored this notoriously difficult text, the Voarca. And I'm not kidding, I've read a lot of alchemical books, and this is without any doubt one of the most obscure. And further, the connection between the two character sets really only applies if one is looking at the later angelic script and not the first one revealed on March 26th. Another possible genetic condition for the script could be tachygraphy or shorthand. Kelly, as you may know, was a trained notary, and shorthand would have been part of that training in all likelihood. Now, he did use that training to engage in forgery, but like I said, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Kinda. These symbols, of course, are survivals of a system of Latin shorthand said to have been developed by one of the slave scribes of Cicero named Tiro. In fact, bears his name, the Tironian notes. In fact, the most well-known Tironian symbol, the symbol for et or and, actually survives into use today, especially in the Irish national script. Again, these shorthand symbols do, to my eye at least, bear a striking resemblance to both angelic scripts, and given Kelly's training in the notary arts, this seems like a possible origin for the symbols. Oh yeah, the script of the Voynich manuscript also shares many similarities with medieval tachygraphy, but that's a story for another day. Indeed, this is probably the time to point out that the Enochian alphabet isn't just one alphabet. The first two times the script appears, it is a much more cursive-looking script, with more stylized versions appearing later in the records and produced by Kelly, sometimes outside of the angelic sessions themselves. Now, it's possible that Kelly saw the more stylized versions and that the cursive versions were just easier ways to write down those symbols in the midst of the conversations. And indeed, Kelly seems to express just such a position. As I mentioned, there are 21 letters representing the basic sounds of English, though lacking a J sound, which isn't that surprising. Linguistically, the J sound is actually pretty rare, and there are no sounds really foreign to English in the alphabet. Now, this can be taken to be evidence of the non-supernatural origins of the language. It seems like it would have all kinds of sounds that are foreign to English. Though I've always thought of that line in the Quran where Allah tells Muhammad that, quote, indeed we have sent it down as an Arabic Quran that you might in fact understand it. This ayat has always struck me as interesting because it seems to indicate that if Muhammad weren't an Arab and were a, I don't know, Dine person, the Quran would have been revealed in Navajo, or better, Dine Bizad. Despite the idea that the earthly Quran is a copy of a celestial, eternal Quran, it might just be that he got the Anglican version? I don't know. Someone else might have gotten a different version. The Polish version might have been completely lacking in vowels, and the Hawaiian version may have been mostly vowels. Who knows? The first version of the alphabet seems to be less formalized, but does not fundamentally appear to be cursiva in nature. This just means that the letters don't seem to touch as it's being written. Both scripts are in fact textura in this regard. The first script is composed of glyphs with a relatively simple ductus, in fact rarely more than 2 strokes, though there are some inconsistent serifs that are present at glyph termination. The ductus seems to typically begin from a left-hand stroke to right, indicating that the direction of the script is RTL, which is later affirmed by the angels. The baseline itself isn't really apparent, but doesn't appear to be superlinear as it is with Hebrew, in which the letters hang from the top line as opposed to sitting on the bottom line like in the Latin script. In fact, these letters seem to just float inside of the grids. Overall, the first script, while mysterious, strikes me as rather uncalligraphic, with little in the way of internal uniformity and glyph structure or ductus. In other words, it kind of looks homely given the calligraphic material of the time. It appears to my eyes as artificial or made up, and not likely shaped by the calligraphic pressures which produced other historical scripts. Now, of course, aesthetic judgments don't really matter because we're looking at an angelic script allegedly, and it just also might be the case that the script wasn't subject to historical pressures because the angels are, well, quasi-eternal, and it just didn't evolve. The more elaborate or formalized script, or I might call it the more Verso-like form of the script, is the one better known to people as Enochian, and is clearly formed with a much more elaborate ductus. Here the glyphs seem formed by several strokes that are built up somewhat like Lombardic versals and sport very dramatic, elaborate serifs, and a couple of the elements seem to have the presence of puncti or little dots, which don't seem to appear in the first script but do seem important in the second. Here the ductus contains several strokes with the quill often seeming to draw the glyphs rather than being composed by the natural stroke of the nib. That seems most apparent to me in the rather dramatic serifs of this script. Indeed, if the same quill were used for both the notes here in Sloan 3188 and the composition of the angelic letters, then we certainly have glyphs which are drawn rather than naturally written, even if they're built up from several versal-like strokes. Again, the script does not strike me as natural, with no clear linear trajectory, though again a general RTL openness seems to dominate. Again, Kelly had some experience as a notary and a clerk, and his handwriting is honestly a welcome relief in the manuscripts, especially compared to Dee's, which becomes positively incomprehensible by the manuscript of the Cotton Appendix, where most of the continental conversations are recorded. And so, the more calligraphic version of the angelic script, or the Enochian script, are perhaps thanks to that training as a notary or as a scribe. Though, given these two scripts, it does not appear that the first script is somehow minuscule and the later, more formal version is majuscule. The Enochian script seems to be exclusively majuscule throughout the entire sessions, much like Hebrew, but unlike English or Greek. Further, neither script seems to have an upper or lower case. It seems like they are both two scripts, one more stylized and formal, and perhaps one just more utilitarian. Though, again, Kelly does indicate that the later, more formal script is the angelic script, properly speaking. Further, we're told that the celestial speech is written, as I mentioned earlier, from right to left, like Hebrew, and that, like Hebrew and Greek, the individual letters have names. For instance, the B sound is called Pa, and the O sound is called Med, etc. However, unlike Hebrew and Greek, the names of each angelic letter do not seem to bear either a phonetic or seeming relationship to the letter attached to it. For instance, in Proto-Sinaitic, Hebrew, and Phoenician, the second letter, Bet, actually comes from a converted Egyptian hieroglyphic for house, which both becomes the shape of the eventual Phoenician Hebrew letter, and is the reason why its last letter, the B sound of bayit or house, is linked for that reason with the letter Beit in the sound Ba. Now, that connection is lost when the Aleph Beit becomes the Alpha Beta of the Greek language. Beta only really means the name of that letter and isn't connected in any way to the Greek word for house, oikos. So the relationship between the morphology of the glyphs, their phonetic value, and their nominal designation remain, unsurprisingly, completely mysterious. It's also worth mentioning that, like Greek and Hebrew, there's also some connection between the angelic glyphs and their numerical value. But this is also completely obscure, and I'll be discussing the complicated mystery of Enochian numbers in more detail when I get to the third part of the series on the Enochian calls. What I find perhaps most surprising about the Enochian or angelic alphabet is what isn't mentioned in the journals. While the tables of Enoch, the Liber Loga, and the calls and the watchtowers are given often painstaking detail, the angelic script receives virtually no attention. The nature of the ductus, the presence of the puncti, the relationship of the glyphs to the baseline, etc., none of this is really given any attention, and neither Dee nor Kelly seem to really inquire about it, aside from sometimes they're interested in sort of what color the script should be when it's written out. And even then, the angels don't really often seem to care about this very much. Now, given that I'm a calligrapher with an eye toward paleography, I'm sure this is just me being a bit nitpicky, but still, this is the angelic script. You would think we would get some kind of handwriting tutorial, but I guess not. They're too busy about buried treasure and alchemy and how to write, the most important language in all of existence. Priorities, guys. Eyes on the prize. Learn how to write this thing well. After insisting that both men memorize and become proficient with the angelic alphabet, the angel Raphael issues a dire warning about the medicine or book they were about to reveal. O liber, 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 bonis vita, malis verbos, ipsa, o book. A life to the good, truly death itself for the wicked. This book is the famously mysterious Liber Loga, or the Book of the Speech of God, also known in the angelic language as Amzes Nakhezes Hardem, which means either a name for God or is something like, let those that fear God and are worthy read, or somehow both. It's said to be nothing less than the very discourse or logos by which the logos created all of being and will bring just that being to its apocalyptic finale. I hope you'll join me in the next episode of this series as I explore the celestial tables of Enoch, the very speech of God. I'll also be doing a book roundup in later episodes as well. Until then, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and again, consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Most links are below. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
This ship wants to go through the now. A slave doesn't have Isha doesn't have any. Kubala, the master is relevant after he designated the ship for food relevant. So what is the other when he brought on his ship? He said yesterday, on the right, and he can go on the right side. Look at this. The ladies later on, yes. Never go well. You guys, because you get the pleasure. The question is, man, the constitution is one of the constitution is the one. It's a wedding. Honor of Nachman. With the total law, the use of the planet. In the world, the Iran says, oh, this is the girl of Sosa. This is the daughter, so to speak. The use of the planet. Basically, the world knows that she belongs to this heaven. That's what listen and hear, and everybody's not to read and hear very slow. The concept of the hear of people. They never got married, they don't have a Lebanon close service. But I don't know what together. So legally here they show it together. What's the thing? Even taxes for inheritance, for all sorts of laws, they're considered a couple. Whether they get married or not, no difference. You do what you do. It's such a couple. You do what means no one's in the table that they're doing. Okay. So the male, how do you get out of it? How do you do it, people? You have now a couple, a celebrity. How do you break up? And when do we come to like whenever we're not together? I remember when we should probably in those days, even non-Jews would cover their hair when they were married. They probably cover their hair. They don't wear a tip on whatever they were wearing, kafia. Then it's known in the world that they're not married anymore, it's not with them. You don't need a guess. There's no such thing as a guess. If a Ben Raya, non-Jew, has a relationship with his wife, look at that. Unnatural way. Tired what? Nisa. So never can go back. Love, look at that. So the four has to be a way of Allah and not a way of man. Oh my Lord. The love I don't understand. You can just throw in the house. Child that is something that you throw is not high. Forget that you want to prove, but it's wonderful. It's supposed to be the pilot and that a non-Jew has Nisa or something that you throw is mutter. And when I log up and left, so probably I wish they could like the fucking because you're right. Not the opposite. Out of case that we slow is 100% awesome, but it's volume more than not to you. He said that it's more but it's also very looking for you. No, this is ultimately you. What?
Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank God. Pleasure to be here. How long do we usually go? Excellent. And do you mind if in the introduction I talk about a little bit about my live streaming project that I've been doing for the last 4 years? Okay, excellent. And then one last thing, if you don't mind, when I do talk about that, I would just like to show people my YouTube. And so the way that I would anticipate doing that is just changing my screen over and showing people all of my simultaneous live streams that they can be able to see from all of the different angles. Would that work for you? Excellent. Um, so we're going to do the first part on Chaim Mashed, and then the second part on the Nephilim, and perhaps some Ezekiel, perhaps some Enoch. Is that correct? All right, sounds like a plan. Oh, is this live, by the way? Okay, excellent. All right, I'm ready when you are. I'm well, thank God. How are you? Most certainly. Most certainly. I was a skeptic, certainly at age 14, and really up until my early 20s, as someone who believed that which I would see in the media and understand that anything alien or UFO related is generally going to be considered, as people would say, science fiction, or certainly fiction in general. And it was my belief, and I even debated people on this subject publicly, that aliens, if they existed, we would know about it. It would be a public event. And I basically did not dig very deeply into it. It was in the year 2008, approximately, when the internet and internet speech generally transitioned from the early 90s of the internet being text based and then image based into video based, and many different opportunities were available, especially in the documentary realm, for someone who was once a skeptic to dig into this topic more and more. And it was in my viewing of Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project in 2008 that I really, for the first time, saw many different whistleblowers from all different backgrounds, military intelligence, people who work for the FAA, and even in the international community, talk about aliens and ufology and just humanity not being alone for the first time with such seriousness, and place in 2001, specifically May 9th, 2001, at the National Press Corps in Washington, D.C. And so it was a few years afterward that I would eventually see the disclosure may not be alone. It forced me to delve into topics such as Lazar, the alien abduction phenomenon, Philip Corso, ancient aliens, and recognize that humanity exists on Earth, but we may not be alone. We may have been perhaps guided here. Our evolution may have been influenced, and this was certainly an awakening journey. At age 14, though, I was not aware of any of this. The internet was still in its infancy. I was more worried about school books and friends than just ufology. But it would be in the coming years that I would essentially wake up to this event, that we aren't alone, and take it with immense seriousness. And I would also say, I'd like to say, if I may, my last name is Rothschild, and yes, all the Rothschilds generally are related around the world, but I have no direct, or I should say, any type of uh, direct connection that we have is certainly distant. We all do have certainly some common ancestors, but yes, I'm a regular person, probably like most of your listeners, who didn't have any inside information in terms of the ufology subject. It was something that I had to come about independently. Well, generally, I see them as being separate. When we get into the Nephilim, the angels, even Ezekiel's visions, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, these are different topics. Nephilim generally are referenced as mysterious beings mentioned specifically in Bereshit or Genesis 6, 1 through 4, often interpreted as giants or offspring of heavenly beings and humans. Our traditional source of this is biblical text and later Jewish writings. Then we have angels, also known as malachim, divine messengers or spiritual beings who serve God's purposes. Again, Hebrew Bible, Rabbinical Judaism, and Kabbalah are our main sources for this. Ezekiel's beings, the Chayot, the Ophanim, the celestial creatures that we see in Ezekiel's vision of the divine throne, these also come from the Hebrew Bible, specifically the book of Ezekiel. But then when we get into Gnostic beings, this is a later movement. These are complex spiritual entities in various Gnostic systems, often involving cosmic rulers, emanations, and a distinction between a supreme God and the creator. And we see this in later movements into the Common Era, generally the second to fourth century. And then Kabbalistic beings generally come about much later. They're more medieval Jewish mysticism. So we're looking at 1,000 years later. And these are generally spiritual forces, some angels, emanations, and levels of reality within Jewish mystical cosmology. So generally, we see them as separate, or at least I see them as separate. And I would also say that there are different interpretations of what these beings are, but uh, from my standpoint and in my research and certainly in my learning, they're separate beings. Well, I'm skeptical of everything. I think it's always important to always ask questions and to never take anything as truth. But I feel that Chaim Mashed is stating what he believes to be true, that we aren't alone, that there are real Mars bases. He references in his book and in his interviews that basically when we go to Mars, perhaps we need to go with not just a geological or perhaps uh, physical type of mentality, but also an archaeological um, uh, philosophy, and to go there to perhaps see if there are ancient structures there, which generally isn't discussed. His background is such that equivalent, someone almost like a Joint Chiefs of Staff member. He is at one point was one of the 24 highest members of the Israeli Defense Force. His background is extremely vetted, and there is some interest in if he's willing to make that consciousness does not end when. Go ahead. Certainly. Absolutely. Most certainly. Well, before we go there, which is certainly the main claim that he makes, he first states that extraterrestrial civilizations exist. And from any member of the military or any member of a government to be able to make this claim certainly gets attention. He states that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations exist, that these civilizations have been observing humanity for a great period of time, and that humanity has not fully understood its relationship with them. And so once we establish that he does state that these are advanced beings. Then he gets into the Galactic Federation. This is really the most. Most certainly, the his book is really an autobiography, and the key aspects of this are written in the epilogue. But within the epilogue, there is reference in his in the idea of the Galactic Federation that there are potentially nine different species. He does not go into anything in terms of their look, their biology, whether they're the tall grays, whether they're the Nordics, whether they're reptilians, nothing like that, which I think many people wish that he would if he'd had this knowledge. But from seeing his interviews and reading his books and translations and his reading his interviews in newspapers, I think he would have said it if he knew. He doesn't seem to be someone who's holding back on very much information. So to give the listenership an idea, we're looking at potentially, as he references, approximately nine different species, but we don't have specifics as to their biology. It that's a, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, in the Jerusalem Post. No, it was not. He doesn't give any specifics, and I don't know if he knows the specifics. He doesn't even give a source of how he knows this information. It just seems to have been absorbed in his experience within the Israeli Space Agency. But what he does say is that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations have organized into a cooperative structure. He describes this as a type of federation involving multiple civilizations, and he claimed that humanity had allegedly been interacting with this group. He also claims that there's some alleged cooperation with the United States and Israel, that the United States government has knowledge of these alleged contacts, that Israel was also involved and in this relationship, and that the interactions involved attempts to understand deeper questions about the universe. Uh, there are also claims that he makes that perhaps other countries are involved, including Russia, China, United Kingdom, and Japan, perhaps others as well, in addition to the United States. So it is not solely a United States Israeli relationship. It perhaps may have to do with the more advanced the more advanced countries of the world. And really, one of the things that he routinely states that the Galactic Federation has said is that humanity is not ready yet. This became the famous headline that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Uh, the, the argument that he makes is because of the possible effects that would happen with disclosure and its enormous consequences. Well, his lack of evidence is certainly of concern. And with immense and major claims that he makes require evidence. And so the lack of evidence is off putting, certainly. However, this is someone who has basically said in their own words, I have nothing to lose. When he made these claims, he was 87 years old and had already won the highest awards in the Israeli government multiple times. As you had said, he's essentially the grandfather of the Israeli space program, the grandfather of Israeli satellite program, and he didn't need the money necessarily. He was already a professor, he was already a contractor, already a lecturer. This seemed to be his opportunity to share what he potentially knew, and I think that's a really interesting um, take that he wasn't necessarily doing this to make a lot of money. It seemed there are skeptics that say, hey, he was promoting a book and he's trying to promote book sales. To give the listenership of a timeline of when this occurred, the book was published in November of 2020, and then the major newspaper article was published in December of 2020, and then subsequent English translations, specifically in the Jerusalem Post, of summaries later in the month of December. And then he goes quiet, which in my opinion, is quite interesting. He did not go on the podcast circuit. He did not go on the show circuit. He was not. He was not pushing this book as many other people have in the past, which to me lends some amount of credibility that he was not just doing it for financial gain. In terms of um, his mental state, he seemed to be in good conscience and not doing this for nefarious reasons. He seemed to have his wits about him, even in the years after he has his wits about him. So it did not seem to be like he was having some kind of psychological issue. He seems to have been in good mental health when he made these claims and wanted to share what he allegedly knew with the world. And so, from my perspective, there's some credibility to that. That's correct. Excellent questions. Well, for the Donald Trump aspect of it, oh, go ahead. Most certainly. Well, from the Donald Trump aspect of it, you're absolutely right. As Shed claimed that Donald Trump was aware of the alleged extraterrestrial situation, that he had considered revealing the information, and that the alleged extraterrestrial group supposedly discouraged disclosure because humanity was not ready. Now, a question that I have, and this is really for the White House press corps and just the media in general, if such a claim was being made, why not push this issue with the president? Did this occur? Is there something that you're not sharing with us? The topic of aliens, while so important is not really discussed at the higher levels of the media as mainstream as even these claims were made. So I was quite disappointed in that. In terms of where is disclosure, from where is it going to come? I think there's an argument to be made that we are in a period of soft disclosure and that we have been for decades. That the media, and many of the movies, and certainly films, documentaries, and books, and other resources that are published are to prepare humanity for the understanding that we are not alone. And what kind of potential public shock that could occur if it happens too quickly, perhaps social disruption, religious questions arise, political consequences, and just the difficulty in your average individual of understanding that there are civilizations far more advanced than humanity has a lot of baggage with it. In terms of the idea of soft disclosure, there are maybe potential arguments in here that we never get the answer that we want, and that this will just be information that is kept quiet to a certain element of society. There's that argument. There's another argument that states will continue to have soft disclosure until there's an event. And perhaps this is an event of aggression that one day there is a leader who is willing to talk about these subjects from a potential historical and in the modern age a realistic standpoint alongside some other of the philosophies. There's always the event that we may have some hard disclosure moment, a Project Bluebeam type of event where all of a sudden on all of the television stations and all of your 24 hour media outlets and social media, there is just a switch that is flipped essentially that says it's now time that we prepare the world for the next epoch of really disclosure. And with this, there could be religious connotations to it. There could perhaps be a global government aim for this that has been hypothesized. So, from my perspective, I don't know when disclosure is coming. I just can say that, at least from polling, it seems to be, at least from an American standpoint, more than 50% of people believe that we're not alone. So, whatever soft disclosure is being conducted, it does seem to be successful because people are no longer willing to believe that it is bunk, or believe that it is really not actually occurring. Now we get into specifics whether we believe aliens are here on Earth, whether the abduction phenomenon is real, and things like that. But from if you ask your average person on the street, there is a more likely chance than not that they believe that we are not alone, and that was not always true throughout human history. Yes. Well, he discusses an alleged underground base on Mars specifically. So this is subsurface. He claims that this base involved cooperation between humans and extraterrestrial beings, specifically the United States government. He associates this base with American astronauts and representatives of the alleged extraterrestrial civilization. He states that within this Mars discussion and connected themes within the book, that it involves perhaps humanity's future expansion into space and its role. There's a possibility of archaeology beyond Earth, and as I mentioned earlier, that's why he states that there are some evolving scientific realms that aren't really explored, like off world archaeology, perhaps, or xenobiology, the biology of perhaps species that are not Earth based, that he references, and really just the search for evidence of ancient civilizations. In terms of what I would have loved to hear, perhaps about the alien base or the alleged cooperative alien base on Mars, is more about its physical structure. How long has it been there? How do people get there? We don't get any of this information, which is unfortunate, but is somewhat par for the course within ufology. We get a little bit, and it leaves us to want more. And I would say that the claims of that he makes about Mars specifically are difficult for many people to swallow. There are some people who say, "Hey, I'm willing to go forward with Haimashed's claims about the Galactic Federation, perhaps, and perhaps consciousness existing after death. But this idea of Mars seems to perhaps go against some of the modern physics that we have. And he doesn't go into how you get there, what's the length of time, who's been there, what happens with these people once they go there. He leaves the people who have read his book and read his interviews, wanting more, and we still don't have an answer as to what exactly is going on there. But in terms of what you had said, this is consistent with many people who have made these claims previously that bases do exist, perhaps on other planets or planetoids, and that perhaps there's some type of secret space agency that may exist or secret space program, and this would seemingly be a part of that. Well, it seems as if we are, no matter how great we think of humanity, we are not mature enough. We are not type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale, and certainly not even close to type 2 or type 3, which is what these advanced civilizations may be. We're basically an infant, and that perhaps some type of extraterrestrial intelligence is helping us to evolve, perhaps guided evolution, to be able to sit at that top table of a type 1 civilization. It's almost as if when you're a child and you're not yet ready to sit at the adult table, for lack of a better analogy, that you're taught the different behavior that you should have and the maturity that is expected of you before you're given that opportunity. And perhaps some of these developments could be our association with nuclear weapons, or our association with global war, or our association with artificial intelligence. These might be tests to see how humanity is treating them. And in terms of, if we look at what perhaps other philosophers, other astronomers, cosmologists have stated, humanity is not even approaching that type 1 civilization yet. Within the next century or so, we may be looking at another millennium or two, a millennia or two, to perhaps be at that type 1 where we basically are utilizing all of the energy within our home planet. But that doesn't mean that we're not moving toward that, and this guided evolution of an extraterrestrial intelligence may be helping to push us there. Generally, I think that's what Chaim Eshed means when he makes the statement that humanity is not ready yet. And he doesn't give a timeline when he says we will be ready, and he doesn't give any kind of standards like once there's global peace, or once we're able to manage our energy levels, or once we're able to control climate, or any other type of verification is not given. It's just we are not ready yet. And the media ran with this statement, and certainly it's one of the more memorable statements of what Chaim Eshed made in 2020. It seems as if it is. So there is a galactic federation, and then perhaps some kind of shadowy clandestine group like Majestic 12, or some type of group of humans that make the decision, perhaps within intelligence agencies, as to what is disclosed. And then that information is then given to humans, I should say to government officials and the media and such. So it may be a three-tiered system. There's a galactic federation. Somehow there's some kind of communication with some type of intelligence entity that is not disclosed, that is clandestine, that does keep this information classified. And slowly the information is leaked into the government and media organizations. It depends on how humanity thinks that we would handle it, and how the media thinks we could handle it. Induced from the media, then people are going to be scared of it. But if it was handled in a calm and mature tone, perhaps people might be able to handle it with the maturity that it requires. I have taken this, it's not a perfect analogy by any means, but at least within the state of California, when people would say, what would happen one day if they ever made marijuana legal? When I was a kid, people would say, oh, there's going to be chaos in the streets, and people will overturn cars, and the government will immediately be overtaken. And that didn't happen at all, as we saw in the late 2010s, that once the decriminalization or eventual legality of marijuana happened statewide, it was just another day basically. And the same could be true in the state of disclosure. Now, disclosure, albeit, is much different than the legalization of such a plant, but nevertheless, it is a possibility that humanity could handle the situation with maturity. What we would be unable to do or reverse once disclosure occurs is the idea of, have we been reverse engineering different types of technology? Are some of the inventions that humans are given credit, are those perhaps reverse engineered technologies? What happens in terms of who gets this type of technology? What I see artificial intelligence as a tool, and it is a tool that certainly is accelerating human development and autonomy and robotics. Uh, it may be a tool that we've been able to um, receive or develop from reverse engineered alien technology, and it itself could be reverse engineered alien technology. It would almost as if, let's say, we were seeded here with some type of guided panspermia, and alien extraterrestrial intelligence felt, you know what, humanity isn't developing fast enough. Let's give them, let's fast forward their development a little bit, and so we'll make sure that the right inventions are found, or the right organizations are created in order to advance civilization much faster than we once would, much more accurately that we than we once would, and from an a higher efficiency standpoint, continued improvements. If this was something that aliens wanted, due to their own desire for humanity to be a more advanced civilization, I could see that happening. I also could see it as just a, uh, a basically a necessary development that you would get within computing. So, given enough time, if you gave any civilization enough time with a computer, eventually they're going to develop artificial narrow intelligence, then artificial general intelligence, and then eventually artificial super intelligence. This might be an inevitability. So, in terms of could AI be an alien influence technology, I think it could be in itself, but also I am at least open minded to the idea of Philip Corso and the idea that microelectronics, the transistor, and many of the other technologies that we have today may be alien influenced and perhaps reverse engineered, and thus the development that we have with AI today is necessarily also an alien influenced development. So it could go both ways. We could have just the inevitable development from computing, or aliens actually pushing this with different developments that we see in the modern age. Within Judaism, generally, because we don't have one central spokesperson, the idea of humanity not being alone in the universe is a possibility. So there's no direct contradiction. For thousands of years, human beings have looked to the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists elsewhere. And we have seen with the development of modern astronomy, the chances are that we may not be alone. And even rabbinical poseks of the previous century have anticipated perhaps some type of alien disclosure occurring, and that this doesn't necessarily contradict with what we certainly know about our known universe. This would just basically be an addition, or we'd have to adapt perhaps to this type of disclosure. But there isn't something within mainstream centrist orthodoxy that says humans are alone and they can only be alone, and any other type of thought of anything outside of that directly contradicts what our central halacha or Jewish law is. And especially in the more modern age and modern thinkers and the modern Orthodox camp generally, we are much more open minded about this. We see disclosure as perhaps being inevitable. And what happens then with if we have disclosure, how does that affect us as religious people? Well, we can. Absolutely, yes. Generally, the covenant is seen between God and mankind. So any other extraterrestrial entity is generally not a part of that covenant. That doesn't mean that there may not be some type of agreement outside of what humanity knows. In terms of um, the theological possibility, there is no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. There is an essential doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. And if there is a possibility or a worldview that the universe contains many forms of creation, there is the opportunity that perhaps they are outside of what we know within the Hebrew Bible. There have been certainly throughout ancient and medieval Jewish thought that and philosophers who really explored questions about multiple worlds or celestial realms and the nature of existence. Into the modern age, most contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological opportunity. Now, what would happen from a realistic standpoint if, let's just say, on television tomorrow, it was just announced that that we're not alone. From a religious standpoint, at least within Judaism, we would look toward our religious leaders, so our rabbis, and we would ask the rabbis, how is this interpreted? And generally, from my discussions with my rabbinic colleagues, we would continue to have our daily services. We would have Shakars, Mincha, Marav, our morning, our afternoon, and our evening uh, services. We would continue to keep kosher. We would continue to do our best to be observant of Shabbos. So long as there wasn't some type of direct threat to us as a people to continue to worship in the way that we've been worshiping for over 5,000 years, then there isn't anything that would necessarily contradict what we've been doing. Now, there are other aspects that occur in terms of, let's say, we as a people could get off world and perhaps travel with these people. Do we continue to don tefillin on a daily basis every morning? What do you do when you're in low Earth orbit and you are literally going around the Earth multiple times a day? How many times do you don tefillin? These are questions that really weren't foreseen by ancient or medieval thinkers, and it's really would be what what do the Central Council of generally rabbinic leadership feel is best for us? But in reality, no one really knows. So there isn't a perfect answer to it, and humanity, or at least Judaism, would adapt to any kind of event that would occur. But that does not mean that people would not stop being religious immediately. It also doesn't necessarily mean that the religion can't adapt. Even over the course of the last 5,786 years of what is the known Hebraic calendar, we have had to adapt to different events, to different technologies, everything from certainly electronics to the internet, certainly computing, the internet, now AI. How does this affect us as a people? And if eventually there were some kind of event that, hey, aliens exist and we're not alone, okay, well, how does that affect me? Does that mean that I'm going to have dinner with them? Does that mean that it's going to change society? Humanity would adapt in the same way that Judaism had to adapt to the pandemic, where we weren't allowed to meet in person. We would have virtual services, virtual classes. We would adapt in the exact same way. So if that meant that we weren't available to meet in person for a period of time due to alien disclosure, we would adapt. Judaism is an adaptable religion and will continue to be an adaptable religion even after alien disclosure occurs. Now, when it does occur, does that mean people will be as religious as they once were? I see the religion itself as adapting into a more humanistic framework, especially over the course of the last few centuries. It's not as rigid as it once was. There are rigid aspects of some communities, most certainly, but in general, there's been more flexibility, and I think that flexibility will continue to occur. It's an excellent question. So, in terms of Ezekiel, we're talking specifically about Ezekiel 1. And to give some people just an understanding of what we're referencing, this is a vision. And I think personally that this could have been a vision, though other people interpret Ezekiel's wheel and his vision as a UFO or some type of UAP, which I can't counter that by necessarily saying that's not true. What Ezekiel describes is a storm cloud with fire and lightning and four living creatures, Chayot. These four faces are human, lion, ox, and eagle. They have wings. There are wheels within wheels. These are known as aphanim, and a brilliant throne like structure. And then there's a figure described as having an appearance of a human surrounded by radiance. Some modern writers interpret these details as a spacecraft or mechanical wheels, advanced technology, or non human beings. And this interpretation has become popular in many ancient astronaut theories, especially in modern pop culture. Supporters of this ancient aliens philosophy or theory see wheels within wheels. The exact quote in Ezekiel is their appearance and their work was like unto a wheel within a wheel. And they suggest this is something like rotating machinery, propulsion systems, spacecraft components. The traditional interpretation, the wheels are the aphonim, the heavenly beings representing Hashem or God's omnipresence and movement throughout creation. There is fire and brightness. Ezekiel describes fire moving, glowing metal, flashing lightning. Ancient alien theorists compare this to engines or energy fields, advanced technology. Traditionally, we interpret this as divine revelation, perhaps some type of symbolic descriptions of spiritual reality beyond human comprehension. The idea of the living creatures. Some ancient alien theories interpret these living creatures as extraterrestrial biological beings or non human intelligences. Traditionally, mysticism interprets them perhaps as the highest order of angels or cosmic forces that sustain creation. In Kabbalah and Merkava systems, mysticism, generally chariot mysticism, the Chayot, they are not physical creatures but spiritual entities connected to the divine throne. However, I'm going to look at this from a scientific standpoint as well. If I were an ancient individual and I had this vision, or I even really did see something in reality that I'd never seen before, some type of very advanced technology, I would not know how to describe it. And I would do my best to describe it as realistically as possible, but also I may be influenced with some of the halakha, the Jewish theology that's going on around the time, and so I'm doing my best to give a real interpretation of what I saw, in addition to that which I know, and I have a limited standpoint of this. I've certainly seen different descriptions and images of what Ezekiel's wheel looks like, and it could very much look like a spacecraft. There's no doubt about that. In reality, I don't know. I don't think anyone necessarily knows, and that's okay. That's okay to admit that we don't know. In fact, it's very brave. It's much braver, in my opinion, to say we don't know than to say it's absolutely a vision or absolutely it was a real UFO that would have been seen. From a modern speculative perspective, some people ask if intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, could ancient prophets have encountered something beyond their understanding? And maybe this is a version of it. And this may be the best way that a prophet may have been able to interpret something that was off world or extraterrestrial. It could go either way. And the fact that it is such a unique part of the Hebrew Bible, and the fact that we don't have a lot of other texts about any kind of ancient alien craft definitely leads people to want to believe. There's the idea, I want to believe. And many people want to believe this theory as well. So, from my perspective, I think it's brave to say, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Both are potentials. It could have just been a vision, it could have been a real UFO, um, uh, a close encounter. I would love there to be. I'd love there to be some kind of secret understanding that this exists, but unfortunately, we don't have that kind of evidence. There is no known point in Jewish history where rabbis taught that there was a galactic federation or had really contact with an interstellar alliance. That idea is more modern, but there are some clues if people want to interpret this way. So traditional Jewish thought often assumes that the universe is filled with many levels of existence. For instance, there are angels, perhaps spiritual messengers or forces. There are the holy living creatures in Ezekiel's vision. There's the Ophanim, the heavenly beings associated with the divine chariot. The Sarim, the spiritual princes or governing forces associated with nations or realms, and just worlds in general in Kabbalah, different levels of reality. So perhaps a medieval rabbi or medieval Kabbalist might say creation is not empty space, it is filled with many forms of intelligence and existence. Now, this council of this galactic federation, some Jewish texts do sometimes describe a heavenly assembly, and if so, people want to reference that within Psalm 82. There's the idea Hashem or God stands in the divine assembly. In Job 1, the sons of God or sons of Hashem appear before God or Hashem. And then also in Kings, a vision of heavenly beings surrounding God. So some ancient interpretations imagine perhaps a divine court or heavenly council. And if people want to say this is what the Galactic Federation is and was just referenced in ancient texts in as best a way as possible, then there's a potentiality of that. I would want more information regarding this, but in terms of rabbinic literature and discussions, there isn't a secret group that has some kind of connection with an off world entity aside from what I just referenced. Well, it is not considered part of direct Jewish canon, so it's not part of Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, but it did have major influence on Judaism, specifically in the Second Temple period and into the centuries thereafter. So basically, to give people an understanding, this book is originally written in Aramaic with possibly portions with Hebrew influence, and it's later translated into Greek and perhaps Ethiopic. Um, and fragments were discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, which really lend, especially in the mid 20th century, much more in, an increased uh, an increased desire in what was actually in there. The book consists of generally five major sections. There's the Book of Watchers, the Book of Parables, the Astronomical Book, Dream Visions, and then the Hebrew Bible. So it's not to say that he's not an individual. He's seen as the seventh person from Adam, so perhaps seven generations separated from Adam. And the idea is that there are this idea, many different ideas within it, but specifically what you referenced, the Watchers. Who are these Watchers? They are perhaps angels assigned to watch over humanity, and instead they rebel. They have a leader, Samjaza, and with other leaders as well. Perhaps about 200 angels descend upon Mount Hermon. And this expands on this Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6 idea that the sons of God saw the daughters of men. Enoch expands on this directly and says the angels desire human women. They marry them and they have children, and their children become giants. And then this discussion of the Nephilim occurs. That their offspring are enormous, that they have characteristics of immense strength, insatiable hunger, violence, destruction, and eventually they consume crops, animals, humans, and chaos spreads. Also, there's the idea of the fallen angel teaches forbidden acts. So, for instance, examples include Azazel, who teaches metallurgy, swords, armor, warfare, cosmetics. Some Jaza teaches magic. Others teach writing or astrology, constellations, even poisons. The idea is not that knowledge itself is evil, but that divine knowledge was misused outside of its proper boundaries. So these are some of the takes that occur within the book of Enoch, and there's a judgment of watchers who, generally, though, the book of Enoch within mainstream centrist Judaism is seen as perhaps apocryphal, but is not anything that uh, is is studied within our normal Talmud classes, our normal Chumash classes, or Torah or Tanakh classes. These are more, I would say, more people who have a desire from a Kabbalistic standpoint to learn more about what is perhaps going on within Judaism, and just the world in general. Now, in terms of the Nephilim, which we referenced, uh, this is mentioned. And so I'd like to make the connection that the Nephilim are mentioned in Tanakh, which, for those who don't know, this is an acronym of Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, translated Torah, prophets, and writings. It's basically the Hebrew Bible that people are maybe familiar with. Now, in terms of the Nephilim, the root is Nephal, which means to fall, and the possible translations are fallen ones, those who have fallen, those who cause others to fall, violent ones, or even giants. So there's that idea as well. Now we have the idea, perhaps, how many times do they occur? Is for those who aren't familiar with the Hebrew Bible? Are they all over the place, or is it limited? It happens twice. The first in Bereshit or Genesis, um, and specifically the translation is the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. And that's the first time that we see this. This is the first biblical appearance of Nephilim. It appears immediately before the flood narrative. It does not explicitly define who the Nephilim are. The interpretation depends heavily on surrounding verses. And then the second occurrence occurs during in Numbers, which is the book of in the Hebrew Bible Bamidbar, which means in the wilderness. The translation is that, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, from the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight like grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Now, this is the second and final appearance that we find. It was spoken by the Israelite spies. There is a chronological tension within Bereshit or Genesis, and it's often interpreted as exaggeration and comparison. Now, the question emerges, uh, how did the Nephilim exist after the flood? Because within Genesis, there's the idea that places them before the flood, and Numbers references them after the flood, and the text does not resolve this issue. The classical explanations of this are that the spies used legendary language to describe fear. There's a comparison theory that the Anakim were compared to legendary Nephilim, and there's the descendant theory. Later groups preserve the name or reputation. From a rabbinic approach, the sons of God can be rulers or nobles, and Nephilim were the violent human elites. So they were not extraterrestrial. From a traditional rabbinic approach, this preserves strict monotheism, it avoids angelic reproduction, and it focuses on human moral comparison. Now, there's the Second Temple tradition, which some ancient writings interpret sons of God as angels or Nephilim as giant offspring. This is found in Enochic literature, which we reference, and it's influential, but it's not universal within Judaism. And then moving into the book of Enoch more, as we previously stated, it isn't part of Tanakh. It was preserved among Dead Sea Scrolls, and it introduces this Watcher's narrative. What we really find is that the from an academic view, there's likely some preservation of older mystic traditions in here. There are possibly legendary heroic figures. There are parallels that exist in Near Eastern literature, and Genesis preserves only fragments. There are other discussions that occur that many times people connect the Anunnaki. This is discussed as a divine council of figures. It's not identical to the Nephilim. This is a more Mesopotamian idea and is not referenced within the Hebrew Bible. Also, within Greek stories or Greek tradition, demigods, divine human offspring themes, no direct link necessarily to Nephilim. From a rabbinic Judaism standpoint, we emphasize that the Nephilim were of moral corruption, human responsibility, and divine judgment. There are some theories in the modern age that propose these were advanced beings of extraterrestrial origin or concepts, but these are not found in ancient Hebrew texts. So, kind of to summarize, they're mentioned twice, at least within the Hebrew Bible. Perhaps this reference is to giants. Some traditions say that it's to angels, and then they have much more of a role, perhaps, within the Book of Enoch. It's an excellent question, and there are parallels there. Excellent. Well, before we do so, may I please just kind of tie up the Chaim Shed development that happened last month with an interview that he had? Yes, thank you. And also to the point that you made, I'd love to meet with you again in the future, perhaps multiple times or a series if need be. And I'd love to have these types of conversations with you. So, with that being said, I am very excited for that opportunity. Uh, in terms of Chaim Shed and what happened with him after December 2020, it's an excellent question that many people had. I had. What happened to this old man who made all of these claims? Did he just disappear? And if so, why did he disappear? So, in answer to that, yes, he did disappear. Thing about him really until June. We had this event happen just last month. And additionally, we're celebrating the 79th anniversary of Roswell this month, which is serendipitous as well. And specifically, this event happened on June 10th, 2026. Chaim Eshed met with Uri Geller, for those who don't know, Uri Geller is also an Israeli. Many people have associated him with the supernatural and his delving into that. But he's a recognizable Israeli who interviewed Chaim Eshed and address public inquiry. And for those who may want this information and don't speak Hebrew or don't have a translation, this interview is in English, which is helpful. And Geller opens by acknowledging that they've had thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And I gotta say, what I had suspected happened potentially did, that there was a Men in Black encounter. Eshed attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Eshed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he consulted with others, including Geller, which is absolutely fascinating that perhaps he was threatened, perhaps he just felt more comfortable staying quiet. But then there's an interesting aspect. Now, at 87, he went quiet, and now at 93, he feels comfortable to come back and talk about all this. One of the things that I found very interesting with his discussion with Uri Geller is that he doesn't take any step backs on what he stated. He still believes that there's a galactic federation. He doubles down on it, which I find to be of extreme interest as well, because he could have very easily said, "Oh, my words were being misinterpreted," or that this all got out of control, or that there were mistranslations of my book or of my interview. That's not what I meant. But he doesn't do that at all. He doubles down on it and says that he was potentially threatened. And with that, perhaps the next time we meet, there will be other developments. He is 93 years old, so perhaps he is moving towards the latter stages of his life. But from the interview that he does, he still seems of his sound mind, and speaks very good English as well. So for anyone who wants to see that directly, I recommend looking up Uri Geller and Chaim Eshed's interview. With that being said, yes, I do stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. And I'm really excited to be able to talk about what I do and why I do it. This is essentially a Truman Show or a Big Brother. It's a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement and human existence. I started this during the pandemic when my role, in addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and been a Scrum Master, worked with development teams in software. And my position went from going into work every day in a suit and tie to being remote. And so I went from someone who was going to synagogue 3 times a day in black hat, black suit, all of that, to now living this digital world, or and having some type of social media footprint. And my days went from being on camera from 0 hours a day to anywhere between 8 hours for work and another 2 or 3 or 4 for different services that and classes that I was taking, and eventually became, I would say, much more comfortable on camera than I was previously. And my anxiety of being on camera so much was really lessened, that I had the opportunity to basically have more than half of my day already on camera. And I felt like I'm not doing anything that's so secretive, then why not just give people access to the other part of my day? And I had seen The Truman Show and the television show Big Brother, and I thought, you know what? This was always something that had been hypothesized, that something like this may occur. What if I do it, but instead of it being against my consent, or with no consent in the case of Truman Burbank in The Truman Show, I give my consent? And what would happen with that, alongside my knowledge of software and just information technology? I had learned that data in 2017 had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist, which always stuck out in my mind, that data could have a major impact on society society. And this could potentially be a really great opportunity to give myself a platform to be able to promote positivity, to be able to promote world peace, to be able to promote ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. These are all things that I'd like to see over the course of the next generation or two, and certainly into the coming centuries, to be able to eradicate world hunger, to be able to eradicate world thirst using technologies like the digging of wells or the kind of process known as desalination technology. And I thought, you know what? If I am already so comfortable being on camera, why not only stream what I do, but archive it for people in the future? I started streaming in fall of 2021, though before then I was archiving my life on just aspects of my life specifically. This all started, I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And so I'd make little jokes to myself and I'd upload those videos to the cloud, not public by any means, for my potential future family, God willing, one day to be able to see what their dear old dad was like before he had met their mother, before they were even a gleam in my eye, and to see a little aspect of what life was like during the pandemic. And that was taking me a long time, just from downloading the information, re-uploading the information. I thought there's got to be a better way, and there is. It's streaming. And so in fall of 2021, I created my first YouTube account, my first Twitch account, and many of the other social media platforms, and very quickly recognized that if I want to do this 24-hour day undertaking, I need to do it on more than just one device. I need to have redundant streams. I need to have backups because app crashes happen, disconnects happen, and all of the other technological issues that occur. So what I ended up doing was buying over 33 different devices, everything from laptops to Chromebooks to tablets, iPhones, Android devices, you name it, and giving myself the opportunity to put cameras all around myself, which I think is really interesting. And I'll show people when they want to view what my life is like. You can literally go back for the last more than 4 years, nearly 5 years, and watch most every second of every moment of my life. And the way that you can do this is by typing into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filtering by live. And for anyone who has the opportunity to do that, what you will see is more data than you've ever seen of any individual ever. So what we have here, we type Rabbi Rothschild, and the key is we want to filter by live. And when we do that, you're going to see more cameras than you've ever seen on an individual ever from all different angles. We have side angles, we have ceiling cameras, we have side, certainly straight on cameras. Whatever you want to view or however you want to view me, you have the opportunity. And this, I think, is a really interesting opportunity, perhaps for AI to be able to study humanity from multiple angles. And I recognize that I was doing this project over a year before large language models became even known in mainstream society. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022, and a user in November 30th, 2022, when it launched. So I've been able to see the birth, or in its own way, the birth of AI from a public standpoint that's really taken over our daily lives. I've been able to see the launches of certainly Gemini and Claude and Perplexity and Grok, you name it, and how they've improved. I've been able to see the transition of when you were able to very easily jailbreak ChatGPT to now that it's much more closed off system. We've been able to tell the story, not just of my life, but also the birth of AI, which I think is really interesting. Moreover, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I keep a radio on in the background. So you literally can go back to any moment of my life over the course of the last more than 4 years, almost 5 years, and know what was going on in world history. And I feel this is going to be very interesting for the people of the future to be able to study from a timeline or time capsule type of a medium. It's essentially in a previous generation, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, but I just use video as a way to capture this information. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen Olympic Games and World Cups and every kind of sporting event. We've watched most every kind of movie and film and documentary out there, listened to every major album of every major artist. This is really a compendium of human existence. And not only am I telling a story of my life? Not only are we telling world history, but it's an opportunity for AI to be able to learn about human behavior, to be able to learn about eating habits, sleeping habits, certainly circadian rhythms, the human psyche. I think it's very interesting as well that we'll be able to study micro behaviors, especially because I have so many different angles, cameras from so many different angles to be able to study humanity. And I think another really interesting aspect of this is that which we can't even predict yet. Once the ability for AI to be able to timestamp every single video that I have and to put it in all the major languages that we have, what can we learn from this? And perhaps we'll be able to zoom in. We'll be able to enhance the quality. We'll be able to enhance the sound. Everything will be translated. It's essentially a modern day uh, Bible, as it's been described. I'm not comparing it with that, but in its own way that the Bible tells the story of the Jewish people, this stream tells the story of my life within Judaism. And I do my best to be as open to people. So for anyone out there who is like, well, I can watch your life and that's cool, but I want to communicate with you, you can do so 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I have people who live alongside me who have been inspired by this journey that we're on, who now stream their own lives in there. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. I've been going for more than 1,700 days. This is a huge amount of data that will eventually be discovered by the masses. I will go viral. And when I do, I want to give back to all the people who have helped me along the way. I want to push for disclosure. I talk about futurism in ways that many people haven't heard before. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Certainly things like terraforming of other planets, space elevators, space tourism, a Bering Strait tunnel, clearing of the Darien Gap, a Gibraltar Bridge, perhaps, the idea of a transatlantic tunnel, connecting people, universal translators, artificial general intelligence, certainly artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy. I talk about things like Santa Claus machines, which are basically replicators. Think of a 3D printer that's not just connected to plastic, but all of the different elements in the periodic table that can make whatever you want. I talk about things like de-extinction. Many people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the pirate ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made recent headlines with their dire wolf hybrids. Following their that project, they want to uh, really reintroduce the um, the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle within the next 2 years, which will, to me, I don't know why more people aren't talking about such a scientific innovation. They want to do this using Asian elephant surrogates. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. These are fascinating topics that you're not going to hear everywhere else. Moreover, I talk about life for you, and most of the audience was probably about age 80 years old, but we're moving into a new generation where we may be living to age 100, 120, perhaps longer, perhaps being able to reverse age, utilize types of technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, you name it, we're going to be living longer. At least people on Earth are going to be living longer. We have the discussion of certainly transhumanism and perhaps revivification technology, and moving into the idea of mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, and I say this is all with someone's consent, but if they want, you may in the future be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and saying to the audience is that we are on the precipice of something major here, perhaps the idea of a digital immortality. These are just some of the topics that we talk about in addition to the push for alien disclosure and the Galactic Federation and all of the things that we covered. I find this to be a fascinating project that to which I've dedicated my life, and it's just a matter of time. I want to do this for the rest of my life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And I'd like to take this project to the world. I'd like to give people eventually a first person view of what a human life is like for as long as I can live. And I think people will be able to study this, learn more that we have much more that unifies us than that which divides us, that we may not be alone in the cosmos to try to answer the big questions that exist. And my life is a dedication to that. So if anybody's looking, how can you find me? As I showed previously, Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by live. You'll see more content there than you've ever seen of any creator ever. I can say that bar none. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. This is going to be a trover. I write regularly. So you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com. I don't just write on religious topics. I write on certainly justice topics, social justice, technological topics, whatever it is that I find of interest and other people find of interest, I'm writing about it. So I'm always creating content, and it's just a matter of time until enough people hear about what I do and this project. It's going to go viral in its own way. It may be one of the biggest events in global history. And when that occurs, God willing, we're going to push the disclosure aspect of it as well. So with that, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And we will consider this part one of perhaps future parts in the future where we will connect and talk about all of those things that you've referenced earlier. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I want to thank you, and I want to thank your audience. Excellent. You as well. Do you mind if I send you my relevant websites that you could put in the description? I'd sincerely appreciate that. Absolutely. And then we'll let a little bit of time go, and then we'll reconnect and schedule something else. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. You're a wonderful interviewer. Take care. Absolutely. How did it go? I thought it went well. Really? Yeah. What'd you think of him? He's a really nice person. Very smart. Very smart. Impressively smart. So, Jax, if you hear me, I think you're an impressive individual. Impressively smart. Are you happy with the way it went? Absolutely. It could have been much more challenging. He could have. He stuck to what he wanted to reference, which I felt was important and helpful for me. Was that good? Yeah. And for anybody who's watching this, it's like, do you always talk to yourself afterward? No. Um, I or well, I do my best to, but you'll hear if anybody watches my streams. I don't normally talk there after. But I do. I brief myself on these things because I feel it's important to be able to uh, hear what I'm doing, to learn. What would I have done better? There's always something you could always do better in anything. So what would it be? Um, I probably would have studied Enoch a little bit more, but it's not like I didn't know what I was referencing. So that's good, but it's just it's a large amount of information to learn. So, are you happy? Yeah.
Maybe there's a lot of people off very late at night. I heard there's something going on in the middle of the night as well. A lot of the sheep were running through the night. A lot of the travelers through the night. Farm has said a beautiful picture that somebody took of Joe was rocky after Coco and didn't even know what it was.
Are you happy with it? Yeah. Could it have gone better? Um, I don't know what it was, but like there were parts where I couldn't always hear what he was saying. Just at one part, I don't know if it was my internet or what. Probably. So, I've got to say, I he was really great. Do you really think he's a good interviewer? Yeah, and he's really smart. He knows the topics well that we were referencing, and oh man, is there anything you would have wanted to do? Talk about more? How about that? He might answer that question. What didn't we talk about? Dude, I could talk about myself. And I went into that. So that was cool. And it was cool that he let me show my screen and all my different streams. Are you happy? Yeah, dog. Um, I'm happy. Now, I've got two interviews tomorrow, and I'm not. I lack the confidence that I should have in them. But there are two topics that one I should be fine. It's whether the guy thinks I'm professional in futurism. The other one is on climate, and that one's just difficult because I don't know. That's such a big topic. It could be so many different things. I wish it would have been like, oh yeah, I'm going to ask you about these these climate topics that are. That's a difficult one, and I feel I kind of almost blew it because he's like, I was like, so what is this about? Are you happy it's over? Yeah. Those are. What would you say? You were never someone who ever thought you'd be doing the podcast circuit, not like this. But you listen to podcasts almost exclusively. Like you don't watch TV. What's the last TV show you watched? I mean, maybe like I've streamed something, but like to actually turn on the TV, it just doesn't happen. Why? TV's complicated. Um, I don't know. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Did you think he was a nice person? Do you think he'd get interviewed? Yeah. Could it have gone any better? Just my internet could have been better. But he seemed to be happy. And would you? You better send him your stuff, your links. So that's important. Oh, I know what I would have changed. I didn't mention my link tree. So that is something I would have mentioned. That's a good thing. Dude, there's this girl who she was my neighbor as a little kid, as a young person, and well, actually, my neighbors at one time we had a pond behind us. So there's nobody behind us, but to my left, to my right, and across the street, they all went to Harvard, and actually the neighbors I knew best, both the husband and the wife went to Harvard. So I had like four, like basically I was surrounded by Harvard graduates, and this lady who lived next door, she had these daughters, and I didn't ever really know anything about them, but they were beautiful, and the lady was pretty too. And then next door to them, there were the other girls, and they had two daughters, right around my age. And I don't want to say I ever had a huge crush on, because I had a crush on the next door girl, like, but I can remember, and I still think about this, that those girls came over to my house and rang the door, but they had such courage to ask me to play. And boys and girls are kind of supposed to be separate back in the day. And I was not able to play with them, and I was just crushed. But I just remember how much courage it took these girls to come ask me to play. And it would be years later, and she would grow up, she'd become really beautiful. I don't know her name to this day. So nice, and I just remember being like when you're traditionally, when you're a little kid, you can play with girls, but then you start to get to be middle school and stuff. And I think my parents knew where my mind was going to go. I was going to hook off at 11. And where'd you up? And which one? But I just remember how brave they were. And I don't really ever remember playing with them. They just lived like 100 feet away. But I was always busy. Anyway, I've been thinking about that shit. Just what would have happened if I was allowed to play with them that one day. Really? Yeah. Why? Why aren't you allowed to play with them? Well, I think, we're from a secular family and we were religious, and it was just. But I don't ever remember seeing their mom. I'm sure I saw their mom a million times, but she doesn't stand out now. But I remember those two girls were very attractive as a little kid. Um, I remember this one time I was in the car and my friend saw them and he was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "I know." He's like, "Dude, your neighbors are super hot." I was like, "I know." My parents had this party once, and I remember we were like, all the boys were like, "There are girls live over there." And it was like, it's never allowed to happen. What would have ended up happening? Like, give your parents some credit. I would have ended up getting really close with those girls, and would have been still been with something. Really? Yeah. Which one? I don't know. One girl. I think we were the same age, and then she had a sister who was like a year younger than me. So they were both. When like they probably thought similar things, but when you see something, it just seemed like they had this beautiful existence. I'll never forget the flag they had. They had one of those like flags like this that they put up every summer, and they had a beautiful house. They just seemed like everything was put together, and I'm sure they had their own stuff. But I don't remember those girls' names, even though we lived like a house down from each other. But I think about it. They were always doing stuff, and they'd wave to me, and I was just like, "We're gonna hook up if we hang out. We're gonna hook up." Really? Yeah. They'd wave to me. They'd always be playing jump rope or hopscotch. They had chalk. They were always in their driveway. They'd be playing basketball. I remember the girl would play basketball. I'd be like, "I'm playing basketball. Why can't I play against her?" No. And I remember even like she didn't play basketball, and then like as she got older, she played basketball. And she played with her sister, and it was like, "But you're not allowed to go." So why? Because I would have ended up hooking up with those chicks. So it was heartbreaking, but it would happen. They were so nice. I just remember they'd be like, "You guys know that I'm not allowed to hang out with you, and you're still nice to me." And they were beautiful. Really? I mean, for a little kid, I don't. I kind of remember like little aspects of them. I haven't seen them in 25 years, but I'm sure they became beautiful. And the girl lived next door. She had. There were two girls who lived next. There were two houses. There were like four girls, like all of my age, and I remember this girl. I thought she was the prettiest girl, and she had a single mom who was a Harvard lawyer, and she was. I never got to know these girls' names and nothing. I remember one time they got locked out of their house though for some reason. I don't know why. They were just hanging out in their car in their driveway, which nobody does.
and my parents were home. And I put on this Adidas tracksuit that I had, this black and white Adidas tracksuit. And I went and we had like this like flower bed that was like tiered, like stairs. And I just went there and sat there, and I wanted these girls to see what I looked like. Because I thought they were beautiful. And it was outside my window. I could see, and I could never like. I would always be trying to look and see what this girl looked like because she just seemed so beautiful. Like I couldn't comprehend it, and I to this day have no idea what she looked like. Like it was like in Home Improvement where there was always something black in somebody's face or something. But and then the people next door, they both went to Harvard, and I think he was an engineer. So we had a Harvard lawyer next door. I think across the street was a Harvard doctor. I don't remember exactly. And then next door we had a Harvard engineer, and his wife was in television. And I was just like, that was so cool. And I remember, I want to say she had the guy across the street went to Harvard. They eventually had a baby. And the people next door, they eventually had. I want to say I was at their baby shower. It was like the first baby shower I ever went to a child. And, but maybe she wasn't, I want to say she was the one who got pregnant, but maybe she was having the baby shower for someone else. I don't know. But I was surrounded by people who went to Harvard, and I still don't think it was the best school in the country. Really? When I think about these girls, I think about their flag, I think about them playing basketball, I think about them just being in their driveway. They were always doing so. They're always so nice to wave. And I still think about them. I hope they're doing okay. I'm sure those girls are successful. Why are you sure that those girls are successful? They had some privilege. Is there anything you would say to them? I just would thank them for being so nice to wave, and I'll never forget looking down the stairs and seeing those girls there, and they could kind of see me, and I wanted to play with them, but I wasn't able to. What was the excuse that was given? I had to study. I remember that. You can't come in because he has to study. See you later. It was just like this time in my life where I didn't have any worries. I shouldn't say that. I've always had worries. The one time in my life I didn't feel like I had worries was when I was 3. Ever since 3, I felt like I've had worries. Alright, dog, send your links. Bye. What do you think about? You still think about these films? Yeah. What do you think about? They would have been. They would have been the biggest Instagrammers. They were like really, they would have been really big Instagrammers. They had a really clean garage. I always wanted a garage like this. That was good. Like your garage and everything. We just had shit. They always had like bikes and dolls and that kind of furniture. What did you have? Hmm, shit. Alright. So you did that interview, which is tight. Was that a good interview that you had? These girls are always playing tag. They just seem like they had such a quaint life, and I would just want to share with them. Like, my life is not as easy as yours. It doesn't seem that way. I'm always having to study. I get pressure. They just seem like they seem to vary the hills or Laguna Beach. They would just like they would just be on their fucking phones if we had them. Really, yeah. Then I just remember they just that meant the world to me. And did you ever get to see them growing up? I didn't get to see their beauty fully.
you did it. You made it. You're the #1 live podcast in the world right now. How we feeling tonight? How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Joining us tonight, special guest Terrell Shahid over there on the saxophone. Austin, local legend. Of course, on the drums, the great and powerful Michael Gonzalez. Mueling is out touring tonight. We are here with the band leader, the legend, every show in Austin, Texas. The one and only John D's on the keys. And fan favorite, and one of my own personal favorites, the great D Madness on the bass guitar. A lot of fun stuff planned for tonight's episode. Before we started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well. You know, thank God I might be one of the best fucking comedy bookers on planet Earth, because when I smell talent, I attack. It's always been that way. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present you two of the best goddamn comedians on planet Earth and two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Two of my funniest friends. Make some noise for Dan Soder and Mark Norman. Let's fucking go. High-ranking elite guests of the show. Two of our favorites. Two of the funniest. New York's finest. New York's finest. Not just in comedy, but in life. On 9/11, they were saving people, pulling them from the buildings. Oh, how about a hand for the lovely Heidi, everybody? I mean, holy shit. Right when this sausage fest got a little too sausagey, here she is to add a little feminine energy, some good mojo. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Follow her at Gina, AAA.HG. It's the worst Instagram handle of all time. So completely hot. Worst marketing of all time for a hot chick, literally. Gina is not even her name. Her name is Heidi, and her Instagram is Gina with 3 A's, .hg. That makes no sense. I've been calling her Gina all night.
It's also weird that her Instagram handle's like a tough Wi-Fi password.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, we're happy to have you guys. Welcome. We have one more special treat, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest band members in the history of the show is here, joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, you know her, you love her. This is the great Jet Ski Johnson, everybody. Oh, shit. Only the old school fans know about that shit. Jet Ski's hilarious, and she also plays the horn, but she has a live mic and is absolutely phenomenally hilarious. And when she says something funny afterwards, everybody goes, brum, 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 brum. You guys get it?
Yes.
Do it. You have to do louder than that. Try again. Okay, there you go. You guys get it.
I like that.
Hell yeah. It's fun. You'll see when it happens in action. She's a fucking little sniper. Hi, Jet Ski.
Hey, I know Heidi, all personalities.
There you go, motherfuckers. Absolutely. Other than that, you guys know how it works. Over 200 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to perhaps get 60 seconds on this stage. We'll let this little hanger fucking go up first. And while we wrangle the first comedian, and as you know, they get 60 seconds, you know their time is up and you're the son of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up. Then they bring out the angry best Hollywood bear. And then we interview them. We talk to them about anything that could be happening in their lives or what might makes them interesting or what might be funnier for them to talk about. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, we grab the lucky human that will be going first out of our fucking holes. We have a regular on this show. He has been starting every episode for the last few weeks. He's an absolute fucking sensation, a local icon, a comics comic, and also a fans comic, an absolute freak of nature, a bundle of energy, a power source. He literally is like a solar panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great and powerful 66 seconds uninterrupted from Casey Rocket. The world is a vampire. Hell yeah. There we go. Very cool. Hell yeah. Playback music. Alright. Very cool. Get lost. God, I'm riffing for two tonight, boys. I'm pregnant. Okay. Cool. Get lost. God. Nights like this, I wish I was still covered in mud, hiding from the predator. You know what I mean? Just hoping to get close so I can steal a kiss. Alright. I gotta get out of here. I got a date tonight, fellas. Yeah, her name, Hot Singles. Her location, in my area. The sex, casual and anonymous. No strings attached. Is she HIV positive? Oh no. Is she gonna try to steal my wallet later? Oh yeah. Is it a decoy wallet? Oh hell yeah. I'll take it on. Casey Rothschild. Absolute force of fucking nature. And meanwhile, you've done it again. Thank you, boys. Happy to be here. Hello. He's also running for mayor. Pleasure's all mine, Tony. Happy to be here in the 21st District of Austin today. Absolutely. Zero laughs, okay. Sorry about that. It's going good. It's going good before. Oh, shit. In the moment, Wild, the great Jack the Riffer. Some people call him. You have a lot of these nicknames, right? Cal Rifkin Jr., yeah. Riffy Lawn Stockings. The boy who reffed.
The Hack Brown Band?
I didn't realize that one of them actually. Ken Riffy Jr., perhaps? Ken Riffy Jr., yeah. Cool. Riff Raff, yeah.
Juicy Bombs, Choose Riff?
Yes. Yeah, riffs, it's what's for dinner. Yeah. Riffing strokes for riffing folks. That's right, yeah. Stuff like that. Most of it out too. Red Band got excited on that one. I love it. So what's been going on, Casey Rocket? Everything good? Been good. Yeah, I was in Chicago Thursday, Wisconsin Friday, rally yesterday. Been going around. It's been going good. So been doing that. Philly tomorrow. Big laughs. Yeah. Wow. You're just flying around. So rally yesterday. What kind of rally was it?
Was there a tiki torch?
It really does look like he sets up the rallies.
Yeah. You look like the first half of the show intervention.
That's not true. Now, the interesting thing about Casey is that, and I don't want to blow your cover or get too personal, but you're sober, right?
Yeah,
I'm sober. I've been sober for years. Yeah, made that music.
Yeah, tell us some stories.
Yeah, there's some residual stuff going on for sure upstairs.
Haze?
Yeah, you don't get sober from that. That's permanent. It does appear as though you did do enough drugs to just last. Ride the wave.
Casey, can I ask you a personal question?
Absolutely.
Was it huffing?
Yeah, we used to huff ether. Yeah.
Nice.
Ether, air duster,
Whippets?
whippets.
Yeah. But you need Nick?
You know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to huff. Yeah, Hillary Duff huff. Yeah, I used to huff. Yeah. That's all about it. Yeah, there's a demographic for huffing.
Are you a religious guy? Where do you get your energy?
That's where you
Yeah.
it's clear energy from the
Oh, yes. He's got the Lord in him.
None of it's from God.
It really is.
He does. You
For all this Pentecostal shit, you fucking nuts.
got born again Christian vibes.
It is true. You ever go to church, Casey?
No, really?
No, not me.
What happens if you step inside of a church?
Turn us down, I guess. Yeah. Just take a straw, put it right in the holy water, let it know you're there. Yeah. I love it.
Atheist.
Atheist. I didn't say Caseyist. I was like,
I'm a
I
Caseyist.
think you have a new name for your fans.
Caseyist.
There you go.
Yeah, Casey enthusiast. We were in Chicago on Thursday, and big What? Yeah.
Gee. Somebody. Goddamn. That Chinaman scared me.
Jesus, that is like you're trying to show anger.
Casey, you're an absolute fucking machine. No better way I can imagine in the world to get an episode of this show started with your energy, with your jokes, your fucking big, big boom, boom. You really are.
Thank you guys.
Sir.
Yeah, it was so fun. Thank you.
This is the Sir Casey Rabbi, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you do it. The regulars of Kill Tony are freaks of nature. Now we go to the bucket. Now this is where we found all of the regulars. This is where anything can happen. Maybe it's the best stuff we've ever seen in the history of the show. Maybe it's the worst. Maybe they're a genius. Maybe they're insane. Maybe they're a 20-year veteran. Maybe it's their first time. Your first fucking pull of the night, getting 60 seconds uninterrupted, goes by the name of Raul Sanchez. And here we go.
Thank you. I like drinking, man. Makes me a pleasant human being. Sometimes I get a little too fucked up, though. Like, one time I got so drunk, I caught myself speeding on the highway because I confused the number of the highway with the speed limit sign. I was like, 97, fuck. That was pretty specific, huh? Yeah, I better go 92 just to be safe. You know how they cops out around here, man. You guys never got that fucked up? Dude, one time I was at a bar, I got hammered, right? And I started talking to this chick, and we hit it off, right? So I decided to buy one of those condoms for the machines in the bathroom. Yeah, and then later that night, we were about to get it on. I opened it up, and it was 2 Advil. Well, some drug dealers like me, technology's coming a long way.
Gracious. Sanchez has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable man. Oh my goodness. Now, Raul, I know you. You're a fucking great comedian from Dallas, am I correct?
San Antonio.
San Antonio, that's right. You run the show there, correct?
No.
No?
No, that's my first time.
But I know you from. How did you end up opening for me then?
I opened for you in Cap City when I used to live here.
That's right.
And you were coming down here.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I had you do it a few times after that, right?
Yeah, a couple of times. I think 2 or 3 times I think you're
You're fucking hilarious.
I appreciate it.
You. I love it. Now you're in the mix.
Yeah, man. That was killer, and you're really good. And this is true Mexican fashion. You're gonna take our jobs.
It is true. Dan.
What I love about Raul is he feels like you're just hanging out with a dude you work with. And then you get drunk with him, you're like, dude, Raul's fucking hilarious. You're hilarious. It's fucking nuts.
That's all the landscaping guys get together.
Then they call him gay for being too funny.
Right.
Tell me about it. So, you're a freak of nature. How long have you been doing stand-up?
13 years.
13 motherfucking years. I love that. I love that people that have been doing it that long sign up for the show. You come here, you fucking flex, you showcase your goddamn skills, and now look at you. You're right here, absolutely thriving in the mix. How do you make a living just from stand-up?
Stand-up, and I also get disability from the VA.
Oh, wow. You're a veteran.
Yeah. 4 years in the Army.
Mexican Army?
Airborne infantry. Sorry.
You were in the Air Force?
No, airborne infantry. It's a better plane.
Okay.
Oh, boy, the migrants are getting good. Iraq and Afghanistan, there was a lot of like just busting people's doors open all night.
Killing kids.
No, it's like fully grown men.
All right.
I feel like if someone from the army was here, they'd go like, kicking doors down and fucking people up.
I love it. So, but sometimes you would jump out of an airplane.
Yeah, I mean, it was like you have to practice it, like for when you, I guess, if we ever get into a real war with like people that got like real stuff.
Right. That's never happened in our lifetime. Instead, you just like to fucking practice a lot, I guess. I can't picture. I don't think I've seen a lot of Mexican people jumping out of the old jumping bean. You know what I mean? I haven't seen this before.
There's a lot, actually.
There are. Is that what we have them doing?
Wait, did you just try to compare Mexicans jumping out of airplanes like to black people swimming? It feels like you made the jump.
I mean,
Like, I don't see a lot of Mexican skydiving.
yeah, I know.
They like the land.
Yeah, it's pretty underground level. Landscaping, land, people. There are people on the land.
It's hilarious.
You come from a big family, Raul?
No, it's just, my sister.
Wow, another stereotype. Completely broken by Raul Sanchez.
Well, actually, we did come over here legally. Like,
I gotta think of the people that said they did have, they had a little girl. Yeah, that's her name. Very nice to see. Very nice. They used to feed birds. They were so nice.
Talk about the army and this. You're an open pamphlet.
That country didn't get captured.
that's what I know.
That's a good one, though. I mean, you're one of the good ones. You come over.
Canadians.
How is that a bad thing? How is that the Mexicans are laughing? So I just got a fucking thumbs up, a brown thumb. I just got
This joke was over the line, and so is he.
I don't want to cross anybody's borders here. That is incredible. So you came here illegally and just joined the army. See, that's fair. That's how it should be. You want to come here illegally? Join the army. Serve your time. The Asian Mexicans not having this.
Asian Mexican.
Well, you don't see him, but he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He looks Sheik Samoan. He's got everything.
I call him Don Lowe.
I love it, bro. That wasn't even a joke. It was a genuine gathering myself. I love it, bro. What else would we be surprised to know about you in your life? This is a very interesting set and interview. You're absolutely killing.
I used to be a drug addict.
Hey. What are we talking? What kind of drug?
Mostly cocaine, like free.
Okay, a lot of people going 97 and a 75 back there. Hell yeah. Where would you do the cocaine? What was like your routine? Where would it get?
My homie was a dealer, and we used to just kick it in his like back room behind his parents' house. Like he set up there, and then we just like stay up all night until go to and through it.
Yeah.
I don't mean to judge your friend, but he sounds like a really shitty coke dealer. It's like, yeah, you want to live and just do all my stash.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad idea.
What would you guys do for fun after you do the cocaine? What would you guys do?
This is around the time that I started doing stand-up. So it was, and after a while, like stand-up started getting away with coke. Yeah, you gotta heat up pretty quick. And I ran out of money, and I just stopped.
There you go.
A natural end to an addiction.
Stand-up started getting in the way of my addiction.
Stand-up one. You guys got coke, you still doing stand-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you got one for the material.
Do you ever get tempted to do it? Do you ever have a moment of weakness?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, what does that take? Does that happen in your life?
Just do it.
Oh, okay. That's the way to do it. Absolutely. He's admitted to 3 felonies here for those of you who are keeping track.
Army, border jumping.
Every time I'm like, he's one of the good ones. He's like, I do cocaine all the time. Okay. And I was in the army. All right. What do you got here illegally? Oh. What do you think about kind of like converting converters? Like, do you get them for free or do you buy them?
No, somebody tried to steal one out of a rental. Out of our house.
I'll have you on the secret show sometime.
Yeah.
Whoa! There you go. You passed the halfway converter test. It's one of the only ways to get booked on the secret show. This is a legit, nice leather joke book. You can fucking do blow off it or something like that. He's generic Raoul on social media, all one word. I mean, that's about as good as it can get out of the book. He makes noise for Raoul Sanchez. Oh, wow. What a start of this show so far. Right now, we're on pace for episode of the year. It happens that quick. Oh, look at the lovely Heidi. I mean, my goodness. Man, I saw D Madness look at her boobs. That's funny. All right, your next book of punk goes by the name of Pamela Galvez, everybody. Pamela Galvez, 60 seconds uninterrupted. Oh, shit. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? So, I want to open up a pegging gym for women so that we can have nice, strong cores because I used to date this bisexual guy and we used to have strap-on Sundays. And, in case you don't know what pegging means when a girl, I guess, wears a plastic dick and puts it in the butt of the guy. And, it made me really appreciate what you guys go through. It's a lot of fucking work. It's a lot of work to do this, and it's very hard to find the hole, too. And I thought, like, all the positions, I thought, like, when he was on top of me, that would be easy. No, that wasn't easy. But, guys, if your dick could get pregnant, you wouldn't want to stick it everywhere. So just, because you guys always want to, like, stick your penises everywhere. So, yeah, okay.
Okay, 55 seconds from Pamela Galvez. You what?
I wanted to stay on time.
There you go. You're on time. Rare for your people.
Yeah, because, I'm never on
What
time.
ethnicity are you exactly?
Dominicana.
Shit.
Dominicana.
Okay, we got it one time. So
She was hypnotizing
I want some rice and beans.
She said it 3 times. You say Dominicana 3 times, guava juice shows up out of nowhere. This is an incredible Dan.
Big Bunny. How many times have you done it?
I did it like 5 times. It was amazing.
Same dude.
Same dude. Yeah, it was amazing. So, ladies, please try it. Oh, it feels so powerful. I was like, now I get it. But it's a good feeling. So, returning the favor.
Anyone else hard?
It's getting hot in here.
Oh shit, there goes the jacket. Look at this. This is like a fucking, alright.
Don't say Dominican again, or they'll appear.
I love it. Has anyone ever told you that you're like if Frederick Douglass and Frederick Krueger had a baby? I like it. How long have you been doing stand-up, Pamela?
3 years.
Where at?
New York City, and LA, and Miami, and you gotta spread around, right? Gotta spread yourself around, right?
Yeah, spread those cheeks.
Yes, exactly. And lube it up too.
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
Start shitting this lady.
I told you I want to open up a pegging gym for women.
Sure.
That idea.
24-hour shitness.
Yeah, that does happen.
Okay, so, Pamela, what do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I am a registered nurse.
Oh, no.
Oh, no! Sex offender. School nurse.
There's the jet skis. The jet skis have arrived. D-Mac. Alright, we get it. You're going TV. There he goes. 15 minutes into the show, his first pee break, everybody. There you go. True professional D-badness.
I bet you're going hard with that thermometer in there, huh? In there, the butthole.
Loop it up, baby, loop it up.
Oh, yeah.
Tony, so I know you wanted to be a heart doctor. See, I had open heart surgery.
Okay.
ASD,
ASD.
atrial septic defect. So heart people.
Okay. So what was the defect? Supraventricular tachycardia?
Yes.
Look at that. There you go. No big deal. Yeah.
What? Tony, you have no heart.
Exactly. I know. It's like the ultimate tale. The man with no heart wanted to be a heart doctor. Oh boy. Shocking. So when did you have the surgery?
When I was 7 years old.
Wow. Incredible.
I wear my scar very proudly. So
I love it. Absolutely.
Wear scars and everything.
Okay, over here.
Sorry.
Really? Oh, yeah. Yes or no questions. What do you do for fun, Pamela?
I like to go to the beach and swim and do comedy.
Okay. You like to swim?
I love to swim.
What kind of swimming do you
Makes
do?
me feel free. Like there's no gravity. You're just you and your thoughts. Yeah.
That's kind of how water works.
Yeah.
That's also how people from the Dominican Republic get here. It's incredible following their ancestors' footsteps there. Pamela, what else? Tell me something interesting about you. Swimming is really cutting it for me.
Yeah, I know.
Where are you at on Dominican saying the N-word? Is that allowed?
Good question.
That's a touchy one. So.
What do you think? You're Dominican? Dominican?
No, I don't like.
You would pass the test on the police.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd pull you over.
Definitely register with an HOA.
So I also do comedy for disabled comedians. Because I'm disabled too. You just can't see it, obviously. And it's very passionate, right? Yeah.
Dan Soder.
The more and more we go on, the more and more I see how crazy that guy is for letting you peg him.
Oh, you know what?
You didn't have to say for it at all.
No, we didn't. He broke up with me on Valentine's Day.
This
So I'm
year?
just now. He just broke up with me on Valentine's Day.
Just recently.
He's gonna handle my craziness.
He broke your heart. You broke his back. Absolutely. On Valentine's Day. Why did he bring it to you? Was it a text call?
Text after 3.5 years.
3.5 years?
3.5 years in a text? Good for fucking his blood, lady.
Yes, thank you. Exactly.
Wow.
Damn, Pegasaurus.
I like that one. Pegasaurus.
Unbelievable. So he left you on Valentine's. You guys didn't get to hang out on Valentine's Day?
No.
Wow. Did you get him anything? Did you have something prepared for Valentine's Day? Perhaps some melted bedroom chocolates or something like that to put under the sheets?
Yeah, that's why you always have to have tissue on the side to clean it up. Gosh, wow, we're still we're talking about poop, snap, and butts.
That's you did. You brought that up. Congratulations. That was your 55 seconds. Created this for yourself. Pamela, here's a little joke book. There you go. All right, we're having fun here. You guys having fun? All right, another bucket full. Here we go. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Jay Hinsdale. Everybody, Jay Hinsdale. Here he is. Jay Hinsdale.
Oh, crap. I was at a strip club during the day recently. I wasn't there for any particular reason. I was just trying to get my mom's engagement ring back. Going to a strip club during the day is weird, though. Going to a strip club during the day is kind of like going to a haunted house at night. It's dark. You feel like you're not supposed to be there. Walls are covered in ectoplasm. Seeing a stripper during the day is weird too. Seeing a stripper during the day is kind of like seeing Batman during the day. They both got cool costumes, but you can see the scars. Batman fights crime, stripper fights crime. The catch and release is a little different for the stripper, but she does keep criminals off the streets for an unspecified amount of time, and if you read the comics, that's better than Batman. Sorry, I have a touch of autism.
Yet another unbelievable minute here tonight. Jay Hinsdale. Am I saying that correctly, Jay?
Yeah, I usually go by JT, but I forgot to add P.
There you go. Absolutely. Well, welcome. Have you been on the show before?
Yeah, I was actually on the show, the first episode you did with an audience after COVID.
At Anto's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our first episode in Austin.
Yeah, you ruined my life.
I did? How did I do that?
You gave me dreams and hope.
Look where it got you.
I know, man.
That's incredible.
It's amazing.
So what have you been doing? How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years now.
You didn't start on the show. You were doing it for a year or so before.
I was doing it for 3 months, and I got pulled. It changed my life, man.
Yeah. Amazing. Tell us more about that. I'm interested for the people at home to hear what happens when you make an impression on Kill Tony. How did it change your life?
I just did. I was 3 months in, man, and I was like, you know, you're at the point when you start where you think you're kidding yourself, and like you, like, were so fucking nice to me. Like, that was crazy. Like, for real. Like, you were, like, you're the reason that I kept going.
I love it. Absolutely.
That would have been the perfect sentence before he shot you.
He does have the name of an assassin. Jay Hinsdale.
They assassinated Tony Hinchcliffe.
It was a great set. Really good set.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Unlike you, your jokes have no fat on them.
Yeah, I know. I once went to an Antifa-sponsored vegan barbecue for trans awareness.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I found out they don't accept trans fats.
Wow.
Yes.
I love it.
You got the face of Shane Gillis and the body of David Lucas.
It is incredible. You are a machine, J.P. Hinsdale. I'm just going to write in the P and call you JP. Is that okay?
That's great, thank you.
All right. So now you've been doing it, what'd you say, 4 years?
4 years, yeah.
And what did you make a living doing it?
No.
Right. How do you provide for yourself?
I had to wait for a relative to die.
Oh, good.
Shows patience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she held on a while. And
Yeah.
You're next, baby.
Yeah. I love it. Who was it, Grandma?
Yeah.
How did she die?
She was just, it was again at that time. I was like, honestly, it just happened this year. It was pretty messed up, man. Like,
Was there okay, Red Man, relax. Jesus Christ.
mostly because my mom didn't die.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, now we know you're picking order.
Yeah, exactly.
She had a pegging order.
Yeah.
So,
Hindsight's 2020 with a dildo.
okay. Okay, JP. Touche. There you go. All right, so what do you live in Austin?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for fun?
Dance.
Right. Have you been signing up a lot? We haven't seen you in.
Yeah, I've been signing up since I moved here, and even before I was coming out every Monday.
So we haven't gotten you on since the first episode in Austin, Texas, which is well over 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And you've been signing up continuously.
Like, off and on when I could get here, but in the past 3 months, I've been signing up every week.
Amazing. Yeah, it's fucking tricky with hundreds of people in the bucket. This is a perfect example of the fucking randomness of the show. But, I was just telling, it was Rogan the other night that, William signed up for, I think it was a year or something crazy, continuously, and he never once got up. And then after a year, we pulled his name out of the bucket. Now he has the record for most appearances and interviews all time on the show. So it goes to show show that fucking, persistence and everything is, whatever, you're fat. Let's do it. What do you like to eat, JP?
Yeah, dude.
Hey, what don't you like to eat? Let's start there.
What's the late night fucking gluttonous pleasure?
Tell us, Taste Oracle.
It's not pussy.
Not pussy. No. When I can, but it's delicacy.
Absolutely
Did you eat it all up, too, buddy?
Like German chocolate cake.
incredible that you're the bucket pool that doesn't have the heart surgery scar between your breasts.
No, it's only because I can't afford it.
Right. Well, you be careful. We might start a heart surgery. Incredible, JP. Do you ever exercise? What's the most shit that you do in a week?
I get out of bed. That's pretty difficult. There you go. I do have a bad leg, so it makes things.
What's wrong with your leg?
I'm broken and I didn't have health insurance, so it just kind of healed wrong.
Oh. Is it visible?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Yeah, we would love to see. Oh, shit, you got a homeless leg.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, man, the ankle goes, for those of you that just listen to the podcast, the ankle stays the same size all the way up to the knee. There's no definition there.
You can put this shit out of a software.
Wait, roll back up, let's see. Okay. JP, anything else that we should know about you before letting you go back?
I did just go out this year as bisexual.
Oh my god!
I did it at 40 just in time for it to be gross.
Holy shit, absolutely.
Now you're gonna be turned down by two genders.
I know.
Yeah,
Twice the rejection. I don't know if my heart could take it.
incredible. I don't think your heart can take much. So what made you come out as bi? How does this happen exactly?
You might understand this, Tony.
Yes, of course. You son of a bitch. What happened? You changed my life, Tony. You made me believe in my dreams, Tony. It's all thanks to you, Tony. You're fucking gay, Tony. So every Monday.
Well, he does have the cattiness of a gay guy.
Like, I don't know. Have you ever been in a relationship so toxic that you consider taking dick again?
What's the again?
I didn't like it so much when I was 11, but I've matured a lot since then.
Hold on, this is all moving too fast for me. This is all moving too fast for me. Were you in a relationship with a girl and she broke your heart?
Yeah.
How did that happen? She break up with you on Valentine's Day?
No, it's like our psychological problems were too connected. It's got bad.
She did?
No.
She's on the pecking order for sure.
Yeah. Not for lack of trying.
He goes, oh, Rebecca. And my stupid dead grandma.
Hell yeah. So how's the bisexuality been working? Are you on an app or something like that?
Guys are fucking savage.
Yeah.
Like, savage.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Bad savage. Like, dude, I don't, like, man, I remember the first night I was out, this, like, guy was like, hey, can I blow you in the bathroom? And I was like, I'm just new to this. I'm not quite ready for this shit yet.
Oh my god, dude, bitch. Dude, get that dick sucked, bro. You wanna suck my dick? I'm new at this.
But literally, like, 5 minutes later, he's like, first he's like, I understand. Then 5 minutes later, he's like, hey, you want me to suck your dick in the bathroom? And I was like, dude, we just talked about this. I was like, take it easy.
Let somebody see your dick.
I know.
Because you're not seeing it.
No.
Jesus.
I had somebody describe it to me once. Apparently, it's majestic.
Well, if it's anything like your leg, it's huge.
What kind of
It's a sight to behold either way.
Yeah.
What are the apps you're on? Uber Eats?
Yeah. Grubs up.
I love it. I love it. So what gay shit have you done?
Well, I was driving Lyft for a while.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I was driving, like, my first night I was driving Lyft, like, I picked up this dude at a bar, and, like, he was just sitting in the back, he was, like, making out with this dude when I picked him up.
He was making out with a woman when you picked him
No,
up?
he was making out with a dude.
Oh,
And then he gets in the car, and he's like, I hate this shit. I'm like, what? I'm like, he's like, I hate hooking up with straight guys. Yeah. And I was like, that guy was straight? And he's like, yeah, he came in with his girlfriend. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he didn't come out that way.
Yeah.
And then he was like, so we're just sitting, talking, having a normal, chill conversation.
While you're driving him?
Yeah.
So where's he going home?
Yeah, he's going home. And then we get to his destination.
Wait,
He's like,
take off your hat again. You're like a gay jelly roll. Look at this, everybody. Look at this fucking smelly roll over here. Oh my goodness. You gonna sing the national anthem for us? I love it.
I mean, if you want, I'll get the words right.
Oh, can you see? Alright. Okay. So what happens then?
Well, he's like, hey, you want me to suck your dick?
Wait a second, we've heard this before.
Yeah.
Dude, why didn't you like a bug zapper for people that want to suck dick? Because everyone's like, I gotta suck this guy's dick. I just want to know what it feels like to have a belly on my head as I blow it out.
It's a moth to a flamer.
Look, I understand it less than you do. I've never heard somebody ask me that question until recently.
Well, it rains and pours.
It does. But he goes like, hey man, you want me to suck your dick? And I'm like, I was like, that's really nice of you. But
You are the worst at turning down fucking hand jobs. I'm new at this. Oh, that's very nice of you.
But then he was like,
All on the clock.
I know. I would have got more than just the tip. So like he's like, thank you, but I'm okay.
By the way, let me just point out that you can tell D Madness is homophobic just because he keeps playing the Law and Order. He thinks being gay is so wrong that it's a crime. Like we hear you, D Madness. You're saying so much with your bass guitar right now. Like that's not. It's not.
Look, I grew up Irish Catholic, so I feel the same way.
So then what happened? I cut off your story.
So then he's like, well, at least let me see it. And I was like, I was an altar boy. It's like, I know that trick. And it's fool me once, shame on you. And then he's like, well, at least describe it to me. And I was like, it was like 2 in the morning. It's like, I've never had to describe my penis. Challenge accepted, So, like, it didn't take long. I explained it. It didn't, after that, he was like, how are you going to describe your penis to me and not let me see it?
Can I ask you how you described your penis?
It's a windy night.
I was new at this.
Yes. I was feeling my loins burning in a certain direction.
I mean, it's distinguished, but it leads a little left.
Just like your leg.
Exactly. It's a structural issue.
Okay.
But anyways, he's like, his logic was sound, so I was like, I guess I have to do it. I don't know this.
Okay. You say this guy argued you into being gay?
Yeah.
Did he pay you for the ride?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's got to be a violation of Lyft.
Yeah, really. It's a good thing I don't do that anymore.
You're a hooker.
I know.
Hey! What kind of dudes are you into? Do you have a specific type? Because you're what you would be described as a bear, is that
I
correct?
guess. That's what everyone keeps telling me. No, technically I'm pansexual, but I don't like
Is
talking
it like
to
frying pan?
Yeah. More of a skillet.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you mean by pansexual? Explain that to us Republicans in the room.
I really hate explaining this, but it's basically, it's not the package, it's what's inside.
They're like holes.
Yes. Yes.
You do?
Yes.
But not the mouths of innocent humans.
No.
Because you're new at this.
I am new at this.
Very, very. So who have you hooked up with?
Well, a couple dudes. I'm not, getting names and shit. I'm not...
I don't want their names.
Okay.
The amount of gay eye rolls that you have probably had so many of them. Fine, you're new.
I love it, JP. I find you to be extremely interesting. How long of a set do you think you've acquired in your 4 years of being a stand-up comedian?
The longest set I've done is 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Where are you originally from?
I'm from, LA.
LA?
Yeah.
That's where your family's from?
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that.
But no, I've been here for I've been here for about 18 years, so I've been here long.
Wow, incredible. You're from LA.
Yeah.
Interesting. You know what, JP? I find your story to be so incredibly compelling. What part of LA are you originally from?
I Long Beach, Burbank.
You've lived all over Los Angeles, and meanwhile, on May 10th, we will be at the Kia Forum. The Forum. Have you heard of this arena? This famous arena? How would you like to do a minute at the Forum in LA?
Yes, thank you. There you go. You got it. J.E. Hinsdale will be performing. You have family there?
No, they're all dead.
They're all dead. What about your pecking order? Is mom still alive?
Yeah, but she's here.
She's in Austin.
She's just around.
That would have been great if he was like, I'm new. I can't accept it. I can't.
I was gonna have you invite her out to the show, but I guess only Grandma's gonna be watching your performance at the Forum. Right, man?
I'd also love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Oh yeah, there you go. He started here, and it will end here. JT Hinsdale at Hinsdale 5000 on social media. You probably never got one of these. Bonsai wasn't with us back then. There he goes. He made it happen. He's just became an arena act, ladies and gentlemen. JT Hinsdale, everyone. And like that, magic happens. He goes from signing up every single week to going back to where he started his life in Los Angeles, performing in an arena, only under the condition that he lets me suck his dick, of course. So keep an eye on that. Can't be taken away at any point. He likes to play hard to get.
Yeah, right.
And soft to get at the same time. It's very bizarre. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, dreams can come true on this show, and none bigger than the one that you're about to see, an absolute force of nature. One of our regulars writes and promotes a new minute every single week. I present to you a freak. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one and only Cam Patterson.
That last nigga gay as hell, dog. Gay as shit. Super duper gay, rare gay. I like that guy. I like bitches. I love women. They cool as hell. I had a threesome for the first time a couple weeks ago, and I made two women come to the same conclusion that I'm pretty bad at sex. I'm mad because I told them that joke, and they laughed harder than y'all did. I hate them hoes. I hate them with my whole heart. That shit really pissed me the fuck off. It was weird because at one point, one of the girls got mad at the other girl because I was fucking the other one too much because her pussy was better. I'm a genius, you know what I'm saying? And so she got mad and went to a different room. So I had to fuck her in different rooms. Just imagine me butt ass naked, 14-inch dick. Don't think about it too hard. 14-inch dick. Super flaccid. I'm soft, not even hard yet. You're just dragging the floor. And I'm running butt ass naked, but my socks and slides still on because when you fuck without your socks and slides on, you gay. That's gay as hell, dog. You fuck butt ass naked, that's gay as shit, right? So I'm running back and forth like a Scooby-Doo chase scene, right? Just fucking just getting that shit, right? And I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good time. I called my homeboy. I was like, hey man, I had a threesome last night. That shit was dope. And I explained I was going back and forth, back and forth. He was like, you have a threesome. They ran a train on you. That's it. Okay, but
Look, yeah, Cam Patterson. I love it. That's it, you man.
yes.
Originally heard about it in an interview.
Yep.
And there it is, the actual bit. Unbelievable. Taking this interview to fucking all turns into material.
Yeah, them niggas already gonna hate me for that one. But,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I'm inside our fuck their mom or something. Yeah.
That's right. Get their moms pregnant.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's the the fun thing about fucking a hater's mother is that you can come inside of her all you want.
Yeah.
Let her deal with the repercussions.
I could be your stepfather, some shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn, what a cool threat. Fuck the shit out of your mom. I'd be like, oh, listen.
I love it. Cam, you're absolutely killing. What else is going on in the world? You really did that, huh? You went to 2 different rooms?
Yeah, they was upset with each other. One of them was mad because I was fucking the other one way too much.
And then you went in there, and what'd you say to her? You're like, hey,
I'm gonna stop being mad, bitch.
yeah.
Okay, that's a direct approach.
Stop being upset, dumbass bitch.
Oh, hell yeah. You threw dumb in there. Absolutely super insulting.
I'm writing it down. Settle down, you dumbass bitch.
Cause some women like to be talked to aggressively, you know what I'm saying? She like to, you know what I'm saying?
But
It sounds like a fucked up bitch.
how do you know who to talk to aggressively and who to not
I
talk to?
talk to the aggressive ones aggressive, you know what I'm saying? She really like overly aggressive, you gotta be aggressive back. Like, I don't hit women, but I shake the shit out of bitch, you know what I'm saying?
How did you know that the one girl's vagina was better than the other girl's vagina if you fucked the one girl first?
I tried both of them.
You tried both
I
of
tried
them.
the old Pepsi challenge.
Yeah, I tried both one. I was like, this is way better.
What do you mean?
It was like the other, just like more wet. You know what I'm saying?
Je ne sais quoi.
You ever had like a stuffy nose and one of your nose is just like one side of your nose is like wet and the other side is just dry shit. That was the other bitch.
Kid, have you ever laid on your side and let the snot fall into the other one and then what I'm saying is you switch rooms, maybe the pussy would go better.
It's too bad there's no nose spray for pussies. Just fuck that shit up, you know?
They needed that shit. I wouldn't tell you my favorite part about the threesome is I went outside on the phone with my homeboy about some shit. And then I came back in and one of the girls was eating the other girl pussy. And I was like, man, life is great, man. And so I decided I had like two issues I could truly go through at this point. And like before I said I could either like just shove my dick in her mouth or like fuck the other one. And I shoved my dick in her mouth. I think that was a pretty good decision.
Yeah, choose your own adventure.
Loose game conference. I was gonna go put a sweat mouth. Don't regret it.
Great idea. I like that a lot.
Let's also take note that during all of this talk about fucking women and women eating each other out, not once have we heard homophobic bass player be mad. Played it 18 times during all of the talk. Literally things are criminal. Unbelievable.
And you fuck with the slides on.
Oh, I got to. Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, because you put socks down on the carpet.
Yeah, you gotta have, you know what I'm saying, good traction.
Yes, you don't according to the liquor store outfit on.
Traction.
Yeah. Cause like you know what I'm saying, like not already carpet, but you like on like raw wolf and shit. You be slipping and shit.
So you stay at the edge of the bed and you bring them kind of towards you.
Yeah, I like to
the slides. It would be hard to keep them on in the missionary position.
I keep them bitches on.
You keep them on.
You gotta grip the hole with your toes like that.
Oh, that is incredible.
It don't come off at all.
Well, those of you just listening to the podcast, he got up on his toes like Michael Jackson.
You gotta grip the hole. Look at me. Look. Grip them bitches. Grip it. Yeah, gotta grip them
That is incredible. This guy just agrees with whatever you say.
Yes, Mr. Black Man. Okay.
Yes, sweet ass on my candy for your uniforms.
Man, come on, fuck with it all, you know what I'm saying? We're trying to go to Florida and play in the air, you trying to get there, bro. I did that before.
Oh, yeah.
I was like 19, not playing basketball like a year, did that before.
I can say nothing about those skills.
All right, Cam, I mean, you did it again. An absolute unbelievable performance yet again. Just joke. Nobody does it quite like Makes some noise for Cam Patterson, everybody. Come on, you can do better than that. Make some noise for Cam, everybody. God damn it. Out there daydreaming. Your next bucket pull is from the inside. He is one of you. Make some noise for Tanner Amiglio. Tanner Amiglio from the inside. Well, no, is that him? Tanner, you here? There he comes. All right. How many of you like it when people do good on this show? How many of you like it when people do bad on this show? Oh, there you go. A bunch of reckless people in this room tonight. Absolute monster. Make some noise for Tanner Amiglio, everybody. From the inside, one of your very own. One more time for Tanner Amiglio.
I get confused watching the news a lot. Like, I'll see, like, a protest going on, and you see, like, a bunch of fat people, and, like, they're activists. Like, what the fuck you active about? Fatty? Fat fuck? No, dude, like, I like listening to my parents have sex. I don't care what you think of my parents, man. Fuck you. It's fun to think about, you know, like, my dad's shorter than my mom, my dad's Asian. It's cool. You just teeter-totter or something. I know he's doing a good job. hear my mom go, oh yeah. Yeah. My dad's like, oh my god, fuck yeah, get that foot there. Oh, Angie, don't get mad at me, bro. Alright, cool.
Great minute, Tanner Emilio. Am I saying that correctly, Tanner?
Yeah, you are, yeah.
Welcome to the show. It's your first time, right?
Yes.
Dan Soder.
What up, Dan?
What's up, dude?
I'm doing great, dude.
Dude, you really look like a kid that was kidnapped and then returned.
I just kept asking, like, yo, dude, let me play the iPad. He was like, get the fuck out.
Incredible. How old are you?
21.
21 years old.
Yeah. I feel like Kevin Spacey because this twink is cute. Yeah, dude. It's really bad. It is cute and stinky. Love cute, stinky boy.
All right, there you go.
How many animals have you killed with rocks?
Dude, wait, no, so many. Actually, no, like a lot.
Answer it.
Okay, I've killed rabbits, squirrels. I killed, not with a rock, but with my car, like 3 hogs.
What was the one with your car?
Like 3 hogs. Like three at once. Instead of 2 birds, 1 stone. My car, 3 hogs. Wow.
Honestly, you can't beat that logic.
Yeah, right. That's good. Yeah, you look like a kid.
Damn, dude. I have never seen a person so ready for a firework accident.
It's unbelievable. This is incredible. You're a little bundle of energy, Tanner. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is going to be 10 months. No, 11 months in March.
Okay.
Oh, that was March.
Yes.
11 months, guys.
Wait, you mean a year in March?
No, a year in April. Because I turned 21 in March, so I started in April.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, everything's happening right now.
I know, it's crazy.
Birthdays.
I don't know why he's got so much cartoon turned into a human energy.
Yeah, that's the sound. Okay. So, Tanner, how do you make a living?
I work for Tommy Buns and Mama Jeans.
Wow.
Yeah. I was actually switching on the podcast when you were on Today Pal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
and you asked,
With the great Jamie.
yeah, the great Jimmy Lynn and Rumbo. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, you asked, so when... Wait, I didn't get to the fucking... I didn't know that you asked. Hold on. Because
You're not mad at my nose shakes.
Tony really likes The Sopranos, and which is dope. And he was wondering about this Pink Floyd song that kept popping up when someone was killed.
It was Van Morrison. But yes, Van Morrison sings the chorus on the Comfortably Numb version of Christopher Moltisanti's death.
Yes.
Yeah.
I learned that from when you were...
You know, they asked the great David Chase, the creator, the almighty creator of the Sopranos universe, and he answered that, and he didn't
Your eyes are so
even know.
lower than I thought.
He didn't even know. Are you talking about my eyes right now?
You guys are
Since I'm talking about David Chase answering my question that I asked on the Sopranos podcast right now?
Sorry.
I guess we're living with Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. Just let him have it.
Gee, I don't know, Peter. Captain Hook's coming around. My eyes are blue.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, he didn't even know. He didn't even make the connection.
Blue is your little best.
What is going on here? What is going on here?
Will you guys stop flirting?
Oh my god, what a kill, what a meek here.
Yeah, right?
You want to
Oh, you're back in with the Asians. Yeah, you're popular. We love you.
I'm gonna get my revenge.
I'm a dirty Asian, though. Yeah, we're
What
not
kind of Asian are you?
Filipino. We're not clean. We're like tree Asians. We're arboreal. That means they live in the trees for you retards. Arboreal is in the trees. God, this is the worst planet Earth ever. The retards are in the trees. You look like the kid from Jungle Book. Ugly, little idiot.
Is that what you have to call me now? Dude, you're so bored.
There it is.
Your forehead, Dan, your forehead's as white as my ass, dude.
Wow, Tanner.
I'm just kidding.
Sweet thing. Fucking monster child.
Sing is his dad's name.
Oh my god. Tanner, you're a freaking nature. Have you been funny your whole life? You're 21 years old. Were you a little rabble rouser in school?
Such a rabble rouser.
Son of a bitch.
This kid just half years.
Maybe Tony disrespected.
You guys are gonna fuck.
We are taking him to the pitch and putt this week. Get them all fucking liquored up on sugar or something like that. You're originally from Austin, Tanner?
No.
Where are you from?
I'm from San Clemente, California.
Oh, it's a shame. So close to the forum if you weren't an asshole.
Sorry.
I have a question. How did I fuck this up for myself? You fucking pussy. Your eyes are bluer than I thought. I love it. Tanner, what do you do for fun? What else are you into other than comedy?
I love fishing. I grew up working on fishing boats. That's like my favorite thing to do.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured more of a bait for Chris
Rabbi.
Hansen show or whatever that was called.
Oh yeah,
Have you been bringing people in? They tell them that there's cookies and lemonade and shit?
If they bring the pizza, fuck yeah.
Okay.
Chris Hansen's like, you're not supposed to actually fuck.
That's the fact that
Once I open the door, I'm already naked. I'm like, alright, we're doing this.
Can I ask your question? Did you fuck that kid?
No, I offered to suck his dick and he told me he was new at this. Tanner, I'd love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday if you can. Here's the big joke book. There you go, buddy. The Kill Tony debut of Tanner Emilio. And ladies and gentlemen, on this, what appears to be a fucking home run derby episode. Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, Kill Tony Hall of Famer David Lucas has stepped down. For those of you just listening to the show, what a pleasant surprise. Absolutely.
I didn't know shit. I just wanted to tell Tony he looks like a gay puffer fish.
Oh, my God.
I bet if I tell you your booty, you'll blow up right now, nigga.
That's how it works.
Look at that son. That nigga look like he got on a hockey helmet. Big head ass bitch. You and your fucking wobbly fish eyes here. Shut the fuck up. Deflated Patrice O'Neal. You look like an intelligent Tom Green, nigga. I'll take that.
Damn, I feel like I'm between a black guy and a cop. Take it easy.
That nigga look like he coach at a private school. Get your motherfucker.
God willing.
Basketball.
Alright, you fucking candy apple.
David,
Look at your arms out, nigga. Goddamn, boy.
Yeah, you've never eaten an apple.
oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You're a time breather than George Floyd.
Hey, don't say that. I just got canceled for that joke.
Sorry. That's what alright.
But if they would have niggled your neck, they would have had to curve their knee, nigga. Hey, look at the abs I was.
It's a doozy.
That's mesothelioma. What is that shit called?
That's a diabetic.
That's my nigga, bro. That's my nigga.
Oh, my God. Kill Tony, Hall of Famer, one of only three, one of only two living. David Lucas has
Yeah, I'm out here, bro. I just want to come out here, man, let y'all know my special drop March 6th. You know what I'm saying? Filmed it. And they trying to cancel me for that George Floyd joke, but it don't work. That nigga was a crackhead. Fuck that shit. I really, in real life, would have shot that nigga. It wasn't a joke. He was 6'6". Fuck that.
Yeah. Incredible. That was quite the situation. You were put under.
I thought you were talking about George Floyd. of shirt is that under that vest?
What are you asking me exactly?
I ain't never seen a loose Allen Iverson sleeve, nigga. That shit weird.
What are you?
You look like you got on a church sock, nigga. Your ass.
What the fuck?
That's a Stacey Adams shirt, nigga. Your ass. The Steve Harvey line of scuba diving gear.
You gonna take that from Stacey Abrams?
Man, get your old motherfucking Yorkie looking ass up right here. Look like a rich person dog, nigga, out here. That nigga. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
You do look like a rich person.
That should be in a lady's purse.
That motherfucker look like he swallowed a ping pong ball, nigga. Your ass. But when you take a coke, that shit take 30 years, nigga. Take a sip of that coke. I'll be finished next month.
Oh my god.
Hey, don't stop, baby. We out
It
here.
is huge.
Hey, bitch.
No, you are literally bigger than ever.
Nigga, I see you on the P. Diddy affidavit, nigga. Your ass. You was in the swimming pool with me, Bill.
No one knows more about me and Puffy than you do.
You be puffing in the morning from the AIDS medication, nigga. Your ass.
You are notoriously me-IG.
And you are notorious FAG.
It goes on and on.
Forever.
And how we last so long. Absolutely
You
incredible.
know we do this shit, man.
What else, David?
You know I'm out here, bro. I'm out here in these cities, man. Bakersfield, North Carolina, fucking Stress Factory. I got the Wilbur at the end of the year. We out here doing it. Kill Tony is the real movement, nigga. We're doing Madison Square Garden. Do you niggas understand that shit? Everybody associated with Kill Tony is a motherfucking killer. Don't forget that shit. That's all I gotta say.
David Lucas, everybody. You gotta love it. What a special pop man. Stand up. No funny, David. Alright. Absolute legend of the show. We're gonna be getting trashed tonight, no doubt about it. And I was saying, before he even came out, I was saying on what appears to be an all home run derby episode of Kill Tony, I have pulled one of the most amazing names I could have possibly pulled out of the bucket. Genuinely, somehow, out of the hundreds of signups I have pulled, Kill Tony legend. Make some noise for David Jolly, everybody. Oh yeah, gang violence has arrived. What are you doing? What are you doing tonight, white people in Puerto Rico? Y'all heard the news that the aliens was real? Y'all heard that? It's fucking crazy. The real question is, when we gonna be able to fuck these aliens? I see Avatar. I've been waiting on this shit a long time. I ain't never had no turquoise pussy before. I'm gonna be the first nigga in a polyamorous relationship with two Martian hoes. I'm gonna be like, hey, ooga, 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 ooga. You like, hey, y'all come out here and suck my dick. Cause I already know they're keeping them aliens at Area 51. It's a nigga on that midnight shift. Just wait for Roger to go eat his cheese sandwich. Alright, thank y'all, man. Thank you. Only 42 seconds. Oh, my bad. Alright. Fuck y'all ugly bitch. Alright, 48 seconds. David Jolly. What up, Tony? How's it going, my friend? Welcome. Shit, I ain't getting there. Having a good time. Goddamn right. You working tonight? Yeah, I'm working. Absolutely. I love it. I just walk around. Well, don't answer that. I don't want to know. David, incredible that I pulled you out of the... But do you always sign up when you're working? Yeah, every time. I love it. Well, I was sitting up there, and then I seen Brian looking cold. And I was like, I think this might be my motherfucking name. You're goddamn right. Yeah. Look at you. What up, Mom? Hey, it's good to see you. I mean, you're right on time. Yeah. You was good in the city. I shot the keys. Genuine sound just blew out of my nose on that one while I was trying to light a cigarette.
That was good. Smooth.
A very rare treat on this show is liquids flying out of my body, surprisingly. So, David, welcome back. Since the last time that you've been on this show, I had you do some spots on my Tony Hinchcliffe and Current Friends. You killed. And then I invited you on the road, and I mean, I don't know why I was surprised, but your level of intensity in giant theaters was so incredible that I had you back and back again. So you've been kind of part of this rolling crew. Tell these people what it's like doing sold-out theaters around the world with me.
That shit retarded.
Can you describe it a little bit better?
I mean, like, it takes so much time, like, with the jokes, because you tell a joke, and it's 2,000 people, when the time, and it's great, though, man. It's fun. We having fun on the road, cracking jokes. Always giving Hans Kim shit every day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the best part to me.
Yeah. It really is, man. We also roast you a lot.
I don't give a damn.
Oh, we know. Hans doesn't really give a damn either. Everybody's happy to be on the ride. I took you we went to Cleveland and Pittsburgh this past weekend, and we stopped off in Youngstown, Ohio, which is the midway point, and you went to my mom's house.
Yeah, we got good over there.
A little fun fact, though, I had told my mom that, who else was with us? It was Yoni, Christy, Hans, and Cam's dad. But I told David to wait in the car 5 minutes, and after she let everybody in, I didn't tell her that David was coming, and I had him just bang on the door really, really hard to freak her out.
She was a good experience. She put it good down.
It's unbelievably hilarious. You got to have Youngstown pizza, Balleria, Uptown pizza.
The ice cream was fine, though.
That's Handel's ice cream.
It tastes
famous. You've had it.
very good. Very good. I thought it was going to taste like purple drink, but it tastes like grape, so that was fun ice cream.
We did. We got grape flavor.
That purple drink? Oh, yeah. It's good, right? Very good. You done had it there. You like you from the hood, man.
This is purple drink.
Yeah. It's delicious, I'm telling you this.
What the hell is that?
Were you friends with Orthodox?
David Lucas and David Jolly back to back. It's a shame because I was trying to get Cat Williams on this episode last week, but he obviously had other things to do. I wonder what Cat Williams would have said about your performance here tonight. It makes me wonder. Can't even do a full minute. Baby can't even do a damn full minute. It's a shame.
Jump to mine. Connects with them. Let you feel like that. It's all good. Stevie G says this man is supposed to be more victims of show. Which I'm a victim, right? That's just being silly. Rex says, I just can't ever see me fight. Rex says, I'd honestly like to see you get a full fight. The fight king since you want that fight for me. That fucker says, alright, never heard from that again. Okay. Give me this one, get your life as best. Austin, thanks for your donation. Do you catch the debut of Gay Cool Orders on PFL? A few weeks ago, due to crazy present. I did not. Yeah, I don't watch that PFL. I did miss my doing. Do you have Dr. Cannon, or is she still busy selling her soul? I don't think she sells her soul. I don't talk. I try not to look at her Instagram. She has like aspects and stuff. She's killing them, man. I love her. Do you talk about her, Jim? I think yes. Yeah, no, I know. She's she's doing good, right? Yeah, sure. Jumped too high. That makes me. That jumped up my back. It's all good. Stevie G says, let's be honest, most people are victims of shit. We're talking about victim thing. I was just being silly. Rex says, look, listen, can't even see me fighting. Rex says, I know honestly like to see you get a fight Kate since you brought that fight back today. I think it'd be interesting. Chad, more rounds on like with air ball cut, man. And fucker said, alright, now we're for that again. Okay. Give me this one, watching life is best. Austin, thanks for donation. Do you catch the debut of Gabe Owners on PFL a few weeks ago? Dude, just crazy present. I did not. Yeah, I don't watch that PFL. I did not. I don't. Skills says, do you guys ever talk to Kat anymore? She's still busy selling her soul. I don't think she's selling her soul. I don't talk to her. I try not to look at her Instagram, right? She has like aspects and stuff. She's killing them, man. I love her. Do you talk to her, Chip? I think so. Yeah, no, I don't. She's doing good, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Chip, connects with her. Yeah, Chip, what's up, man? Stevie G says, let's be honest, we're speaking your victims to show them about victim rate. Yeah, it's just being silly. Rex says, listen, Cat, I want to see me fight. Rex says, I'd honestly like to see you get a walk-up fight and fight Kane since you brought that fight back today. I think it'd be interesting. Chad, more rounds on like with air ball cut, man. That fucker said, alright, now we're for that again. Okay. Give me this one, watching life is best, yeah. Austin, thanks for your donation. Do you catch the debut of Gabe Owners on PFL a few weeks ago? Dude, just crazy present. I did not. Yeah, I don't watch that PFL. I did, but I don't. Says, do you guys ever talk to Kat anymore? She's still busy selling her soul. I don't think she's selling her soul. I don't talk to her. I try not to look at her Instagram, right? She has like aspects and stuff. She's killing them, man. We love her. Do you talk to her, Chip? I think so. Yeah, no, I don't. She's doing good, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Chip's too high. Connected to that Chip coming out of that. What's up, man? Stevie G says, let's be honest, we're speaking your victims to show them about victim rate. Yeah, it's just being silly. Rex says, listen, Cat, I want to see me fight. Rex says, I'd honestly like to see you get a walk-up fight and fight Kane since you brought that fight back today. I think it'd be interesting. Sean, more rounds on like with air ball cut, man. That fucker said, alright, now we're for that again. Okay. Give me this one, watching life is best, yeah. Austin, thanks for your donation. Do you catch the debut of Gabe Owners on PFL a few weeks ago? Dude, just crazy present. I did not. Yeah, I don't watch that PFL. I did, but I don't. Skills says, do you guys ever talk to Kat anymore? She's still busy selling her soul. I don't think she's selling her soul. I don't talk to her. I try not to look at her Instagram, right? She has like aspects and stuff. She's killing them, man. We love her. Do you talk to her, Chip? I think so. Yeah, no, I know. She's doing good, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Chip's too high. Connects to that. Yeah, Chip coming out of that. What's up, man? Stevie G says, let's be honest, we're speaking our victims to show them about victim rate. Yeah, it's just being silly. Rex says, listen, Cat, I want to see me fight. Rex says, I'd honestly like to see you get a walk-up fight and fight Kane since you brought that fight back today. I think it'd be interesting. Sean, more rounds on like with air ball cut, man. That fucker said, alright, now we're for that again. Okay. Give me this one, watching life is best, yeah. Austin, thanks for your donation. Do you catch the debut of Gabe Owners on PFL a few weeks ago? Dude, just crazy present. I did not. Yeah, I don't watch that PFL. I did, but I don't. Skills is good. Sounds do you guys ever like the Kennedy where she's still busy selling her soul? I don't think she sells. I don't talk about trying to look at her Instagram, right? She has like announcements and stuff. She's killing them, man. I love her. Do you talk to her, Jeff? I think so. Yeah, no, I know. She's doing good, right? Yeah, I'm sure. Jeff's too much. Connects my mom to this. Yeah, Jeff, I got that. It's all good. CBG says, let's be honest, supposed to be more victims to show. We're talking about victim rate. I'll just be simple. Rex says, no, listen, Caddy will see me fight. Rex says, no, no, listen, I'd like to see you get a real fight and fight Canes and you know that fight might win. Yeah, I think we'll touch it. Sean, Randy's over there. All good, man. That fucker said, all right, now let the ref run out again. Kimberger said, this is my budget. I guess, best. Austin, thanks for the donation. Do you catch the debut of Gabriel? 2 weeks ago, Dude's Crazy President. I did not. Yeah, I don't watch that PFL. I don't. Scoots is good. Says, do you guys ever take a ride where she's still busy selling her?
Oh my god, Dan Soder's new special On the Road is on YouTube now. Please give him the full fucking Kill Tony bomb. Fuckers, no. Oh my god.
It's good. I see you getting better every day. I see you at the club. You're always good. Your material's gold. Oh, wait, that's your team.
I followed you last night.
Sorry.
I followed you last night.
Oh, yeah. Home.
I want to open my own cruise show.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, Daisy Nacho was on the stage when I left. You're just fucking with you. I know.
I know. I hear me one day.
It feels like it's something the tour guy is building right now. Yeah, it's crazy. It's raining.
Hold out. How's your kids?
Yeah, you good?
Well, you're taking care of them.
He does not know where they off.
He in college, actually. Pretty good.
You got a kid in college? What college is he going to?
Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona.
What's it called?
Bethune-Cookman University. Bethune-Cookman.
Bethune-Cook?
Bethune-Cookman, motherfucker. You didn't even tell me goddamn.
Oh my god.
Google it, motherfucker. What song is that? What song is that?
You know what song that is.
I don't. I ain't hear it. Play that again, man.
You know what fucking song. In my morning, I mean 1 p.m., I'm sure. You know you ain't contributing to the Bethune-Cook Fund.
Why not?
You're giving him college money?
Fuck no. I'm giving him. I'm giving him money. Not Bethune. Fuck Bethune.
Right.
I'm with the fam. Fuck Bethune. Google that shit, white people. Bethune-Cookman University in Florida A&M are two historically black colleges that you know, don't you know?
Oh, that's Black Theon from earlier.
You know what I'm talking about, man. It's two prestigious universities.
So weird here, black guys going to college.
Yeah, exactly. Quite the community you guys have built for yourselves.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm pretty good, you know what I mean?
Right. You're doing just fine. Yep, between GOD and GED, you're doing just fine.
Man, fuck you, Tony.
Incredible to have David Lucas and David Jolly back to back since he had to apologize for doing jokes about you. Not a lot of people know this, but this is the actual George Floyd. He was an actor the entire time. He's alive and well. He's totally fine.
I was in the Bahamas. That's what I was doing. Smoking weed with Tupac and shit. Doing cocaine with Elvis. You know, it was real shit, you know.
Absolutely. I know it's a vibes. Yeah. All right, Theon, that's enough talking while the show's going on.
Hey, relax. Here, he gonna kick you all out. I'm telling you, you'll be out of here.
Yeah, what is this? Medea goes to a comedy show? David Jolly, you're a sensation. What can I say? Everybody loves you. You're a cold-blooded killer. What is David? David Jolly. All right, we keep moving along. We started a little late. We're going to go a little bit longer. Make sure to your next bucketful, Alex Hobson, everybody. Alex Hobson is next on Kill Tony. Such a fun interviews. Whoa! Make some noise for Alex Hobson, everyone.
Hey everybody, I hope you're all in a good mood tonight. That's a good thing. I've been in Texas for 2 whole weeks, and I'm absolutely loving it. I'm on a road trip from Canada, and a lot of things are similar. For example, the proud, patriotic animal of Canada is the beaver. So that's one thing that we have in common with Texas, which is nice, because the proud animal symbol of Texas is also a beaver. That beaver name is Bucky. He is incredibly popular. Adults love him. Kids love him. Very popular guy. All right, folks. Keep having a great night. That's my time.
Wait a second, Alex. First of all, you're the happiest, angry-looking guy I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure what to make of this.
And so when does he stand on his off hours, though?
Damn, that's it. ZZ Stop.
Yeah, you're like a gay wizard.
Yeah, Alex, what is going on here exactly? What are you? That's your first time doing stand-up, correct?
It is my 11th time tonight.
What does that mean to you exactly?
What does tonight mean? It is 11th time. It means I've done open mics up in Canada, but only a few.
Oh, you're 11th time tonight. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant too.
You can travel the whole world in one night.
It is very Santa-like, except he slays sometimes.
This was more, oh dear.
So, Alex, you've done stand-up 11 times total. What do you do for a living? What type of prison guard are you exactly?
I mark essays.
You mark essays?
Yeah. Fuck you, I mark you.
Yeah, that is an interesting. What do you mean you mark essays?
Like I work for a university, but everything's online. So that's why I'm able to be here, visiting here. You're a paper grader. Yes, I'm a paper grader.
Online.
Yes.
So you'll never be in a school shooting, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
How long have you been an online marker?
For quite a while, for like 12 years now. Wow. Basically was doing my education in stages, did a BA, did an MA, and then got partway through a PhD.
Are you William Montgomery's dad?
Okay.
Good answer. That's weird.
Are you married? What have you done with your life? How old are you?
I am 52.
Okay. What have you done up until this point? What made you start stand-up so late?
Was in a marriage where freedom wasn't really available.
Tell us more about this marriage. How long did it last?
By the way, who was the restricted one?
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like he's got some chain radiator.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Your Honor, I'm the victim of the domestic violence. I swear.
You've got evil youth pastor energy.
Yeah.
So what happened with the marriage?
Tell us about the marriage.
It was one of those things that started out, and I thought that it was someone that was amazing and passionate and driven. And so I said to myself, if the first night is like this, then you know what else will be good? You know what else will be intense? The divorce. And it was.
How long was the marriage?
12 years.
And what was so intense about the divorce?
was married to a very passionate, very driven, very intense.
When you say that she's passionate, give us some type of example of how she's passionate. What do you mean, in the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What ethnicity was she?
Chinese, from China.
There you go. Truth comes out. The Asians holding strong on this one.
Dude, you got a tiger mom, huh? Yes. Yes.
Was she from China?
Yes.
Did you come in a box?
No, she was actually from a very wealthy Chinese family. I met her while she was traveling.
Oh, Kim Jong. That's Korean. Sorry.
Wow. So the marriage ended up being just general so-so.
That's Chinese.
That's Chinese.
I like it.
Okay.
She just egg rolled over.
Yeah. She was like Kung Pao.
There was a lot of that.
Was she ever?
She was good. Absolutely, yeah.
Tell us about it. Come on.
Did you hit you with nunchucks?
Yeah. A little choppy chop.
Put you in a finger trap. Or...
What did she do to you?
Mostly a lot of thrown dishes, lack of control.
China.
Yeah.
She's trying to China. Babe, that's our good China. I'm the good China. I'm the good China. My goodness. With being betrayed by a Chinese person, it's like, dang, you know what I mean? She was smaller than you, though, right? Like, a very fat.
Not really. You know, like when I went to China and went to Beijing and met her dad. Her dad was a little bit taller than I am, and I'm not short. So
That's crazy.
yeah,
He was taller than you.
yes.
Wow. So you went there, you met her there, and you took her to go Chinese takeout.
One of those very strange things, we met in St. John's, Newfoundland. So I'm from British Columbia. We met way on the other side of Canada. So it's kind of like being from Seattle and then meeting someone in New York.
Wow.
That's great. This is yours. It was in Seattle.
She just looks like
Wide open.
So tell us more about this fucking spicy dish. What else would she do to you? What else? What was like the? Where did you draw the line exactly? Where did you build your great wall?
What were the pepper steaks in the sand?
Yeah. When did the wontons of fun end?
What were the highs and low bays?
When did she become an unfortunate cookie?
Was she spy ballooning on you?
No more Mr. Rice Guy.
When did you know you were a gong?
Yeah. Did you jump on the old Panda Express and get out of there? You know what I mean?
Did she start COVID? Sorry.
If she could have, she would have.
Look at that. My goodness. She was in the airborne division. All right. So, 12 years. What was the last straw? Even though they don't really put straws in the to-go bags. You're trying to shoehorn these Chinese shows.
I thought you were going to say what was the last straw hat, but I didn't know.
Oh, there you go.
He's the one. That's called punch up right there.
There you go.
That is correct. Okay.
Basically watched it go from passionate and spontaneous into passionate, spontaneous, and violent, and just tried to keep everything as comfortable as I could for the sake of the kids. And
How many kids?
2 kids.
Okay, lucky numbers 2, 17. All right. Okay.
You're saying she went from sweet to sour?
Okay. So, have you been with another woman since then?
Yeah, I actually went because I went from someone who was very thin, where we didn't have a lot in common, where every conversation things
You got a fat bitch now.
Yeah, someone from very close, grew up on a ranch like I did, you know, just
On a ranch and a Thousand Island by the looks of it.
indeed.
My goodness. Goodness gracious. So you found a woman and are you gonna settle down with her?
Yeah, things are happier.
You guys are calmer. Yeah. You guys Netflix and chill?
Absolutely.
You guys are into that. What do you watch? Love on the Spectrum.
Yeah, that's clever. We definitely do that. And now I finally watch a lot of stand-up, so.
Okay, very cool. Absolutely. Alex, thank you so much. Fun times. Your 11th time ever on stage. Here's a little joke book for you. You tried your best. I like your style. You were honest in the interview. That goes a long way. Alex Hobson, everybody. Okay. All right, we're getting through it. Let's make this the last bucket pull tonight. That seems to make sense. Make some noise for your final comedian of the night, Brandon Vadek, everybody. Brandon Vadek.
I just turned 25, which sucks, because I feel like I look like I killed a guy in the 70s. It's been lovely, man. I tried my hand at OnlyFans the other day. It's cool. It's this website where people post nudes, but to see the nudes, you have to pay a subscription fee. I was on this golf girl's account. I look at her raise $25 a month. It's like, really, girls out here competing with HBO Max? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, listen, I bet your pussy's good, but it's not Sopranos. Let's be real. Get a writer's room and an anime adaptation, then we'll talk. But I'll just stick with the centerfolds for now. I was in the bathroom before this. I hate using urinals, man. Do you have any idea how uncomfortable it is that people can see my back as I masturbate? That's the stories. I'm Brandon Vadek. Thank you, guys. Brandon Vadek.
Hi, Brandon. Welcome to the show. How's it going? Your first time on, right?
Yeah, big fan.
Welcome. Hell yeah. How long have you been on stand-up?
2 years.
Okay. Where are you from?
Worcester,
Massachusetts. Do you live here now, or are you visiting?
I've been living here for a week now.
Oh, 1 week. How's it been going for you? Tell us about your week in Austin, Texas.
Fucking sucks.
Why does it suck?
I live above the lodge. It's the bar down the street. Because I was looking for I'm currently unemployed. And it sucks, man. Between the hours of 3 p.m. and 2 a.m., if you lay on my floor, you just vibrate.
Right. Yeah, you got a place above a bar.
Yeah. And the water sucks. You shower, you're just dirtier. You know, it's
Oh, wow.
the worst.
Hell yeah. Incredible. So, what do you do for work? I know you're unemployed right now, but what are you looking for?
So I actually, in Massachusetts, I worked at a record store for 2 years, as you can tell.
It's crazy.
Looking at maybe we're in Waterloo or something.
Yeah. You think you're going to get a job there?
I think so.
Just based off, you're going to be like,
Based off my smell, you know.
right. Okay. So, what types of things do people that work at record stores actually like know?
They know how to roll a joint. That's confirmed all the time. Blunts, joints. The business side, not so much. They never tend to know how to run a business.
Yeah, incredible. 25 years old. Vinyl has never even been a thing since you've been alive. Literally Bluetooth forever.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
I was born past the CD era.
Yes. Yeah. No doubt about it. This is one of them, right, man? Half your age. Half your age. That's what it looks like. It looks like the same age. It's incredible.
You look like you've been hiding in the Jew tunnels.
Yeah. So,
Are you Jewish?
what are you?
I'm Albanian.
Yeah, worshipping Jews is what they are, folks. I do believe. You Catholic?
Used to be.
But then what happened?
I found Satan.
Whoa. Okay.
I'm atheist.
Okay. It's a little black hole sun for you. Okay. So tell us something interesting about your life, Brandon. We get it. You're 25. You work at a record store, but you don't.
Brandon the same. Right.
An interesting fact, when I was a kid, I used to breed betta fish, the Chinese fighting fish.
Yes. Yeah, our last comedian was married to one. Yeah.
He was a beta cuckfish.
Killing it on the jet ski. So, other than raising beta fish as a child, is there anything else that we might be surprised to know about you, Brandon?
I did fencing for 10 years. Look at
Actual fencing. Okay, I'm starting to figure this out. It's starting to make sense. Rich parents.
middle class.
That's what rich parents, people with rich parents. The fact that his father was Rob's on.
He's like Marilyn Hanson.
Love it. What does your father do for a living?
He sold car insurance.
Actually,
That's at night.
Great and bad and decency. Welcome to Austin. Welcome to the Kiltony Universe. There goes Brandon Paddock, everybody. Quick one for him tonight. And that brings us to that undeniable moment in the show where only one thing in the world can possibly happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kiltony Hall of Famer and record holder for all-time sets and interviews with a brand new minute. Yet again, the Memphis Strangler, the Tijuana Tarantula, the St. Louis Laredo Lady Killer, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Big Red Machine. This is indeed William Montgomery with a brand new minute. Oh my goodness, it's him. Everybody says dogs are racist, but mine's actually homophobic. I tried to take my dog to San Francisco, and she said, and I quote, either board me or euthanize me. 47-year-old Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was recently found dead in prison. Russian officials said he died from sudden death syndrome, which is kind of weird because I didn't even realize he knew Hillary Clinton. This is a really weird rumor, but I just heard the Aaliyah plane crash happened because the pilot tried to ghost ride the whip. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. Wow. Doing it like only he can do it, ladies and gentlemen. William Lights Out Montgomery with another super topical set mixed in with an Aaliyah plane crash. Unbelievable. I love it. You cover the death of the, the journalist. Yeah, Alexei Navalny. I mean, it's really crazy how Hillary Clinton really has reached her tentacles even to the far reaches of our planet Earth. I mean, I'm almost a little worried to even talk about her fucking old ogre-looking fucking ass right now because, I'm worried, Tony. I'm worried about myself. Today, I was at my perch, and I was watching this homeless man go through the garbage can for a couple hours, and I finally got up the nerve to get a bag of trash that I just made, and I went out there, and I started talking to him in this really aggressive southern accent, just trying to scare his ass, and he's just looking in a mirror.
All right.
I was.
Did you kill him?
No, but I did go back out there. I got my pocket knife, and I went back out there because he was still out there. And I said, "You can go through the shit, just clean it all up." And when I get back, I had to leave somewhere. When I get back, all the shit's still on the ground. So I go up to him, and I'm like, "Hey, are you gonna clean all this shit up? Are you leaving it there?" And I was like, "Have fun on the street."
Tony, and I ran up the stairs of my apartment like a little bitch because I didn't want to have a confrontation, but he came at me.
For those of you, let me just listen. I just want to let you know why Redman and I are holding back laughter right now. Deeply, because all the stuff that William talks about tends to be, I don't want to give away the kayfabe and the beauty of the show, but, it's not always real with William. The sponsorship, some of the things that he says and does. But when it comes to the living neighbor of his neighborhood, William Montgomery, everything that you hear is real. So when he's saying that he's going to build an escalator in his apartment, not true, right? But when he's talking about seeing things outside of his window or sitting on his perch, these are the things that he talks about in the green room, before a show, in a theater. These are the things he talks about on an airplane, at fancy restaurants, at Mitzi's, after an episode of Kill Tony, when everybody's talking about thriving and the future arenas. He was this fucking neighbor. It's like a real thing. So this story, the reason why Redman's dying of laughter is because we know that actually happened to him.
It did.
The only thing I don't believe is the girlfriend. That part stood out to me.
What would you have guessed, or what would you say, like a boyfriend, or what would you, or just by myself?
Yeah, so if you're in a trailer running away.
I admit, I was eating Butterfingers this weekend in 2 bites.
I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
Yeah, I ate like 5 of them. I had the munchies so bad on Saturday night.
Oh, yeah, a little weed.
Yeah, smoking a little weed, and I had 5 Butterfingers in 10 bites.
Nice. That's like
Solid stats.
Yeah. Good numbers.
Are you talking about the actual full-size Butterfinger, or
Yes.
bite size here?
No, full size. Not queen size, but regular size.
You weren't choking on the Butterfinger?
No, I mean, if I can get half of it in my mouth, I can literally, with a little push, you get it down my throat. Because literally, you don't get as full if you're just kind of forcing it down your throat. And I really wanted to eat Butterfingers. I was having a bad time during one of the sets. All the sets were good at Spokane, but the first Friday, I see these 2 pieces of shit sitting in the very front, and they immediately position their phone where it looks like it's recording me, which is fine. But then halfway through in real time, I'm thinking they're recording me. I'm bombing. So I'm having this whole inner monologue during the set. So it's a disaster in my eyes. I think it was fine for everybody else, but it was scary to us.
So what did you do? Did you acknowledge the phone?
I didn't, but I was acknowledging everybody else. I was calling everybody else a bitch and going really aggressively after everybody, but I was too scared.
How could a phone be positioned to look like it's recording? Was it flat on the table?
It was positioned up on something with the speaker part where closest to me. So I mean, that means it's recording.
Yeah, you didn't think about saying anything.
It's too much of a pussy, man. I mean, that's why he killed me earlier with that homeless dude. I should have got my fucking knife out and really finally showed somebody who's boss. Because Tony, I swear, I talk about strangling so much. There's a side of me that really wants to start strangling or something. So tonight could have been my chance. I really got away.
What I don't understand, William,
You think that's funny, you dumbass? You'd be the first person I fucking got. Everybody would think you just had a fucking heart attack or something, you dumbass.
Super on the
He trapped you into bombing this time. Yeah. Okay. So what I don't understand is, I see you here all the time. I take you on the road all the time. You're always crushing. How is it possible that at your own show, where people are specifically buying tickets to William Montgomery, why do you feel like you were bombing? How does that happen?
No, I don't think I actually was. Just in my head, I'm thinking that's happening. So I don't know. I don't think it was actually happening. I think it was actually going okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was okay.
What about a special? We're gonna get like a special on YouTube from you soon.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's taken me freaking Coon's age to come up with 45 minutes.
I don't believe you're allowed to be able to. I don't think.
No, with the bears,
It's taking me a while.
How long is what you said? How long is that length of time? I guess T-shirt has John D's or D Madness. Okie dokie. You know, actually, that reminds me. I think we have something for D Madness, don't we? Can we bring that out now? Would that be crazy to do that? Just kind of improvise. Just grab it right now, and then we'll do that. So, William, is there anything you're passionate about this week? Have you been eating your all fiber brand buns?
I did earlier today, and actually in Spokane, I had the best pancakes I've ever had in my life. I've never had a pancake with not only buttermilk, but also sourdough mixed in with the pancakes. It was to die for.
Okay.
I'm actually fucking kind of pumped about that. That's okay.
Yes.
Is that where you learned the terminology a coon's age?
Yeah, after one of the shows, these 5 or 6 kind of scared-looking white dudes came up to me from Coeur d'Alene.
We've actually looked it up. A coon's age means a very long time. It is an Americanism that has fallen out of favor and is considered offensive to many people. Coon is a slang for raccoon, coined in the mid-1700s. The term coon's age was first used in the early 1800s, and in fact, owes its origin to the folk belief that raccoons live a long time. Look at that, not racist at all. It's just about the long life of a little animal. There you go, even Theon's finally laughing now. He's allowed to laugh. Raccoon, it is long believed, the folk belief that raccoons are long-lived.
I never thought it was racist, though.
Well, I mean, that's racist to not think it's racist, actually. It's more racist to not think it's racist, see?
Alright, this segment feels like a good
You're gonna see this one on YouTube, and you're gonna be like, hey, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Heidi, first of all. I haven't said anything about this tonight, but first of all, I'd like you to see how beautifully this cake is decorated. I don't know if you can tilt that towards them without it falling off, but at midnight, it is indeed D Madness's birthday, everybody. We got a cake decorated. As you can tell, it says Happy Birthday D Madness on it. I don't know if you guys can see that. And I think it's only fitting that to end tonight's episode of Kill Tony, William, you should lead us in singing Happy Birthday to D Madness, everybody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, D Madness. Happy birthday to you. Blow out your candles, D Madness. It's right in front of you. Blow. And that is tonight's episode. Make some noise for Dan Soder. Literally, right now, go to Dan Soder on YouTube and watch his special. I wanted to get the full effects of the Kill Tony bump. One more time for Dan Soder. How about one more time for the great and powerful Mark Norman, everybody? MarkNormanComedy.com for all of his short Tuesday with stories. We might be drunk. Two of the best podcasts out there. Check out Soder's podcast, Soder. How about one more time for Jet Ski, everybody? She's on tour. JetSkiJohnson.comedy.com. JetSkiJohnson.com. Fuck yeah. The driver Ranger email is in. It's absolutely stunning. Thank you to Squarespace, Shopify, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Joe Blaster. Let's see the driver, Chris Rogers. Whoa, Cam and David Jolly. Unbelievable. How about one more time for the band, Terrell Shaheen, Michael Gonzalez, Jetski Johnson, John Dees. One more time for the birthday boy, D Madness. Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys. Congratulations to JP Hinsdale joining us at the Kia Forum. Still some tickets left for Madison Square Garden. We will see you guys soon. We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Extra!
Here we are, everybody. It's right there, everyone. We're doing it. Congratulations, you did it. You made it. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world, Kill Tony, brought to you by Talkspace, Squarespace, the Red Rose, and the Yellow Rose. How about that? You guys happy? How about one more time for the best stand man in the land, everybody? That's the fantastic Raul Conejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Matthew Mueling on the electric guitar, John Bees on the keys, and this is the great and powerful D Madness on the bass guitar right here. Live in the flesh, an unbelievable show ready to rock. Before we get it started, here's a little more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin,
Texas is now open. Check out Red Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what, huh? You guys are in for us. How many of you have been following the show for a very long time? You guys are in for a special treat. On top of one of the queens of comedy at the Comedy Store and one of the kings of comedy in New York, also joining us is the record holder for all-time appearances as a guest in the show's history. For the first time since the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to bring to this stage Dom Irera, Eleanor Kerrigan, and Rich Voss. Everybody, make some fucking noise. Dom Irera. We were finding out how many times he's been on the show. 24, 25, 26 times. How about I handle the lovely Heidi as well? Unbelievable. What a squad. Dom Irera in the motherfucking house. The great Eleanor Kerrigan with a new special, No Country for Old Women, out now on the Comedy Store's YouTube. RichVoss.com for tour dates and unbelievable merch. And of course, Dom Irera. Dom's killing it without a microphone. It's just me up here laughing. Welcome back, Dom. Today we're going to you guys step on their toes or something like that. Dom, how are you, my friend?
I couldn't be better. I mean, listen, look at the dating. People came out to see me. I'd like to take me after she's 2 years ago. I have to pay a bad multiple grades.
He's the best. Eleanor Kerrigan, welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
Women is out now on the Comedy Store's YouTube. And Rich Voss is back, ladies and gentlemen.
I always have to ask. Sorry, I'm John from Jersey. Just it's kind of sad.
You guys know how it works, in this show, especially Dom, more than anybody else ever in the show's history. Over 200 people get my hands on how many people signed up tonight. They're falling out everywhere, hoping to get their chance on this stage. If they get pulled out, they get 60 seconds of time to do stand-up comedy. They can literally become famous on the show. You know, their 60 seconds is up when you got the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. And then I interview them, and we find out more about them and what they can talk about, what would be interesting. I've already pre-told the name. Semester walking across the street, 4 choices, grab them from a meet hundreds of comedians and drag them over here. And meanwhile, let's get the show started with one of our great regulars. Everybody, a fucking absolute thunderbolt of energy starts this show every single week now. He is a phenom, freak of nature, on tour with me, with William Montgomery. Most importantly, literally one of the most famous local comedians on planet Earth. He is a superstar. I present to you 60 seconds, brand new and uninterrupted from the phenom, KC Rock, ladies and gentlemen. Nice day for a white wedding. Silence forever. Alright, God, I feel like shit. I've been doing Ramadan, so I can't eat any burgers until sundown. So, yo, crabs, your feet's wet. Alright, ready to go. I got lost here again. God. People ask me this, I take one of the Croy. What's the scariest drug you ever done? I tell them, ladies and gentlemen, the scariest drug I've ever done was falling in love. So fentanyl, I swear. I can't do it for 6 more months. Beginner's luck. Come on now. Fastest hands on the road. Going Floyd Mayweather of the Austin comedy scene. standing by line hoping. Some people leave early on in the show. Unbelievable. Did you ever see anything like that before? You actually that mission to the Casey, you are the man. You've been killing it. You sell out locally. You've been on the road crushing. How's the road been treating?
It's been good. Been on the road, went to Philly, rally, met a couple paper. I'm home about my paper. It's been fun. Been riffing around the globe, putting my money away, putting it away in stocks, investing. Riffing. Thank you. Big stock. Yeah. It's been fun.
You're investing in stocks?
Yeah. My two passions in life, stocks. Worms from Dude. Worms pretty good there. Love to see it. Very scary. But yeah, I've been looking anyway, so I thought it might be interesting for the interview if I could pitch some stocks to you guys. Yes. That sound good to everybody? I put you on stocks. Yeah, I like this. Let me go through trying to get me a Walgreens gift card, so I visualize some of these stocks that I'm putting money in. I've been getting 10-fold, 20-fold my money, so I'm going to show you guys a couple stocks right now.
Okay, he's going to grab his Walgreens photos.
This is 7.
This is a true presentation. I don't think we've ever had anything like this on the show before. We've been doing this show 11 years. I've never, oh my god, he has a jacket. Oh my.
So, as most of you know, stocks are big this time of year. Especially around the holidays. I've been, these are a couple stocks I got 2 stock picks. If you guys pick on these stocks, I have no affiliation with them whatsoever. It doesn't matter to me. You can make a pretty big stock pick. Stock number 1, this is CarMax. So it's kind of like Shark Nuts, but it's tips for cars. It's cars, that's about it, but it's $2,500 for each move. So for guys that you get $5 grand, there's a PG-13 version. This one's for moms, so it's got a little promo on it. It's kind of sexy to think about around the holidays. So this one actually, this is actually a good one. This is Screen Powered Cars. This is Monster Inc. technology. So that's Mike Wazowski, founder, CEO of Scream Inc. It's actually Shriek Automotive. Shriek Automotive. Scream's Automotive. It's Scream Daily Smart Login, and that's Mike Levinsky, he's CEO, founder. Scream in the car. It's like a Tesla. You don't charge it, just give it a good scream. And then you get 100 miles per scream, guaranteed. $5,000 per car. And these are, this is just a continuation of Scream. And so this is, you can get a couple ghosts on your team. You can fucking go from here to Raleigh overnight. This is number 2. This is only the second stock. I'm only on the second one. This is amazing. Going faster. This 100 guns for Goose. So, basically, it's me and my friend Brandon. If you give me $100, we will give a Goose a gun. Whatever happens after that just depends on how well you treated the Goose before we met you. The other stock. The stocks are technically it's 3 stocks. This one's actually pretty exciting. This is Upscale Unhoused. So this is kind of, for too long we've seen homeless people who aren't that sexy. I kind of want to put it into that. So this is for $19 a day for 3 weeks. You can give fishnets to a homeless person. And they would stay outside your business. They would stay outside your apartment. And they're going to be a lot hotter than you remember them being. So that's my stock. So pretty cool.
History of the show, I've never seen anything quite like it. So how much is it to put fishnets on a homeless person?
Oh, I should know. It was $19 a day for 3 weeks. Wasn't it? I'd never forget. I work hand in hand with these companies free of charge.
An unbelievable deal. I would definitely like to invest. Anybody, Eleanor?
Yeah, I think it's like Carrot Top on meth. We need to sell this to Vegas. This is great. I love this. The stock, I'm in $19. How many? 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
I got you.
So that's $1,800 plus.
I want to see nuts in a fishnet.
Rich boss. I'd rather invest in property in Gaza.
You don't want to see a homeless person shit through fishnets? That'd be amazing.
I don't have that kind of money.
Go ahead, Dom.
Dom Herrera.
What was I saying? Seriously, you learn about stocks and you still enjoy yourself. You see the hilarity in that? I didn't know that. Thank you. I didn't know all these little details. Plus, I learned more jokes. You were phenomenal. I grew up watching you. I love you.
Dom thinks you're Robin Williams right now. So it's a big compliment. Look at it, tell him. Robin Williams, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, make some phone calls for Casey Robin. The show has begun and immediately we move to the moment. Now, this is where anything can happen. Now, sometimes it's a crazy person that's terrible. Sometimes it's someone that is ready to become a superstar. It can be anywhere in between. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then we talk to them. Oh, look who has real moves in his hands for the first time ever. Wow, look at that. You're going to be sucking on those when this lesbian leaves you. I love it. She's actually going to get more turned on by the car wrecks than you, I can tell. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure this is a brand new name. I would recommend to make some noise for your first comedian out of the bucket at anything out in 60 seconds uninterrupted for Q Rose, everyone. Q Rose, starting the show. Here we go.
Hey, there's everybody doing tonight. Hey, all right. Yeah, give it up for me and my girl for 3.5 years. Just found out we're about to have a baby. Yeah. Kind of makes me feel bad about all the cheating I've been doing lately. I'm just playing, y'all. I don't feel bad. I love being here in Texas, man. I'm from Texas, man. Our racism here is just it's far superior than other states, man. I'm telling you. It's because it's big and small at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like, I went to an all-white neighborhood. I went to all black high school, right? And we had one white guy join the football team, right? And we called him White Mike. It took me years to realize there were no other Michaels on the team. We could just call them, just Mike, and it been good. All I'm saying is, what even worse than that we had, right? We had a Mexican guy join the team, right? We just called him Mexico. It was cut joint team, we just called him Mexico, so really messed up when I graduated, found out the niggas was Puerto Rican, it was bad. Alright, thank you, I'm Q Rose, thanks for listening.
Q Rose, it's welcome, Q Rose. How long have you been doing stand-up for?
I've been doing stand-up probably about 7 years. I started off in Philly.
7 years from Philly, I love it. Eleanor and Dom are both originally from Philly.
I'm from Dallas, but I started out in Philly.
Oh, okay, Dallas, I hate you.
Okay.
Everything won for you. With a passion. Wanted to get that Dallas love, and it's not happening.
Birds, let's do it.
There you go.
Cowboys first.
Okay, very good. All right. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Okay, Q Rose. How's the Bob Marley movie doing for you?
Yeah. About as good as whatever old movie you watch.
Oh, shit. Attempt at a roast joke there by Q Rose that fell completely flat. I've been stand-up for about 7 years, originally from Philly. Do you really have a baby on the way?
Actually, nah, she's about to be 7 now.
Oh, I've been doing that joke since you started, huh? Busted. Your bonus fucking gold material. 7 years of fucking sheen on that joke.
Talking about it.
I love it. 7 years and you're still in her life. Absolutely incredible, unprecedented. Amazing.
No, make the stereotype be good.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And you're still with the baby mama as well?
Okay.
And we're back. Something other than the stereotype. Where's she at? Where's the baby mama?
Nah, she's up in Detroit. You know, we met in the military, so you know what I'm saying.
The military. Yeah. What branch of the military?
Air Force. I'm an Air Force veteran.
Okay, Black Hawk down.
They don't go down.
All right. Helicopter crash. Oh my goodness. Flag on the plane. No Kobe Bryant jokes allowed. Everyone knows. Anything
It's hard to joke with, you know, about seeing the real talent, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, are you standing up for Kobe right now? Are you defending Kobe from the grave against me? Because you're saying I don't have talent? I mean, are you the spokesperson for the corpse of Kobe Bryant right now?
I mean, we gotta go get it, you know, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, what he did. I'd like to see an episode of Kill Kobe. Because it's easy. It's not easy.
That's great. You know, Kobe great.
I'd like to see Kobe do this. Right? Not easy. I'm over here. I'm hosting. I'm trying to make jokes. Keep an eye on Redman. I've had to use one of those pads you bring somebody to life with. I have those under the table just in case Dom gives up on us here. Anything can happen. We're having fun tonight. We're goofing around.
I just got a feeling if I see you do a jump shot, I'm gonna laugh even harder at your jokes.
I will fucking ball all over you, dude. You want to do this? You gonna play basketball?
Oh my goodness. Like, you look like a referee. Like,
I'm gonna call a lot of fouls on you.
I will murder you if I ever let you tell me.
I think you would murder me. I don't think you would beat me. Two different things. Okay, Kiro, so let's talk about it. You've been on stand-up. Where do you live now?
I live in Dallas.
How do you make a living?
I run an activity center. What
kind of activity center? Exactly.
You can get full court basketball in backyard, you know.
Oh, shit. You know what? If you're running an activity center with a basketball court, maybe I'll play you in table tennis or something.
I got that too, but I'm murdering beer pong though, bro.
Beer pong?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any sport, anything.
No, absolutely.
I'm trying to figure out what I think you could get me.
I'll be even paper, scissors, rocks right now. One, two, throw or 1, 2, 3 shoot?
We'll shoot.
Dallas.
Yeah, we'll shoot. I went up north. They do the shoot. We'll shoot.
1, 2, shoot.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, shoot. Okay, like that. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. This is the part where I win. You know who you're gonna throw? Alright, ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Can you have anything crazy about your life or your history that we should know about you before letting you go? Like, craziest thing about your life? You ever fucking do anything, get in trouble, have any special skills or talents, anything wild?
I mean, shoot, man. I
You're already head shooting and you lost. Sure, I'll beat you in anything.
Oh, shit. I just knew you was gonna choose paper because you're just so white.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
It works. Black comics love talking white people crazy. They pay taxes. I'm Air Force veteran. Thank you for your taxes.
We love you for the Air Force thing. Okay, heroes, well, welcome to the show. Congratulations. Fun times. I can't even remember what your set was like. Something, what we think. Oh, really? Red Band's itching to the little joke book. Here you go, my friend. There goes Heroes, everybody. Alright, like that, it's on. The show has begun. but you don't have the time to actually find one, meet with them, or afford them, try Talkspace. By doing everything online, Talkspace has made getting the help you want easy, accessible, and affordable. Why wait? You can get a therapist through Talkspace right now. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope in difficult times, and be a guiding light. Isn't that right?
Great, man. That's absolutely right, Tony. With Talkspace, you can sign up online, get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. It's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your home.
I think going to therapy is extremely beneficial, and Talkspace makes it so easy. There's no need to commute to appointments, miss time at work, or line up childcare, or intense sessions. It's mental health care made easy. Talkspace lets you send messages to your therapist so you don't have to wait for your next session. Talkspace is secure and private, using the latest end-to-end bank-grade encryption technology to store client information and complying with the latest HIPAA regulations. As a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to get $80 off your first month and show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/Tony, promo code SPACE80. Hey y'all, this episode of Kill Tony is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy for you to use your website, meet with your audience, and sell anything from products to content to time, all in one place, all on your terms.
Tony, I can't believe how easy Squarespace is to use. Making a website can be daunting, and I was instantly put at ease when I started using Fluid Engine, a next-generation website design system from Squarespace. It never has been easier for anyone to unlock unbreakable creativity, start with a best-in-class website template, and customize every design detail with reimagined drag-and-drop technology for desktop or mobile. Stretch your imagination online with Fluid Engine, built in and ready to go on any Squarespace site.
Hey Rabbi, did you know you can post video content, organize your video library, showcase your content on beautiful video pages, and sell access to your videos with member areas, plus sell your products on online store, whether you sell physical, digital, or service products. Squarespace has the tools you need to start selling online. There's no doubt about it. I love how easy Squarespace is to use. So head to squarespace.com for a free trial. When you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/Tony to save 10% off the first purchase of your website or domain. Makes noise for my Ryan. 60 seconds uninterrupted for my Ryan periods.
I would like to make assumptions about people. I feel like every time I've seen a homeless guy on a bicycle, they stole that bicycle. If you don't believe me, next time you see a homeless guy on a bicycle, just yell, "That's my fucking bike!" And just see how they react. I got in a fight with a homeless guy one time. I was working at this club and he reached over to the back and he grabbed this girl's ass, so I had to shoot him away. As I was shooting away, he said, "Hey, you fat motherfucker, I'm gonna come back next week and I'm gonna kick your ass." I just want to kill my day because he's a homeless guy. But he came back next week. Looked like he had to check down because he gained about 30 pounds solid muscle. His hands were taped up like a professional boxer and he shadow boxed all the way up to me. I did the only thing a reasonable human being could do in that situation. Should have hit him with a ball. And then I stole his bike. As I was riding away, somebody else. Thanks, guys.
57 seconds from my Ryan. Almost made me bicycles thing. How's it going, Mike?
It's good. How you doing?
You've been on this show before, correct?
3 weeks ago.
How did that go for you? Remind me.
I got the big book. I did Secret Show. Ken Patterson stopped me in the street and told me I was funny as fuck. Booked me for the regulars 2 weeks ago and wanted again tomorrow.
Wow, incredible. And this all started because of that appearance 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, a lot's changed in 3 weeks.
Tell me what else has changed that makes you 5 pounds heavier.
Thank you. Now I'm opposite big, so I'm actually down like 50 pounds.
Okay, what else has changed in the last 3 weeks?
I'd only been doing it 3.5 months at a time now, to 4 months out, so I'd only done open mics and now I'm getting booked actually organized my own show in Houston. Yeah, on the 20th, it sold out in 7 hours. So,
Wow.
Yeah,
You sold out a show in 7 hours. I mean, how did you do that?
I was a promoter for 12 years and a rapper. So,
A rapper?
yeah.
Did I have you rap 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll rap again. Let's rap again. Alright, 1, 2. Oh, they're holding me up on this one, man. You're like scared. Oh, shit. Can you guys understand what he's saying? Nobody can understand. The bass and the drums, it's a little bit too loud. Why don't we try it again? A little bit softer, guys. A little bit lower. And you enunciate a little bit harder. Do you want to do it a cappella? Let's fucking do it a cappella then. The band sounds fantastic. Much better than
Best band of all time. Look, you guys are
pandering, motherfucker. Literally, I say they're the best band.
my phone killer used to be a dope dealer, now I'm just a Ron Spieler. Couldn't be realer if I tried, don't lie. And if I got it done, probably be a homicide, cause I'm from Houston. It's gruesome. The city be a threesome or a twosome. I'm a motherfucking nuisance on this beat.
This is all memorized, correct?
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, this is incredible. I can do this in my fucking sleep. Do you know that? I can do what rappers do in my sleep. Yeah.
You're the best, man.
It's just kind of incredible, right? I can come up with all this stuff. You know? I'm better than you in every way. The shirts, the pants, the socks. I just see the black guy in paper, scissors, rocks. You're literally interviewing me while I rap. You don't even fucking unbelievable. Did you see that? I just housed him while he's talking to me.
That's actually going into so when I did the secret show.
You have to squeeze this shoehorn in your thing, guys. Someone has to say whatever the fuck he's about to say right now. Music is going to brain, dude. This guy just lost a pound of brain cells while he was up here. Go ahead.
When I did secret show, you showed up in the green room, and you and your entourage were all wearing matching jackets, and it was like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And you walked in and you just fucking roasted everybody in the room.
Matching jackets, the fuck are you doing? Every time somebody's like, hey, I need to just tell this story, they just go into some made-up show.
Dude, you had they were wearing family and friends Kill Tony jackets.
Hey, that's like matching jackets. That's fucking
I'm sorry, I'm trying to give you your flowers.
How many people were in this entourage? How do you even remember this story? You remember 4 people, me coming in with 4 people, and we're all wearing the same jacket.
No, 3 of you wore the same jacket. One was
Okay. Outsider.
It was cool, man.
Watching your whole story that you interrupted me for is I was wearing the same jacket as 2 producers of the show.
5 feet in, it's so good. John January, I have an ACL tear. Pretty bad. Okay, ACL tear, that's terrible. Nothing sensational happened to my mobility before surgery. Connor may have had it. Had his knee drained, so was he swelling? Fair point. Okay, great, right? Shout out to Dr. Trent Nestler from the Athlete Lab. Cody, by the time our kids are in high school, we spend 73% of the time we spend with them. We can't get that time back. Hopkins, spend time with those kids. Yes, sir. Yep. My kids are all ever present, and I don't think about like the next day or next week. Whatever the time is, all the time we're present with them. Sid says, did you all talk about the Joshua fight? Yeah, I got dropped, yeah. Twice. Yeah, dropped twice, man.
Brendan Shaw is heated at his forces. We don't remember this was and she started up with her hands. She made it up where she quit. And then the real reason why Shaw is really upset right now. And she did some of the Instagram rage work on her. And that's what showed work on her. She's following Brendan. Then look at her leaves. There's no shot. I think he considered that she started a little bit of strife on the show because her back and forth thing with Joe Rogan, because she started a whole thing. She showed her feet and then shopping by which money she made. So then she flipped out on her and then she that's
Storytelling, one of the biggest hardships that me and my husband ever had to go through. I know that I've talked about some of the stuff that we've gone through financially, and I've actually never told this story before, but in 2018, my husband was offered this insane gig for maybe like 15 million or some shit, like 10 million, maybe 5 million or some shit at this big college in Jacksonville. He would have had to been there for that whole decade. He had turned it down, and when I asked him why, he said he wanted to grind rap. It was when he was younger, so I don't think his frontal lobe was fully developed, and he had to pursue comedy as a fallback compared to his rap. Storytelling.
Oh, that's right.
What up?
short way down from Liverpool. So Vince says legend has it. I've never seen that. You know, some gentlemen of the same group, right? Stay there, what up? Stephanie says, left foot kid, 1-2. 1-2. Let's have one football starting for the official practices yesterday. My 6-year-old, 10-year-old, the coach for the 10-year-old team, was 102 on that turf. We had some kiddos, you know, we got hot, I'll say that. We got hot. We had some hard ice today, so cooking up. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. What do you guys got today? It's good. Everyone is good. So it's that summer of angels. Yeah, keep it attention. Curtis says, well, the lines are doing champ right now. No matter. Abe says, anyone else play this rap on AJ? Put that before bed. That's so good. Yeah, you do. So it says that you should make your version of a pickup. It says, what's that say? Pickup run says, let's go ahead. He's again. Kind of let him up yesterday instead of fading him, but he's making it tough. He was making it tough. Speaking of that Rivers legendary guy just posted a clip of that on my social media. We'll see how it goes. I'm not getting a little back because I said that she was cut. I don't know that. So if you're bad for that, they might be good guys. I don't know. I didn't like when they played with them and some stuff. But Jason, I had such a baby because my shorts are that red on the legacy. Jimmy, yeah. Big man says kids are from my side too, coach of the show. Definitely seen some kids that have entered some songs, right? So we started a month earlier, so like there's 12 kids on the team that are football and shape ready. Those other 10 kids struggle, so we get them get there. We have, like the coaches yesterday, had 50 practice. We had some work to do. Jesse, that game, that's a cool bench. That's for my son. That's a time to pick me up. BJ was very good. Yeah, after we saw this past weekend. God, what a good. Get the fight 5 years too late. That's been generous. Fury's my favorite comments towards an athlete in his age. He's still signed to his friend. They both look good. Yeah, AJ can drop twice. So, did you see my Garcia's interview with their CMC wins 5 years? That's been good. Makes sense. Get down right. I've got to search for that. What's going on with his leg? Like, it just, again, Connor's not a good dude, so he knows that really. Like, extensions. You've seen him in Brazil doing extensions. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm just being skeptical of it.
I know you're supposed to. What's up, you guys? How's it going? Sure, ladies and gentlemen, store royalty. I know you said you were supposed to bring me out when you said a certain word, but fuck this guy, dude. They ain't matching shit, dude. I was fucking there, bro. I was like, that's it. Tony jacket. He says it like we all came in wearing like fucking jumpsuits, like Halloween dance or something like that. You and your entourage came in.
It was cool as fuck.
It's the show. It's the show that you're on.
I get it. Watching you roast a room full of people, it was like watching Da Vinci paint, bro. And I love roasting. It was really cool.
You know what? You're the best performer I've ever seen in my entire life. There you go. You got a big joke on last time. Guess what, buddy? You're leaving with a small one. I'm done rapping. I'm retiring forever. Enter my brain straight to the gullet. I just got told a face story by the guy with a mullet. I bet he has been correct. He was hiding in liquid death. Alright. Make some noise for your next meeting in 60 seconds uninterrupted. Ryan T. Lakata. What's up? How are you? So I just got married recently, right? And my wife, she's dumped in a modern, traditional relationship, right? And that means she's got the job, but I still have to buy the engagement ring, right? You know? And, I'm worried about it, right? Because I don't want to get divorced. And I'm talking to one of my real Kinzo, Italian friends, right? And hilarious. He was like, dude, how are you possibly going to stay with her forever, right? And I was like, I'm not. Like statistically speaking, there's absolutely no way that I'm going to make it to the end of this thing, right? And, you're interested in stocks. But no, right? So I'm in this modern traditional relationship. And she's so modern, right? And I'm so traditional. She's so modern that she paid for this trip, right? And I'm traditional, so if she didn't pay for it, I would have hit her, No, shut up, Brian. Zero less. What was supposed to happen there exactly? I was in town for one more night and I didn't have much to do, so I signed up for a show where people do stand-up comedy. Eleanor Kerrigan, I'm working on my writing. That's very difficult. That's my tech guy. He does my videos. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Your tech guy signed up and just ate up my shit. It's like I called. Oh, yeah, no one knows they're gonna get called. Have you ever seen the show before? No, I'll 10 minutes of fucking hell. I am so sick of this fucking shit. It's gonna go good. I haven't practiced my writing. What do you practice your fucking writing before coming on a show with a million people watching? Fucking nuts. What do you do? You're a video editor? Yeah, and a video producer. Oh, producers. Well, I mean, what the fuck are you producing? What do you make? Your imagination, your fucking brain. Tell me what you are producing Dom's podcast. And that's why he's interrupting. That's money. What the fuck were you thinking? He's trying to get viewers. What the fuck was this? Who's trying to get viewers? Dom. Is this is your right hand man, Dom? This is absolutely incredible. So you've never tried stand-up comedy before? I've done 2 minutes before. Where did you do 2 minutes? I don't really want to talk about it. I don't care. I was saying so you didn't show 2 minutes on a show in Atlantic City. All this cunt. Feeling a lot of guys have done 2 minutes in this guy's mother's cunt. You signed up for the show. What did you think was going to happen? What's the best that could have fucking happened? What did you think this show was? Well, I knew what it was, and I knew I was going to bomb, but I was hoping to get the opportunity to at least come out here and see that I permission to stand up. But you also know that after the minute, I interview people, and I find out more about them. So why don't you tell me one fucking interesting thing about you? I want to know, because I know a lot of fucking video editors. And let me tell you, some of the most boring, fucking dull people I've ever met in my entire history. I find this interesting. I used to shoot crystal meth with my neck. Oh, wow. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Used to go out big fucking necks. Look like a fucking Argonaut. Incredible. Absolutely. D-Madness, are you on a phone call right now? What is wrong with this show? This motherfucker is on fucking phone call. This fucking video editor signing up for the goddamn show. 220 souls dying to get on this show, signing up every some fucking editor from LA. Oh, it's just here from Jersey. Jersey. You live in Jersey? Yes. So how do you do Dom's podcast from New Jersey? Produce it online. Oh my god, I hate you. Well, it's just because somebody just wants us together and say, shut the fuck up, Brian. So they send you the raw video file? How does this work exactly? No, we shoot it all together online and then I cut it up together. So it's Zoom, and then you say that you produce that. So somebody sets up Dom's camera for him, right? And you sit there and you hit record on the Zoom, and it makes you a producer. It's really more of the editing aspect. Okay, so what do you edit? Well, some words that you're not allowed to say anymore, so we just make sure those don't go into the show. I've heard some of the words that Dom says, that you actually have a lot of work on your hands. Hey, can I tell them the next act is my real estate agent? It's incredible. It's unbelievable, Brian. What do you think the funniest thing you've ever done in your entire life is? Probably bomb here. Now, come on. The funniest thing. I mean, seriously, here you are. You signed up for a comedy show. And I love this. You know, what I get a lot of is, what I heard a lot is that, you know what I hate what Tony does? Is when somebody fucking signs up and didn't prepare and didn't do it. Tony sits there and he interviews them. He should just get rid of them immediately. But I think the exact fucking opposite, Brian. I want to keep you up here and squeeze the absolute life out of you. I want to send you back to just the most saddest human. Thank you. You're bombed again, Brian. Every word you say, every time you say anything, you're worse. You're digging yourself a deeper hole. I'm going to make sure that every time you're on dating apps and things like that, you have a girlfriend, I'm going to make this your bio for dating apps and things like that. I'm going to force this upon you. I'm going to make fake Brian Licata is this interview. So tell me the most interesting thing about you, Brian. Right now. Most interesting thing about you.
The most interesting thing about me is there's just so many things. There's just so many things that
He's moving around. It's like an unfunny Casey rocket, everybody. It's the Challenger rocket. Look at this. Searching for the words.
This is getting worse and worse. Just make it stop.
You know what? I'm going to do something we've never done on this show before. Carrie Mitchell is the head of food and beverage here. How about a hand for Carrie? That you've never had before. Can I have a syringe of crystal meth? We're going to inject your neck one more time, and we're going to have you. Actually, I know a guy that drove here from Jersey, so the good news is if you don't drive, you get tired.
I have 38 years sober, and after that, I want to get high. Fucking, he just fucked up my whole fucking life.
It's unbelievable. Brian, you're not allowed to sign up for the show for the rest of your life. I don't want to see you again. I'm going to make sure Dom fires you. I'm going to make sure Eleanor fires you. You'll never work in show business. And by show business, I mean recording other people's Zoom podcasts. Again.
Blacklisted, Tony?
Blacklisted. Here it is. Actually, you get no joke book, no keychain, no hairy situation book. You get nothing. I want you to leave. I want you to never come back. If you go back to Poor Choices across the street, you stay there. I want security to handle this. It's not allowed to hang out.
Thank you. Thank you. What the fuck are you thinking? Look at that. My flight isn't until tomorrow.
What?
I said my flight wasn't until tomorrow.
Okay, very good, Brian. I hate you. Every ounce inside of me. I can't stand you. You're one of the worst human beings in the history of the show. You're terrible. I like your gold chain, though. You can leave that. There he goes, Brian Licata. Get him out of here. Don't clap. Don't clap. Hold silence.
Do not encourage that at all. Fuck. I am sorry. I will have him executed. I apologize.
You can't hang him with that neck.
It's unbelievable. If you could see it, I mean, like, William Montgomery signed up for a whole year without getting up. Well, assholes like that are getting pulled out of the bucket. So there's only one way to bring the show back to life again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another regular. He is a sensation, a force of nature. Make some noise for Kill Tony's own Cam Patterson, everybody.
That nigga was terrible, so I took it a chain. You know what
Dominic, no.
Cam
outside.
I love the haircut, Cam. Where did you get it done at? Did you go to a white barber?
No. I went to a black barber, but I told him to take a little bit off the top, and he just got fucking trigger happy, dog. Yeah. And it started going crazy. He did a good job. I do look like a young man. I don't like that.
This guy getting trigger happy. Was it a drive-by haircut?
You're bad, bro. I like it. It's straight.
It's cool. Listen, I can't remember. What was your hair like before? It's like so different. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Explain to me why it was fucked up.
It was twists. It was two-strand twists.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. What's funny about that?
I don't know. This one like a Men in Black did like erase my memory of what your hair was like.
I'm just scared for a bald person to take the blame.
I want to know why D said that was fucked up. You very rarely, all the shit that I say up here, you very rarely say that's fucked up. I'm excited to hear why me not remembering what his hair was like before it's fucked up. Is that a racial thing? My number 2, my number 3 black man. How dare I forget what my man's hair was like before. Now you got a little twist in the front. I got good hair. Okay, I got good hair. What do you do to it? How does that work? Do you wear one of those like head things at night?
No, this. I just straight. I went that bit. I put a little moisturizer in it, and I just hit the one set.
No, we don't.
You don't always
Come here.
I'm going to give myself put some little tomato on top. You get it.
Black Panther. Over here.
I'll take his rocks out of his pocket.
I'm scared.
I love it. What else is going on, Cam? What else is exciting in life?
Hey, shit, to be right around. My team's not excited. My team, been out of the hospital, my baby and shit. So I've been going back home, checking my auntie and shit.
So your auntie is in and out of the hospital with diabetes?
Nah, I mean, that is one of the things, but not the one. God damn it.
Diabetes, I'm sorry. I don't have a translator here.
She not hopping.
John keeps mumbling the N-words. The audio in my right ear is a little bit muffled right now. He's making it so hard that I can hear it. I know his lips are moving, but he's thinking in the N-words so hard that I can physically hear it. You can see it on the back of his head. It's appearing like some type of digital artwork or something like that.
Don't say the letter anymore. I just say, you know what? I can't say it.
Have you ever been called the N-word by a white guy?
Yeah.
Where's that happen?
I got no when I was in seminary, a white boy called me that go in me. My homeboy almost killed him.
What did you do?
We beat the fuck out of him on the step. I can't fight real good, but my homeboys can fight real good. Yeah. So when they got him on the ground, I started kicking the shit out of him. After you already made a tree, you already baby.
100%. Well, we love it, Cam. Another fantastic performance. You did it again. Brought the show right back to life like he always does. Phenom, Cam Patterson, at it again. Hey y'all, if you're tired of harsh smoking, coughing attacks, or chugging water after every rip, it's time to upgrade to an icy freeze pipe. Freeze Pipe's unique line of freezable blast pieces remove chest and throat burn by cooling smoke by over 300 degrees. The secret is freezable glycerine chambers that come on every single piece. Pop one of these chambers in the freezer for 1 hour, and as smoke passes through, room, it's instantly chill for a icy smooth experience you can't get with your old pipes and bongs. Speaking of old pipes and bongs, go play with Bong Red Man.
Tony, I love freeze pipe so much. I sleep next to it every night. I drift off into sleep and I think about taking clean, soft milk bar ribs in the clouds. Then I wake up and I smoke that sucker. It's sitting right next to me. It's like my dreams come true.
That is an incredible story, Red Man. Hey, did you know Freeze Pipe is American owned and has over 100,000 happy customers? Visit thefreezepipe.com and use code KILLTONY for 10% off your entire order. That's thefreezepipe.com and use code KILLTONY for 10% off. Shop today and get free shipping and say goodbye to harsh smoke forever. Hell yeah, the best. You want the chain back? Oh shit. Make some noise for your next comedian, Video Laughlin. One more time, everybody. Video Laughlin, everyone. Make some noise for Biddy, everyone. 60 seconds on your own.
Hi. Hi, my name's Biddy. I'm from Australia and my pronouns are fuck off. I'm Irish Australian and I don't drink anymore, so my ancestors are pissed. And they're pissed. I'm a single mom. I didn't find out the sex of my baby when I was pregnant, but I was kind of hoping for a miscarriage. At 20 weeks, I was convinced I was having a boy because I was sitting on the couch still waiting for him to make a move. And at 10 weeks, I didn't get that test to find out if my baby had Down syndrome because I didn't care. I would have raised it. If my kid had an extra chromosome, I would have taught it to say funny things. Like when people say women before, they can go, nah, I've just got one of those faces. Beautiful girl, and I called her Dolly because she likes singing her boobs. Her first word was Gaddon. I was like, where?
There you go. More time for video. Very funny. I can tell by your performance that you do not edit any videos. Remember that idiot? Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I started 14 years ago, but then I had like a 9-year break after a couple of years, and I just got back into it before the pandemic.
14 years? What made you take a 9-year break?
Well, I fell into bed with too many comedians and developed alcoholism.
Ah, okay. Your alcoholism stopped your comedy?
No, the alcoholism kept going, but I stopped doing comedy and, stayed away from comedians.
Cheers. Yeah, imagine how many drinks it would take to fuck this guy. Absolutely. So, you still live in Australia?
I do.
Okay, what part?
Adelaide.
Very nice. And is there a comedy club there?
There are two, and I don't get on one of them.
Right, what are they called again?
The Rhino Room and the Cranker.
The Cranker?
The Cranker, yeah.
And what do you do for a living?
I go busking on the streets, like singing for money, and I have single mother benefits at the moment.
Busking?
Yeah.
So that's like street art?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give us an example of what you do out on the streets? How many of you want to see what Biddy does on the streets? Just a little showcase of your talents here.
Well, I don't have my guitar with me.
You play guitar?
Yeah, I play guitar and sing.
Like acoustic or electric?
Acoustic.
Can you play with an electric?
Yeah.
You can?
I guess so.
Why do you say no?
That'd be shit.
Okay, so you need a guitar.
Yeah.
You can't just sing.
Oh, I can sing.
Okay.
Gosh.
I'm gonna end up doing this, but this is the theme tonight. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Do you know,
Dan's already got your Instagram up. He's looking at videos of you singing.
I actually followed her for a while. Yeah, I know she was.
Wow, look at that. Crazy. This is my 11 years we've been doing this together. How did you end up following her? Do you know?
He was recommended by somebody. How did you meet that guy?
At the Comedy Store in London many years ago. Yeah.
It's a bullshit place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a real comedy store.
No, it's
People
not.
don't know that. It's just stole the name from a very famous comedy club. The Comedy Store.
Yeah.
Very odd that they would call themselves that. A very old maneuver. What this story is with that. Probably allowed to do it because they're British and fucking
International.
yeah. Weird.
It's in Australia as well, right?
Yeah, they got one in Sydney.
Pussies.
The Comedy Store in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
God, a bunch of unoriginal-ass countries. It's incredible. A single fucking idea on your own. That's why we dominate you with our military anytime we want. How old's your kid now?
She's nearly 3.
Dolly is nearly 3. Where's Dolly at tonight?
She's getting babysat by a lady off care.com.
Wow. Here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
So you just found a random lady.
Well, you have to pay, so I figured they vetted them, and she also said she didn't think Hannah Gadsby was funny, so I was like, you'll do.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great test to make sure if it's a good nanny, as long as they think Hannah Gadsby's not funny. Okay, let's sing something. What do we got here? Name a song or a chord or fucking anything. Just say anything, really. You want to go a cappella and then they'll follow you?
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's do that. You want me to sing the song for you?
What about, well, it ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. You know that one?
What's that song that you do? I don't know. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. Given that you don't know by now. It ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. It'll never do somehow. When the rooster crows at the break of dawn, I've got you in faith, and I'll be gone. You're the reason I'm traveling on. Don't think twice, it's alright.
There's a little break in between the verses here.
Well, ain't no use to calling out my name like you never done before. Well, ain't no use to calling out my name. I'm on the dark side of your door.
I love your style. I love your energy. Fantastic stuff.
If you're in town Thursday, we'd love to have you on the secret show.
Changed my life.
There you go. Folks, they spin the other direction when they're Australian. Do you agree? Video. Gmail.hg. You guys follow her on social media. It's very hard, but go ahead and try. Alright, your next comedian, 60 seconds on and around. It goes by the name of Kent Hunter, everybody. Kent Hunter. Here we go. Anything can happen.
I was listening to this 2 Chainz song the other day. And he said, "Pussy was so good, I missed my flight." And I'm not impressed. Because for those of you who don't know, 2 Chainz is a black pothead rapper. Pussy or not, he was never going to make that flight. But what would impress me is my grandfather gets to flights 3 hours early. He looked at me and said, "Pussy was so good, I missed my flight." I'm like, what? You tell me Graham got that good shit. Are you serious? That joke's actually been doing really well recently. I thought about calling her up. Like, hey, your pussy's a crowd pleaser. My dad, he calls me dope. That bothers me a little bit. Because the only people who still say dope are old people talking about drugs and 12-year-olds when they get a Minecraft t-shirt for Christmas. So now I don't know if my dad's getting older or if my mom's a pedophile. Thank you, John.
I absolutely loved that set. That was fantastic. Well paced, well executed. You've been on this show before, correct?
Yes, sir. It's number 4.
This is your 4th time on the show. You always look different. Are you the shaky lady? Very famous in the history of Kiltony, it turns out. He always has a different disguise. Tonight he's got a new mustache and a backwards hat. Oh, okay. Everybody's getting their mullets on nowadays. I love it. This is incredible. We had a fat guy with a mullet on earlier. Very rare treat. Yeah, hell of a rapper. Ken, welcome back to the show. I love that minute. How long have you lived in Austin?
A year now.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years now.
2 years. Fantastic performance for a 2-year comic, and all of your sets have been good on the show, right? Yeah.
I try.
Look at that little smile coming through. Such a tough guy. Rich Voss.
Hey, like, are you saying that you can't run a football helmet with a chin strap?
What is that?
Because you don't have a chin.
It is true. He does not have a chin. His neck goes up to his bottom lip. I think this is the second comedian who could not hang himself. That's not common nowadays. So many comedians have hung themselves that they're now evolving to it's a thing that's happening in real life. The comedians of the future cannot hang themselves. However, I think we can figure out a way for Brian Olcott to get some help. We're going to really tighten it up and figure it out. Not you, though. No hanging yourself for you. So, remind us, what do you do for work, Kent?
I work at HEB.
HEB. He works at the absolute staple of Texas, the greatest grocery store to ever exist, HEB. And what do you do at HEB?
I stock shelves.
What better job for you than stocking shelves? You have the height, you have everything going for you. I know this, you famously had shaky legs. I'm not really seeing it tonight. Are they? Oh, yeah, there they are. All right. Waiting over there. There it is. That's the noise. Michael's got the sound effects over there. When you hear that rattling cowbell, that means we got shaky legs. Oh, yeah. There they are. Is there any other time in your life where your legs shake from nervousness?
Whenever I'm really nervous or scared.
But it doesn't happen during your minute, does it?
No, I'm comfortable with my minutes.
You're comfortable with your minutes, and you're comfortable doing stand-up. It's this interview part that's the best of you. What is the question that you're so afraid that I would ask? I want Michael to let me know what. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I saw that one. All right. What are you afraid of me asking? What makes you so nervous during the interview part? You're a likable guy. You're very nice. You have HEB, HIV, you have everything. What makes you nervous?
I'm just not that good with improv off the rip, so I trust my minute. I know it's going to be funny, or I don't know if I'm going to be funny in the interview.
You're doing just fine, dude. Doing just fine, buddy. Just relax a little bit with those legs. You're one of the all-time greats, the most veteran guest out of our history of guests. What do you think about this guy?
I think
He's got an attitude, bro. Yeah, fuck me, fuck you, man. Piece of this.
It was perfect. As long as you don't call the N-word. Fantastic. I love it. So, what else is going on in your life, Kent? It's been a while since we've seen you.
It has.
You've been hooking up with the lady, you fucking human vibrator, you? Giving it the old fucking shaky third leg. You ever get inside of a girl and just picture me asking you questions? Hello. Hi, Kent, it's me. She's fucking... She's a mind, right? Turn on that fucking shaky leg on her, bitch. She's just like crazy. How long was it?
Shit, oh boy, I would come in an instant. Great. Do you get nervous during sex? Does that happen?
Completely honest. Yeah. I haven't had sex.
You're a virgin. No.
Do you want to see if it works?
Some camp powder, some hair moisturizer, spray it on there. We're gonna do real. Tin Man, she's got her hair there. It's like oil.
It just squeaks a little, but then once you get in there, it starts fucking shaking. It comes right off. Sorry. Trust me, I know. I had this in me earlier. Trust.
I can't realize why it was called like this is switch reacts. There's enough space for me to breathe in here. Bottom line is, so explain to us, how old are you, Ken? 20 years old. Now, are you a religious guy? How do you maintain your virginity?
Looking like this, apparently.
I'm not buying it. There's a lot of fucking monsters that have been on this stage that I've gotten to go for. I want to know what's going on here.
This is very awkward.
Yeah? Tell us what's the closest you've gotten. Have you gone down on a girl?
I have not.
Have you had a girl go down on you?
I have not.
You're into girls, though.
Yes.
You're positive about
Yes.
that. What kind of porn do you jerk off to?
Lesbian.
He really did. There's some lesbians in the audience. Any guy who paper scissors earlier, they flew through scissors. So, you've never gone down on a girl, the girl's never gone down on you. You made out with a girl?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you made out with a girl?
Before I moved here.
Before you moved here? How long ago? A year ago?
Yeah.
Really? You've never kissed a girl in Austin?
Oh, I kissed a girl on your show the first time I got picked.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. That was so bad. Motherfucking house. Oh my goodness. I love it. So you're killing it, Dom. You're killing it. Yo, Dom, available now. It'll be like a well-edited Zoom podcast.
Boss and I have been on it.
Oh, you've been on that show?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
Really does.
You've been on it, so you zoomed in.
Yeah.
Okay. You say it like you did. Like you took 45 minutes to have a phone call with Dom.
There he is now.
Dom show. Here for another episode of Yo Dom. I love it. Okay. So, when's the last time you were on a date with a girl? I want to try to get you laid, Kent. I know. Last week. Get me laid. No, that's impossible. Let's stay with Ken here. Let me ask you this. What would be your move? You go on a date with a girl, you have your own apartment? No. You have a roommate? Yes. Do you have multiple roommates? I do. How many roommates do you have? 3. Okay. How many bedrooms in this place?
It's a 4-bedroom house.
4-bedroom house, you have 3 roommates, so every bedroom is taken. Yes. You have your own bathroom?
No.
How many people share your exactly?
Me and the guy across from me.
Other guy across from you. This is a bro.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you say?
Keep trying to guess what I got a bug.
Red man's terrible. So, Ken, have you ever gotten a girl back to your place? No, never. Have you gone on a date since being in Austin?
Yes.
What did you do on this date?
Ended up being really awkward. We were supposed to go to food trucks and then have like a picnic in the park with the food from the food truck.
Smart.
And we got to the food truck place and she wasn't hungry. So we ended up just going to the park.
Did you think about taking her to perhaps anything else? You just went and sat in the park?
Well, originally we were going to do mini golf.
Okay, what happened to mini golf? She didn't want to do that. She had no arms. It's very shaky arms.
At first, she was down for mini golf and just changed her mind. I wanted to do food instead.
So she wanted to do food.
And then wasn't hungry, yeah.
And then wasn't hungry. How long did you hang out in the park with this broad?
About 2 hours.
About 2 hours, and you talked about what, your life and stuff. So
Yeah.
you're like, what do your siblings?
She has no clue about comedy and was trying to ask me comedy questions, which was quite annoying.
Yeah, that's the worst.
She's asking me like how to write a joke.
So how do you edit a video? So you just hit the button that says record in the corner? And then what? That's it? Oh, I hate him so much. Just my hatred boils over my loins boil. Not you. No, you're kids up here with me. Oh shit, sorry. I'm sorry to scare you though. I like you. I like you a lot. Shapes are always stopped at HEB. I have no reason to hate you. You're like me. Everything's always bullshit. Everything's always somebody takes something off a shelf and his story just runs right up with a replacement. Okay. So, are there any single ladies in the audience? Clap your hands together. Yeah. Okay, that's that. There was that. Stand up and do it again. Stand up. Who did that? Stand up. Oh, shit. Okay. Ken, what do you think? You see that out there? You can't see? I don't think it matters, Ken. You see her now? She's cute. Did you sign up? You did? What's your name? Hannah Gray. And you're single? Yeah. If I give you a minute, will you go on a date with Kent? Okay, that's the joke. Stand on the stage. I'm going to bring you back out here in a second. There goes Ken Hunter. Oh, yeah. This is how the magic happens. These two are one city here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my 60 seconds uninterrupted. From the audience, a representative of your own. Make some noise for the Kill Tony debut.
Fuck yeah, what's up, Boston? Hell yeah. So I'm divorced and retired for the same reason. The good old gay United States Navy. What's up? No, it's fun. It's fun being a white woman looking like this, though, because, like, I got a white woman up in my military experience. Like, I got that PTS dizzle. What? My only black friend told me, it's okay as long as I don't add ER to it. It's fine. The other cute one is I got Kablanzoed in the sandbox. Sounds a lot cuter than an IED in Iraq, guys. What's up? It's fine. No, the other one is like getting back out on the dating apps and shit like that. Fellas, don't know who the fuck taught you how to slide into DMs, but hey, what's up? 10 inches question mark. Sounds more like a Subway ad. Maybe that's just me. The other one that's fun is like a lot of guys just peg me question mark. And it's like, I'm the last bitch you want going near your household. Like, I don't know shit about it, but thank you.
Okay, very likable, well executed minute. I love that. Have you done stand-up before?
Yeah, I do it in Colorado.
In Colorado? What part of Colorado?
Denver, actually.
Okay, absolutely.
My friend who did really good on the show said I could shout him out if I did okay. So, Brian Sullivan, what's up?
You really wanted to get that out of your system. Rich Voss, this is great. Two people who have never been on a date are going to meet tonight. Yeah, a little bit shaky. You're a little nervous too. I hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
Eleanor Kerrigan.
This is low on the spectrum. This is
I love your style. Me and my entourage wear the same jacket sometimes. What the fuck was that?
Tony's in the T-Birds.
It's incredible. I love your style. So what branch of the military were you in?
The Navy.
The Navy, absolutely. What did you specialize in there?
Oh, hell yeah. I fixed airplanes.
Okay, airplanes in the Navy.
It was like the Air Force, but not.
Okay.
Yeah, they told me I was too fat, so the Navy hit me on the way out. Like,
oh my
let's go to
goodness.
boot camp, bitch.
Right. Less greedy, more Navy. You know what I'm saying? I love it. So what do you do for work now?
I'm a software engineer.
Okay, absolutely. I see why there's some
shaking.
I can see why that would exist. What exactly do you do with software?
So I build apps. I'm actually building a comedy app right
Is that
now.
a half skirt, half? What is that? It's very distracting.
I got it off like an Instagram store, and I know this is just.
Is that what you thought you were buying?
Not really. It's kind of like a Wish.com situation.
Did you buy that from a gay gladiator? Yeah, it looks like Cam Patterson's barber takes this. This is amazing. What else are you into, Hannah? What do you do for fun?
I grow mushrooms.
Oh,
If you can't tell anything.
Okay. Do you grow a lot of mushrooms?
Not a lot. I just started, but like they're pretty easy.
How often do you do mushrooms?
Pretty consistently, honestly.
Oh, she is.
Not every day.
Okay. And so you're single right now, and you're in Austin for a bit?
Yeah, for the week.
Okay. Let's bring Kent Hunter back up here. Kent. There he goes. Oh, shit. I got good news for you. I found a girl that's definitely hungry. This one is going to be, I got bad news is she's not going to want to go to the park afterwards. Drops only for this one, then you take her straight back to your place, you rush her past her roommates. Yep, just hop and skip and a jump. And then you throw her right down I'm saying? Ken, how do you feel about this situation? Have you ever lost your virginity to a girl with PTSD on mushrooms? Well, she's going to turn your software into hardware, right? I think you have a chance here. Are you willing to go on a date with Hannah Gray? Okay. I can see you excited about it. Let me ask you again. We'll edit that one out. Ken, you want to go on a date with Hannah?
Yeah.
What night are you free this weekend? This fucking picky choosy motherfucker.
I think Thursday.
Thursday. Is Thursday good for you? Works for you. All right. You know what? I'm going to set this up. I'm going to get you guys, yeah, secret show, yeah.
Somebody's in a room. I like that.
That might kind of work.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. They go to dinner. I'm gonna take care of dinner. I'm not gonna sing words. And I'll put fucking what, $200? Yeah, there you go. Lesbian yelling out numbers. Jesus Christ Almighty. $200 to you guys. Secret location. You have dinner at 6:30 on Thursday, and then you guys do spots at the secret show, and then you fuck this shaky motherfucker's brains out. It's acting like I'm easy right now. This is gonna be good for you. The good news is you only have half a skirt to take off. Alright? It's gonna be easy breezy. You bust a nut, and then you're one down. You're gonna have a whole new confidence after this. Okay, Ken? Who's excited about this? Ken's the number. This is the craziest show on planet. A lot of other shows, you win a briefcase of cash or something like that. We're gonna have 2 threes fuck on Thursday. This is gonna be incredible. Here they go. It's Hunter and Hannah Gray. A double date for dinner. And then this is a secret show. And then sex in a house with fucking perfect. Only other films only the dreams like this come true. Oh my god, too much fucking fun.
This is for like retard.
Brian has his workout. He has a lot of work from on your show, doesn't he?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This guy, a polarizing figure in the history of this show. I absolutely love him, and I've always said, off stage he's so funny that I believe that every time I think it's going to get better and better at stand-up comedy. The guy, the boy wonder, has been doing spots all over the country and misses no opportunity to hustle around, sell tickets, and do long sets trying to get better. Here, for the brand new minute, I present to you the return, once again, of Uncle Laser. Here he is, live in the flesh. Oh shit, here he is. Oh my goodness. The lizard man himself, Uncle Laser.
Y'all like Toronto, you ain't go like this. Was reading that sticky pamphlet in the Planned Parenthood this morning. And I just learned that PH actually stands for pussy health. Now ladies, when it's off, y'all ain't got like a little check engine light that says, hey, how's it going, EBGON? This shit look contagious. I made love to a forklift driver the other day. I went down on her, and it always smells the same. Why does bad pussy always smell like Chernobyl? This one's pussy lips Looked like an iguana neck. Her clitoris was calloused over and hard, like an octopus beak. Easy to find. For once.
Opportunities for laughter in there. Great stash. Uncle Laser. How much of that is true? That's frightening. You're hanging out with her. It's
For the joke purposes, I met her for the club driver. She's actually nighttime ballerina. That's a stripper. I thought UTI was a baby disease. I don't know if you get that. I'm currently walking around with that shit right now. And what had happened was she had a yeast infection. I don't know what bothered me none. You know, stay fine.
It's the yeast.
My kidneys feel like they're gonna explode.
Oh my god, how long have you had this UTI?
About 4 weeks now.
That's what I was going to say because I again, believe it or not, I hang out with local lasers. About 3 weeks ago, I remember you saying that you got a UTI and that your kidneys hurt.
I took care of it later since that point. But I had finished the antibiotics all the way, and she had full supervision.
That's why, I mean, I just can't get enough. It's so entertaining. It's all look how serious his face is right now. No shaking. Like, we found out his motherfucker. He's calm and confident.
Drinking cranberry juice and vodka nonstop. I know. What's your like?
The old Ric Flair. Cranberries and vodkas. I know about
But
that.
then the craziest part is, like 3 days ago, so I'm gonna get taken care of. I go Planned Parenthood stuff, but she went to jail like 3 days later. Like big girl jail. They picked her ass up. She's still in jail.
She had a warrant?
She had a kangaroo. Like, she brought with the cartel in some fashion or form, right?
Hold on,
She had a baby kangaroo. She owned one. That's not, you can't buy that at PetSmart.
Now, again, the interesting thing here, it sounds like he's crazy and silly and making stuff up, but I literally remember seeing it in one of your many, you post a lot of Instagram stories, so you can almost always tell what Laser's up to if you follow him on Instagram. And literally, I mean, I don't even like say, oh my god, what is that? Like, I'm not surprised by anything anymore on this guy's life. And meanwhile, I did see a story, and I haven't even mentioned this to you, a kangaroo bouncing around in somebody's apartment, like roommates and shit. Seemed like the last guy's place you were at. And it's wearing a diaper.
Well, you don't want to shit on carpet.
Just learning the indoor kangaroo game.
No one really divides why they're potty trained, just because they're not supposed to be inside. They're not supposed to be domesticated. Any stretch of imagination. Yeah.
And so you go to her place, she has a kangaroo in a diaper hopping around. Do you pet it? What do you do?
Like, that's fucking neat. You know, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say there? You know, like, I don't know. When that motherfuckers grow up, they're vicious. You can't keep them out. There's no way. Like, they'll beat shit up.
Did you see this kangaroo?
Yeah, it was a baby. It was cool. It smelled like carrots or something. Like, smelled like I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it's subtraction. Ready for the car pocket, baby. Yeah, she like put like YSL perfume and shit on it, so it smelled like a woman. It was weird. This is actually expensive perfume. I don't know if you know that.
What's that?
YSL.
Do what now?
Yeah.
I know. It's not like this kind of guy.
This is the complete opposite of camp. I don't know what this is. And it's hard to understand too, but I mean, I like it. I'm enjoying it. I love wrestling. Okay.
That's what this guy is. So, when are you getting this UTI checked out?
Shoot, where I got to Connecticut. attention, man. So I got this one.
Okay. You taking it yet?
Yeah, took some today. I can't trust you. That
sounds about right.
So, all of us ladies, and she's different. She's so Metallica, all of okay? Different times, she's just like a woman, and she seduced you with vinegar. Shit, that's a thing. Like, I mean, that was a thing. I guess the cover particle will say, you push it clean yourself. Because it's not working. This I know.
And then you can raise your question.
Yeah, so I don't know where you're going with that shit. It's suppository that you can go suppository because y'all didn't care what every got everybody really needed. It'll kill you. That's just no strategy to me. Suppository is going to kill you if you're saying for Johnny. So you're brand new. You know what I'm saying? She's the
Like a boric acid?
yeah, they say I'm really fucking up the word.
There you go.
You just call everything you don't know vinegar. Wise chewing tobacco wisdom from Uncle Laser. How are you not a health teacher?
It says it right on the sticker.
Laser, another 5 minute, another 5 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, what another name out of the book? You guys still hanging in there? Make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds for Austin Young, everybody. Austin Young. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm single. I need a lady in my life, and not for companionship or anything. I'm almost 30 years old, and I don't own a bowl. Single bowl, man. I've just been eating cereal out of containers that were designed to store ham, and I'll be honest, man, I was far too content with it. Like, I was ready to live the rest of my life like that until I had a lady over, and she's like, hey, where are your bowls? I'm like, I don't have any. And she's like, I want you to know this is a huge red flag. I'm like, ooh, any other red flags I should know about? She's like, yeah, guys that don't have headboards. I'm like, bitch, you think I got headboard money? I ain't got bowls. Plus, you know how ridiculous a headboard would look on an air mattress? That's nice. Thank you guys so much.
Austin Young. Been on the show before. Welcome back.
This is our third time.
I love it. Welcome. How did that feel for you?
It felt very good.
So what do you eat the cereal out of?
Out of ham bowls, Oscar Mayer bowls, you can reuse them.
Ham bowls.
Yeah, ham bowls. Hillshore Farms. Those got some depth to it.
Oh my god.
Clean it.
Like the thin
Plastic bowls, yeah.
You eat cereal out of how many times do you refill those?
Usually till the box is gone.
You're a very big boy, Austin. I would expect you eating cereal out of like a bathtub or something like that. Here you are.
Man, that's a good ass idea.
Yeah, just remember to plug the hole at the bottom.
Of course, yeah.
Rich Fox.
Now, what do you drink your meatloaf milkshakes out of?
Blender.
Great answer. Absolutely. You are a master improviser of food. So you really don't have a headboard?
I don't know.
Do you really have an air mattress?
I mean, I used to, but I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I got a mattress now. It's just a mattress on the floor.
Right. It's just an air mattress. Eleanor?
That air mattress would squeak the way this squeaks without oil.
Oh, yeah. I can't even imagine an air mattress sitting with you on it. So now you have a real mattress, but no headboard.
No headboard.
How far are we from the headboard?
I mean, I could get one, but I just don't want to carry it up to my apartment.
Okay. You have a second story apartment?
Yeah, it's like 2 floors. I gotta walk it up. It's a real bitch.
truck drive.
Drive trucks.
Drive trucks. Yes, the truck driver drives truck. And the second story has 2 sets of stairs. We're learning a lot here. Alright, what's your route lately?
Go down to Laredo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you like to do? You stop off anywhere? Do you, you a Lucky's guy? What do you do?
Oh, they don't let trucks in Lucky's, but I just dip all night and then just like listen to podcasts and whatnot. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
I scream to keep me awake. That's nice.
You really do that?
Yeah, I'll just scream.
Does that work?
Oh, it works.
Can you put the microphone down by your waist and just show us what your actual scream in your truck sounds like? Don't do it into the mic.
All right.
That's a good scream.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what girls do when he walks in the room.
What is your love life like, Austin?
I'm doing all right. I actually hooked up with a lady in Dallas after that Adam Ray on the weekend, so that's great.
Okay, that's
Shout
great.
out Gabby, your pussy felt real good. She's actually a big fan of the show too, so
Wow, the pussy felt real good. Better than a normal pussy or average?
I mean better than the average bear, but fucking it felt nice.
And you went no condom.
I mean, I was like, I have some, and I'm like, oh no, I forgot.
He's got a sweet face. I'd let him get away with that. I forgot. Okay.
My goodness gracious. Absolutely incredible. So, how did this Gabby situation happen? She hung out with you after the show or something?
Yeah, she met. I did a show in Fort Worth like the week before, and then she started following me, and then
On Instagram?
yes, on Instagram. So I just hit her up and saw she was in Dallas. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be opening for Adam Ray if you want to come. And then so
Put her on your guest list.
I sure did.
Look at you. Sweet, sweet boy.
Yeah,
Next thing you know, you're in some good pussy.
there's some great pussy.
Wow. How long do you think you lasted with her? You have a lot of stamina?
What's that? Oh yeah, I got my recovery. It's like a son of a bitch.
So you go again, right?
Oh yeah.
So what type of recovery were you talking about here? The ladies are all very, oh, that's a guy. They're all very
It's alright. He's cute. It's like it doesn't take long. It's just a couple minutes.
couple minutes. Wow, look at you. Do you do anything special to fucking get it hard again? You like reverse scream or something?
Yeah. Just think how good the pussy felt. It usually does it.
Just think about it again. Use your imagination. 2 minutes later.
The quicker I get harder, I get to put it back in there.
That's actually a good point. This man states a lot of very obvious things. He's a truck driver. He drives trucks. So the second story, 2 flights of stairs. You get your dick hard, the quicker you get to put it in again. Absolutely unbelievable. The man of many things.
Very simplistic. Very simplistic. Keep it simple, buddy.
Do you eat pussy, Joe?
Oh, of course.
Legs, neck, and torso?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I never miss a meal, dude.
Now, a guy like you, because, like, I'll eat a cup of pudding, right? And I'll be like, that's barely any pudding, right? I was just getting started with this pudding, now I'm done with it. It seems like a guy like me and you should not be eating the same. Do you eat more than 1 cup of pudding?
I have 2.
Look at that. Absolutely.
That usually satisfies my pudding crave.
Have you ever binged the food in which even you're like, Jesus, what have I done?
Oh, every time I go to Rapolo's, it's a whole pizza. Like,
You have a whole pizza here.
not a whole pizza, but like I could eat like half of it. Like that was a lot. It's a big pie.
Wow. Incredible. Then you're talking about a large or an extra large?
The extra large, of
Wow,
course.
that's like the size of a headboard.
It is.
Have you ever thought about
That lasts a long for us.
Goddamn right. Okay. Austin, you've been on this show before.
Yes, sir.
You have a big joke book. You did it again. Another good minute. Another good interview. Finally got a fucking phone that's actually here. 4 people left. beer festival goers that signed up and then left their beer. But the good news is I finally got somebody that is here, and he's a young legend of the show. This guy did so good on his debut episode of the show that we had him perform in a fucking arena at the age of, I think he's 16 or 17 or something crazy. What is it, 17? Ladies and gentlemen, I present you a brand new minute from 17-year-old Holden Chazen.
What's up? How you guys doing? Alright, yeah, that is true. I just turned 17. Just turned 17, fuckable in a year. You know, one more year until I don't have to lie about my age on porn sites. I'm pretty excited about it. I did have a joke about abortion, but still in the early stages of development, so I'll leave it alone. You know, I've been starting to notice a lot of acne on my face. I know we've all gotten it. But I've been Googling to see how to get rid of it. Turns out I have to quit doing something I'm not willing to give up. I have to quit jerking off. I don't want to stop. But I do it so much that one of my buddies told me, Holden, you have to quit choking your chicken. I've never heard this before. But I choked mine so much that I gave it a name. You guys want to get a name? Yeah. I named it George Floyd. The cop that killed him is probably being forced to choke a lot of chickens these days himself. Maybe he's into it, I don't know, but based on the given clues, I think it's safe to say that he's into erotic asphyxiation. Alright, that's it, thank you guys.
George Floyd joke. It's hard to follow that. It's true. I love that joke, by the way. I don't think you need to tag on that. Me and Rich Voss made 5 seconds of eye contact after I got on that. That's a pretty good sign. Wow, you choke the chicken so much that you call it George Floyd. That's so good. Incredible. Wow. I mean, a 17-year-old can get away with that joke. That's the good news.
Thank God y'all's phones are locked up. Damn.
Thank God what?
Their phones are locked up.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, this will be on YouTube.
Tell me, we can talk about it.
Yeah, we can talk about it, absolutely. You took a shot, you actually made it. It's a great joke. It is. You try to think of tags that you could possibly say, but all of mine are basically selling them right to have you ever thought about saying that you inject your penis with fentanyl right before George Floyd was he was
Fentanyl guy.
Yeah, he was at a what's it called, a fucking an overdose amount of fentanyl at the time. What a crazy coincidence that would happen right at the same moment. I mean, what are the odds? It's almost like a fucking so Holden, let's talk about it. When you do jokes like that, do you think I'm 17, I can get away with anything?
I know people legally can't fuck me up over them, so
that's true. And you also know that the only black guy on the stage that can see has to jump over a blind guy.
That's true.
That's true. That's true. And the blind guy's not going to be able to spot you. He's going to swoop duck out and under. And you're going to be just fine. Has anyone ever been offended by a joke of yours, like when you're out doing open mics and stuff or anything like that?
I mean, they haven't voiced it, but I've gotten a lot of, with that joke, I've gotten a lot of, just all across the board. Nobody's brave enough to be the one guy to laugh at it.
Right. Exactly.
Maybe they're worried about your dead dick.
Possibly.
Do you have a headboard? Do you have a headboard? That's a great question. You're 17 years old. Do you happen to have a bed that has a headboard?
I do.
There you go. Look at that. absolutely. Mom's taking good care of you. There's Mrs. Deshays over here.
Oh, his mom.
So it's hot mom is standing right outside.
I'm like afraid to make eye contact. I feel like Crystal Lee. I'm missing a little bit.
It's a reverse to be a woman with a younger boy. Holden, what else has been going on in life? You're 17. Give us the ways of what's it like being a 17-year-old in Texas nowadays?
A lot of man ladies out there.
Okay. There's one right here. Look at it.
I spoke it into existence. Because before I was homeschooled, I went to a private or a public school, and there were a lot of those running around.
There was a lot of man girls.
Yeah, the private school or public school. Because I held a group for one girl. So I thought, and they, whatever.
Look at you, a 16-year-old correcting your pronouns. That's what it's like being a kid now.
Yeah. She said, thank you. And I said, yes, ma'am. My bad for being respectful. And she was like, it's sir. And I was like, no, it's not.
I love it. Anything else crazy we should have going on? What else?
I got a girlfriend.
Whoa! I love it. Where'd you meet this girl at?
At homecoming last year.
Okay, that's absolutely adorable. So you took her to homecoming?
Well, I didn't take her. I took another girl and met her there.
Shit, you are out of control. Clearly, it seems like you are the most sexually active person other than Uncle Laser on tonight's line. She's crazy because you're 17.
Yeah.
We also got a guy that is a virgin earlier, and I do believe he's in his 30s, so congratulations. You're doing absolutely perfect.
Thank you. I met her there, and then we started talking, and kind of went away, and then she,
this most ridiculous things that I did about you being in a street relationship. He's famously homophobic. He literally celebrates a boy going on a date with a girl nowadays. This is what has come to. Great Jesus. Goddamn right. Holden, we love you. You're killing it. You're 17. Nothing can stop you. There you go. So right there. Come on, you guys can do better than that. Make some noise. You ready to put a fucking ribbon on this thing or what? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kill Tony Hall of Famer, the record holder all-time for appearances on the show. Minutes done and interviews done. He is known as the Baron of Biloxi, the Prince of Pine House Palace, the Duke of Abercorn. Not a lot of people know that. He's the real Duke of Abercorn. The Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla. This is indeed the Big Red Machine, the one and only. Lights out. Walk over here, everybody.
Probably a good thing that Alec Baldwin didn't get the role of Oppenheimer. We all know what he can do with a gun. Imagine a nuclear bomb. My mother was recently jailed after it was revealed that her 5-year-old daughter was helping her do Brazilian waxes. The only thing I'm confused about is since when did cleaning floors become illegal? I'm still working on my rap career. I got a new line. It's Call me Captain Hook because I just gave your bitch a roofie. That's all I got.
7 seconds. William, you look a little different. Yeah, you seem healthier. You shave your head.
Been doing pilots? Or is it Pilates?
Oh my goodness. The legend has arrived. Kill Tony, Hall of Famer, record holder for all-time appearances on the show. This is going First in the history of Kilotomi, this man has been performing every Monday for over 5 years, constantly reinventing a wheel that has never even been created before, and yet here you are pushing it to a brand new limit, the same exact height, the same exact color gear, the same exact color eyes, the exact same voice. There is a blatant, you guys laugh the same, your ears shake when you laugh. It is absolutely incredible.
2093 light years. You and me gonna be getting down. Action. What's up, sluts? I was trying to sleep, and no one time fell a stand-up comedian who was anticipating this late night. Like, it was like evening, night time host named Delilah. Shout out to Delilah. So Delilah, I think she's still a thing, but she used to be this pillar of easy listening and like adult contemporary stations where she would give people advice and just listen to them. And I remember the funny thing was the stand-up comedian who I saw do an impression of her, because it's just all this like fluff. And as I was sleeping, I thought to myself, man, I would really love to do that impression, even though it's probably not very good. So I'm gonna try to do it, and we'll see how it goes. So it starts with like some easy listening music, and Delilah comes on, and she's always like, "Hey, how are you? How was your day? How are you feeling? Did you have a good day? I hope you had a good day. Even if you didn't have a good day, it's not the end. Some people consider the end of the day to be their beginning, and other people believe the end of their day is not their beginning. Those of us who believe that the beginning of the day could be their end, it's just our opinion. Whatever your opinion is out there, you should know that you're loved, and that we love you, and that you're special. Did you have a tough day today? Maybe things didn't go so well with your spouse. Did you have a fight with the one you love? You should know that time heals all wounds, and it'll all work itself out. What's important is that we laugh. Live, laugh, love. That's what's important. So, why don't you get on your most comfortable jammies and get into your big comfy bed, turn up the radio, and just know that tomorrow's a new day, and to think positive, that things are just gonna work out, because it always seems like they do. Maybe you need some cocoa. Is it a cocoa night? Sometimes it's a cocoa night. Make yourself some cocoa. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your night. If it's not night where you are, it's gonna be night. Don't you worry. Tomorrow's going to be a better day. Love is in the air. It's springtime even though it's the fall. And it's the summer even though it's the winter. Night is the day and day is the night. And the beginning of some things are the end of others. And just know that the one out there who loves you is either with you now or thinking about you somewhere across town, across the country, across the world. You never know. Love can come from anywhere. That's what's important to know. Is that love can come from anywhere. And for those of you who have never been in love, you should know that it's okay. It's okay. Love isn't forced. Love is a gift. Love is a gift. And it's a gift to be cherished. So for those of you who have that gift, share it with others. Know that you can love a couple. You can love your pets. You can love your children. You can love a lover. You can love yourself. That's what's important. Love yourself. So anyway, she gave this like pep talk to, I think it was pretty specifically women, but there would be some guys who would call in and be like, yeah, I want to dedicate this song to this woman I met on the subway. I don't even know her name. And Delilah would have to be like, wow, tell me about her. And this guy would be like, well, she was just the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And I'd really appreciate it if you could play whatever song they wanted. And she'd be like, oh, sure. This one goes out there to the woman on the train or the man in the park. Like the way that she spoke was just like, it was just this really peaceful, easy way of talking. And I saw this stand-up comedian. It wasn't someone doing stand-up, but it was just like someone on social media or something. But there's just a woman who does an impression of that. And as I was falling asleep, I'm like, that is so funny. I love women. Period. I love impressions, and I love women who can do impressions when they can. It is such an amazing gift. And I was like trying to fall asleep, and I'm like thinking to myself about the black book and who else is there? There are other people. But the big one to me is and then it would be like this easy listening, Delilah, like and the ladies who would call into that they would just be like such wrecks. Sometimes they'd be like, "Hi, Delilah, my boyfriend just broke up with me, and I need someone to talk to." And Delilah would be like, "Oh, honey, we're here for you. How can I help you?" And so we would be like, "Well, so I was coming home from the store, and I noticed there was a car in my driveway, and it was a car that didn't belong to anyone I knew. And so my spidey senses were going off, and as I walked into the front door, I saw that my boyfriend was having an orgy, and I did not know what to do. And he told me to calm down, it would all work itself out. And I don't know where to turn. I don't know what to do. And Delilah would be like, "It's okay, honey. It's okay. Just know that orgies happen. And sometimes we're invited to them, and sometimes we're not. And it's important to communicate to your partner what you're feeling, and you communicated to them that you were not comfortable with strangers in your driveway having orgies in your living room. And you should know that you're loved, and that we love you, and that tomorrow's a new day." That's what we'd be like, "Yeah, but you don't understand. This was an orgy that was filled with everyone I do. My whole family was at this orgy, and they didn't invite me." Like, it was just like the wildest stories, and they'd be like, till I would just be like, "It's okay. I know that you weren't invited to your family orgy, and that your boyfriend could have sent you an invitation. You should know that this is, in its own way, a good thing. It's an opportunity for you to have orgies with families of other people in the future, and people love you." It's just the wildest stories. And Delilah would just be like very calming, like no matter what it was, somebody would be like, "I want my period." And Delilah would be like, "Oh, that's okay. We're all bleeding somewhere. What's going on? Talk to us. We want to hear from you." And she'd be like, "Oh my God, it looks like somebody tortured a small animal in my bathroom." And she'd be like, "It's okay. There's nothing about which to worry. It's all going to work itself out." And the woman would be like, "Yeah, but I want all the tampons, and I can't find any pads, and I can't find any toilet paper. I'm using newspaper to close things up." Delilah would be like, "It's okay. It'll all work itself out." Just the calmest way. Like, some lady would just be like, "Yeah, Delilah, I think I'm having a hot flash." And Delilah would be like, "We all have hot flashes. We're having hot flashes all over the world right now. We are synchronizing our hot flashes." Would be like, these questions are just hilarious. Anyway, this isn't just a story or anything of importance. I trying to fall asleep. And then it would be like, "Delilah." Really, yeah. Easy listening is interesting. I don't know. It's cool. I love songs and love in general. And just that people would call in. It's just, I mean, I didn't listen to this that much. It would just be like on the radio. I'd be like, "Oh, that lady's on the radio." And then there's Ellen K. Ellen K kind of does some of that. But the big one for me was Delilah. I used to talk to girls about Delilah, and I'd be like flipping through the radio in the car, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's Delilah." I'm like, "Listen to Delilah." They'd be like, "You know what Delilah is?" I'm like, "Yeah, there are like 6 radio stations. Like, I know what they all are, yeah." And they're like, "Oh, you listen to Delilah?" And I'd be like, "I mean, it's one of the 6 radio stations, and the other ones are commercials." And I don't know, maybe there were 10 radio stations, maybe there were 2. It depended on static and all. That's how radio used to work. Anyway, so the little girl said about Delilah. Delilah was big, but any women really, not really anybody in my family to my knowledge, but just girls I knew. It was like the women would really have their like shit taken care of. They would be the one who Delilah would call. You're right. Go fuck yourself.
Says, unlike anything we've ever seen before, we have an absolute Montgomery mayhem happening right now. William, is your brother's name? So, absolutely. You even know which one said that. William, how do you feel tonight? What's going on? I feel weird. So there's one thing if you want about this. You just moved here, but Tony, I literally I can't hear. First thing I hear is that Lance Armstrong is in the grid tonight. I was a cyclist. I cried. That is James, and then my fucking mom tells his ass when he's getting a drink back here. And I have posters all over my wall of him, and I feel like I lost street cred with Lance. So it's honestly, again, it's so exciting and wonderful. So it's here, but I feel like I blew my fucking shot. Did you get to immediately see him? Too briefly, but I was like, I was starstruck, and I was like, so big fans. I love it. I'm a hamburger, it's all Lance Armstrong. Fucking super athletes. He's like me on the fly. It's a crazy life now. It's like strong as golf buddies with Tony Hinchcliffe. I'm gonna say we're getting his matching jacket, so I can go around. Lance Armstrong on one side, Johnny Manziel on the other. Shaking up Austin, Russia, and his brother is also from Russia. It's very exciting. One thing I want to talk about because it is fucking psychos. I cannot watch the UFC on Justin Poirier stars. It's stunningly knocks him out. He's a tremendous underdog, even though he's a fucking legend. Future UFC Hall of Famer Dustin Poirier knocks out this young buck that was totally supposed to beat him. He keeps going for this choke the whole time, and the post interview only lasts 30 seconds. And the UFC really goes one plan of action or whatever, and then Dustin goes. My corner kept telling me, you are strength when I was told it. They said, you told me to stop doing the guillotine choke, but I'm never going to stop doing the guillotine choke. And I remember because I walked away, I was smoking a cigarette, but I had it playing on my Sonos sound system, state-of-the-art Sonos sound system. Thank you, Joe, last year. And I remember hearing that and thinking, it's fucking crazy. That sounds like a really Montgomery reference. Calm your ego, Tony, because I don't know Dustin Poirier is a fan, and Sean O'Malley, who's a huge fan and legend on the show, is in the main event. There's no way Dustin Poirier knows anything about Kill Tony, and then he messages you. So we have to be careful here. Here you are every week at the end of the show. Literally a cosmos of entertainment. I hope everybody's watching this. Are you hearing this? So, how did you feel? Were you watching the fights when Dustin said that?
I was watching it, but we didn't have the volume up, so I didn't hear it. Brother fans said it. So, yeah, that was a fun little awesome that was you bothered me the first fucking time, every fucking time.
Smaller show.
Makes a better show. Scheduled 2 hours. They said they could do the elevator in 6 weeks. So that's what the shit's really 2 days. And we can get that right. As far as working, do an elevator repair 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, I don't see that as being a typical process. Nor do I see it as a typical process. Gentleman's a very effective spokesperson for the company, but obviously the people who live there are not satisfied with his information. Right.
His brother's beautiful.
Well, if I have to teach you how to be a reporter, I'll do that later. I'll have to do that later, Jimmy. I think the lady expressed herself. And you're not here, you live there. Is there any question you'd like me to ask her? No, I'll give you lessons on how to become a reporter. I'll give you some lessons on how to be an editor because I was your boss.
It's a good movie.
Good morning, Jim. We are live.
What's going on right now?
Of Australia, but I was yet to find a horse, so I thought I should put it up to one of the horse studs and check out the beautiful.
This is about standing here, actually, which I've noticed in the paddock. What are you doing?
Well, we're doing the weather for the Today Show at Hills of Australia, but
Just the UFC. Just fucking an absolute spin-off of what she's created. Like the comedy store, the closest thing to a mother that I have in the world that isn't my actual mother, the great lady. It's a sure everybody trying to write Jane about the same trying to freeze waters. It's okay. It's like the times roll. It's like the same. Handing out drink stamps too. Doesn't know the song. Yeah, the newer song. Why don't we do Flowers by Miley Cyrus? Everyone likes that. The girls write Flowers by Miley Cyrus. It sounds like this way, it sounds like the fucking same song you just played. You guys are trying to get rid of me, dude. That's not fucking. You started Let the Good Times Roll with the chorus. There's verses. Do you know the verses? The blind guy's friends fucking got it. Let the stories be told. Let them show what they want. Let the stories be told. Let them show what you want. There's people doodling helping you read millions of times. That's it. Oh, where are you going? What the fuck? No, I can't. Don my rear, everybody. Don my rear, thank you. Podcast, yum, everybody. Holy save you, son of a bitch. Oh, there goes Polly Shore, everybody. Eleanor's new special is out. Richmouse.com. Tickets to Madison Square Garden to the Forum. I think we just released a few more. They're out there. Very, very little time left. It's all happening, folks. Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, Talkspace, and Squarespace. Everybody have a good time tonight? Check out the Sunset Strip Comedy Club, sunsetstrip18.com. We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Rabbi's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Church, birds are flying by. Or not in a church, we're outside of a church. And everyone's in black, it's a funeral, and they have umbrellas. Everyone has umbrellas. It's raining, you get it right now. Okay, there's, I don't know what it's called, but there's like a churchman, and he's walking down the stairs with the little like thing, and there's the casket, and the people are holding it. The two guys in the front are talking, but I don't think they know what they're saying. What? Well, you should have said it so I could have got the time. But yes, it is nice, but you can look.
You got some beans on top of your
We're in it tonight. You did it. You made it. You're the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony. Brought to you by Game Time, Skyline Free, DraftKings, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, and Joe Foster. And we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. One more time with the fucking band. And you guys watching at home don't know this, but sometimes we have special guests swing by and do unbelievable music appearances, because this is Austin, Texas. Live music comedy capital. One more time. You guys saw, I know that Joe gets shivers from chills to the absolute bones. And amazing stuff. You never know what's going to happen here. I highly recommend checking out the show live. Did you guys have fun yet already? We started tonight's podcast.
Surprise today from Lunch Channel 8 Eyewitness News.
What was supposed to be a prank on a teacher instead backfired on the students. A blindfold half-word shot was at the top of campus and
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Rabbi's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to have the best goddamn time of their lives? You're in it tonight. This is just one of those fucking episodes where everything is perfect. It's just fucking perfect. The machine gets to breathe, and no one possibly better.
Number 2, say something very special to me right now.
Love this man. He's been on the show many times before. One of the best comedians in the world. One of the best right now. One of the best ever. And we're going to have so much fucking fun. Let's see how long this puts me in for the great and powerful.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, sir, what are you listening to right now?
I'm listening to this band.
Back, Jim. Thank you. Such a goddamn pleasure to have you. One of the fucking greats. Thank you. Fucking killer New Yorker, Nikki and Jim NYC on YouTube. Their big podcast, Sword Fight. Tickets available. One of the great live comedians in the world, JimNorton.com. So check them out. And Jim, you know how it works. A bunch of fucking souls signed up for the opportunity. Probably how many tonight, Yoni? Ballpark? 200? Yeah, somewhere around there always. 230, Jesus fucking Christ, this shit is getting out of control. A lot of these people moving here, some of the best, who are up and coming, promising talents moving here. Some people literally lying that they've prepared for this just to hopefully get famous. And they annoy me I try to figure out a way to make them uncomfortable for signing up for a show built around comedians trying to make it. You know how it works. They get 60 seconds, and then you hear the sound of a kitten. They have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which is loud, and it interrupts them. And then I ask them a bunch of questions. We learn more about them, stuff that's good, stuff they couldn't talk about, stuff they should never do again. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start the show? So, I go to the bottom of the bucket. I pre-pull a name. They go get them from across the street while that person's being wrangled. I present to you the newest regular on Kiltony. Very esteemed position, which guarantees fucking fame and ticket sales for the rest of their lives. This guy's an absolute phenom, ladies and gentlemen, a force of nature. Unbelievable fucking a gift from the comedy gods. I present to you a brand new 60 seconds from the crab man himself, the one and only Casey Rogan. Do you have to let it linger? Alright, cool. Irish stuff, get lost, eat fish, your dick. Alright. Yeah, I'm feeling dangerous tonight, boys. I might fuck around and give a moose a muffin in this motherfucker. Yeah? I fuck around and give a mouse a cookie. Alright, cool. Hell yeah, get lost. Come on. Alright, was it done harmonica? Tony, I'm starting over. Alright. Can't riff during the minute. Come on now, get lost. Alright, cool. So dangerous. Biden hates to see it. God. Hey Biden, I got 6 words for you, sweetheart. Let me check the White House for ghosts. Okay, cool. Do you have to? Get lost along the bathrooms. Nobody's pissing. So ripping. Okay, cool. I used to do weird combinations of drugs when I was a teenager. Like I drink a bunch of Tuz, Robitussin, and I would, I'm America's Robitussin comedian, and I would, I'd drink a bunch of Tuz, and then I'd take a bunch of Adderall, too, so I'd be focused, but I'd be focused on the wrong shit, you know what I mean? Just like scribbling in a notebook, like what if worms can scream? Alright, thank you, Casey Rocket, thank you.
I think I could be like kind of do it. Burt Reynolds at Burger King in the drive-thru. He ordered 16 foot long. Gets to the first window. It's Marge Simpson. She tells him that this is not a Red Lobster. You need to go on your way. He gets in a submarine and walks to the doghouse. And it's just like random shit.
That's interesting because if you did that, you would be locking people in and out at the same time. It would create within minutes. There would be chaos down there. Just the way I want it.
Have you ever put the microphone stand somewhere and said, no, it actually should stay there?
Yeah, it feels better to have it in motion. Kinetic energy. You guys know kinetic energy. Just have it. It's good to stay in motion. It helps me be fluid, whatever that means. But yeah, just keep moving. Keep moving, keep being brave. It felt weird to, it was weird to actively kind of improvise a little bit in the minute. So it's like, I probably have 10 seconds left. It was like, just comic. I'm trying to get back to it. So, not only does he move the microphone a lot, he also moves the stool a lot. He jumps over the stool, things like that. And I had only seen him here in this room and in The Little Boy, which is about the same size stage, and I took him to open up for me in a massive theater a few weeks ago, and I realized that he uses all of the stage that he's given, no matter what. That's where I learned that. Grab at 45 miles an hour sideways like that, and then back, never losing sight of the crowd and staying square the entire time. The harmonica toss, I didn't know someone could toss a harmonica 40 yards behind them while telling jokes. Everything was bigger. I wouldn't have guessed that about him, but he might use more stage than any comedian I've ever seen before.
Well, I was amazed you coming out. I was like, I think you're really funny. But I was like, oh, please, when I'm drums over. I thought that was so fucking travel throughout what you have, so yeah, very impressive. Very aware of your surroundings.
Thank you. Yeah, I try to be. Yeah, it's a heat signature thing. I try to keep. It's like a velociraptor. You know how they say fighter jets? It's not. You know they say fighter jets. It's not about where they are. It's about where they aren't. So that's kind of what I operate on. So F-15 rules. So
I've actually never heard that about fighter jets, but I believe it. Just saying.
I don't know. I heard that one time. Okay. Also never heard of it. It is incredible. You have a real knack at making up references that perhaps have never existed before. Is looking for ghosts at the White House something you've always wanted to do, or is this just with this new administration? Yeah, another one. The Undertaker walks up. Yeah, it's something. It's definitely piqued my interest the last few years. I've been getting more into ghost hunting. We contain dualities, right? Multiplicities and dualities. And Plato talked about this. The philosopher, the coin, not the philosopher. The philosopher, not the food. Oh, I just saw Nancy rocketed right in the face. That was incredible. But I'm a complicated guy, and it's funny to bring that up in the context of hunting ghosts. But Wynonna Judd was out here earlier, and I wrote a song, and I would love to sing the song that I wrote. Oh, wow. I've never had Casey do a song before. This is very exciting. I have to, it's a short song, so it's kind of like a country song. I don't know. You know what you want? Like a... it's a little, it's like... Yeah, careful what you wish for. He's here. Okay. Okay, perfect. It's kind of complicated, so I just gotta look at it really quickly. Okay, here we go. It's called How Far Can a Quarter Go? It's a serious song, so don't laugh. It's really serious. Okay. There comes a time in every woman's life where she's gotta make a choice. The future seems so far from now, sitting in this little one-horse town, but I know I gotta find my voice. Sitting here staring at the phone, praying how far can a quarter go till I lose my voice. I've got regrets and I told you so. Now I'm sitting in the waiting room and I don't want to see you go. How far can a quarter go? Thank you, that's the old pretty good. Pretty good. So, pretty exciting. So we got a first-time singer-songwriter, so pretty good, not that bad, pretty good. Okay. It went really good, I think. I think it went really good. I love to hear your own music critic. How fucking a quarter go? That was good. That was really good. That was your favorite song of the year. That's the question that's on all our minds. How far can a quarter go? It's like, I don't want to explain too much about it, but it's like, can this quarter take you back to what you once had? Like in PayPal. So that's about. Thank you. Oh God. Oh, Wynonna Judd has something she wants to say up there. Hold on. Here she is. Everybody silent. Wynonna Judd. Thank you. Wynonna Judd just made a new Wynonna Bud. my goodness. Absolutely incredible. Casey, you convinced her that it was great. That was good. That was good.
She's not going to help you. She's just showing you what you can do with a quarter.
I love it. Casey, you're a goddamn superstar. We love you so much. So much fun. There he goes, the great Casey.
Fuck yeah, mothership. How's it going, everybody? Goddamn right. How's your week been? Mine's been alright. The other day, someone said that I had resting youth pastor face. A little bit about me. I'm an amputee, missing 3.5 of my fingers. Totally cool to laugh. Lots to bed. Fuck yeah. What happened? Well, like my birth, it was an accident. So, at least with that accident, someone came. So, I'm just saying. Fuck yeah. I actually got a pretty good deal because I got 3 and I got 1/2 off. So, tell your fucking friends. Hell yeah, dude. I put the armed in armed forces, you know what I'm saying? Because my hand looks like a gun and the state of Texas at the same fucking time. So, the great state of fucking Texas. So fucking laugh. Guys, I'm John Conway. Thanks so much.
Yeah, John Conway. Very fun minute. Great set. There's something about it. I can't quite put my fingers on it.
Jim, hey, Tony, seriously, give me a hand.
Well, yeah, that would be incredible. John, I would give you knuckles, but
we could bones it. Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah.
How did you listen? I got 4th-degree burns, actually.
Fireworks.
No. I had my hand in cement, and there was a makeup accident for a film, and then I was actually playing a guy, and his fingers cut off. And I just take method acting way too seriously. Oh my god. I'm coming after you, Daniel Day. Fucking look out. No, but so they use the wrong materials, and they basically use something called Ultra Cal 30, which is basically like a cement, and so I had a chemical burn, and I got 4th-degree burns, which is charred bone, and my veins were destroyed, joints were destroyed, everything was destroyed. They couldn't save them. I was in the hospital for like weeks, and they just eventually were like, we gotta amputate.
What happened here? Was this directed by Alec Baldwin? What exactly? This is crazy. What kind of movie was this? What movie was this? What was this for?
Yeah, it was for a student project, actually.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
It gets worse.
Tell us more.
The filmmakers, they were foreign exchange students. Didn't speak English at all. Oh, yeah. It was crazy. And you know what's even crazier? Technically, Quentin Tarantino's responsible for this.
Tell us more.
I know. So...
I think I saw this. Kill Fingers.
The Hateful Three. Got him. My God. Fuck yeah. So, if you're not familiar, Quentin Tarantino made a movie called 4 Rooms. Are you familiar?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, so in his segment, there were 4 different stories, 4 different directors. In his story, he was doing basically that story. You have to light your lighter so many times. If you fuck up, you get the job. Right. They did that beat for me. They just basically stole the beats. And I met Tarantino at the store, and I was, don't meet your heroes when you're high on edibles. Yeah. So I told him that, and he was losing his goddamn mind. And
so wait, how does the final scene in 4 Rooms apply to your thing?
They ripped it off completely beat for beat. So they're doing the exact same story. I was the guy lighting the lighter and getting the chop, but we never got to filming because we were doing the makeup prep, and they fucked up there. Wow. It's okay. Did you immediately know, like, the second your hand was in, there was a bomb? No. So it was just like, I thought it was like silicone or not silicone, like plaster, but it was not. So it was just mushy, wet stuff. And then a few moments later, it started getting a little bit lukewarm. But as soon as that happened, it skyrocketed in heat. And I jumped up. And oh, by the way, when I was telling Tarantino this, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad this happened. It happened for a reason. And one of the reasons was there was another actress there. She showed up late. And she put her whole hand in and it went up to her wrist. And so she would have lost it. But as soon as I jumped up, screaming, like, good God, it's fucking burning me, she pulled it out. And she was safe. So thank God for that. That's the blessing. She at least give you a hand job. She owes you one, dude. Yeah, 100%. She fucking owes you one. Or you can finger blast her with whatever that is. The old fucking clip monster right there. Look at that thing. I like to tick up a little bit and make the laugh. That old thing, hell yeah. The old fucking mouse pad you got right there. The old fucking, call that the nub rub. That's the fucking nub rub. Oh my. Dude, we might start an OnlyFans page. That's incredible. You should call it her handyman. Fuck yeah, dude. Wow. Absolutely incredible.
Nice guy, by the way. The positive you find in it is that she was okay. She was, to me, that would have been the negative. Like, if only that bitch put her hand in first, I'd have fine.
It's layered. It's multi-layered. So I'm glad it happened. So that was a silver lining. Thank God for that. But if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gotten hired at this independent film studio. If I hadn't worked at that independent film studio, I wouldn't have met my wife. If I hadn't met my wife, I wouldn't have started comedy. If I hadn't started comedy, I wouldn't have ended up on the store meeting Tarantino, and I wouldn't be here in front of all you guys at fucking Kill Tony. Amazing. You know?
Did the film get finished?
Fuck no, that was just like rust. We didn't do it like rust. We stopped shooting. We Dunzos, they fled the fucking country.
I bet.
So if you've seen some Koreans like yay high with like 3.5 fingers, point them out.
Wow. Are you right-handed?
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
At least it looks nice too. Like that's like a nice dude.
Yeah.
And he had a great story.
And it's cool. It's not bad. No one notices either because everyone thinks I'm like making a fist. You know what I mean? Like the fucking producers backstage, they didn't notice, and I shook their fucking hand. The bartender was out on 6th Street. They put change in my hand, and it fucking rolled off.
How far can a quarter go? Yeah. That's fine.
Tony, no one ever wants to play rock, paper, scissors with me ever. You know what I'm saying?
I bet.
They're just like rock, paper, scissors, and they're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. Hatchet.
Whatever I want it to be, man, I fucking win. So it fucking pays to look like the butler from Scary Movie 2. That's all I'm fucking saying. I'll only use my gun hand.
Oh, I can see it. So how long have you been doing stand-up, John?
2.5 years.
And where at?
LA.
LA.
Yeah, just drove
fun.
up.
You can be literally with your hand.
Yep. We literally just got in here at 6:30.
Okay.
Just up in time for sign-ups.
So what do you do for work? How do you make a living?
So, for a living, I've been in the film industry for 13 years, and I edit movie trailers for a living.
Oh, okay.
That's
Your
my day job.
neighbors also hit the cutting room floor. That's amazing.
That's good. I love that.
Any trailers we would recognize or anything?
No, it's a lot of $5 million movies, like the kind of stuff that you see straight to, like, have you seen any Aaron Eckhart action movie? Yeah, no one has. So it's shit like that.
Okay.
It doesn't make me happy anymore. Comedy makes me happy, and I've been pulling back.
Right. Pull back. So what's your love life like?
A lot of fisting. Yeah. Not great. Mainly because my wife doesn't let me have a girlfriend.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't tell there's not a ring on there.
Yeah, I moved in.
Oh, you snitty old switcheroo.
Yeah. So this is really embarrassing. I was originally gonna wear my ring on like a necklace, but I'm like, this is too like Frodo Lord of the Rings. I'm like, I earned this shit. I'm gonna wear it on my ring. I just moved it over here, so I think people still get it, right? You still get it? Yeah. I mean, don't interject the audience. Their tones don't matter. Sorry, dude. He keeps letting him. What do you think? Gonna get cool? Hell yeah! All right. Sorry. If you see a bunch of people waiting in an elevator, we run up and go, I got it. Oh yeah. That is amazing. It's almost more pointier than a regular counter finger. You have no joints fluffing it up. This is just the neck right there. It's sure. Wow. Does it ever come in handy? No pun intended. No. Haven't done anything cool with it. But you know one thing I've always wanted to do? No one's ever sucked it before. Well, you're in the right place at the right time. It just so happens I'm into the freakiest shit you've ever heard of in your life. It's already hard, Tony. It's hard. Yeah. Hopefully you Paul McCartney, I'm sure. Any other special skills or talents? Yeah, I have a couple of notes here. I can lick my... Yeah, because for this reason, you know the show. Yes, I can lick my own nose. My eyes can shake. I can do that. Yeah, you do the eye shaking thing? I can do that. Yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah. Yeah. No, you lick your nose. Whoa! Hell yeah! You can eat pussy, ladies. Yeah, and for those of you that absolutely have to get finger blasted with the left hand, know this. I eat pussy. I always finish what I eat. I'm a gentleman, so... What is the eye shake? What is the eye shake? You see it? Yeah, it's frightening. It's a frightening thing. Yeah, I learned it in school too. It's a weird. I got jealous of a kid. I'm like, I want to fucking do that. And I like worked on it until I did. And the others, yeah, I know. Useless talents for sure. The best shore of 2024 is the Jim Norton so far. Not sure. That's a great look for a date. That's a great look. 100%. I have this weird ability that it's a stupid superpower, but it's more like a defense mechanism. My body just shuts down, and if it gets too stressed, and it will just like, I'll just turn off, and I'll just pass out. Are you a goat? Yeah. You guys ever see goats? That's me. My whole body just shuts down. Well, John, an amazing performance, very fun, great way to start representing the Buckets. Can you catch this? Yeah, there he goes. John Fondolite, ladies and gentlemen, getting the Buckets started tonight. How fun, huh? Make some noise for John, everybody. Hey y'all, this podcast is sponsored by Game Time, guys. I'll be honest, for the first time ever, buying tickets these days is hell on earth. Cannot tell if the seats are good. You can't find last-minute tickets. That's why I use Game Time. You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game Time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee. Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets. Right, man.
I love Game Time so much. I used it recently to go see a concert. It's great. I cannot stress this enough. They have flash deals, zone deals, views from every seat. You can see where you're sitting, where the stage is. It's awesome. What more do you need? Game Time gives you the lowest prices guaranteed too. So I know I'm in good hands.
That was beautiful, Red Band. Did you know about their all-in pricing? And then toggling this feature shows the total upfront with no surprise fees at checkout. They also offer Game Time ticket coverage, where your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. It's crazy. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create the account, use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code KILLTONY. Why? $20 off. That's why. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Y'all, this podcast is sponsored by Skylight Frame. Do your parents or grandparents live far away? It's easy to drift apart when you don't see each other very often. Don't let another day go by without meaningful contact. You can stay connected with the Skylight Frame program.
The Skylight Frame is a touchscreen photo frame that your whole family can upload photos to, and they appear in seconds. You get to share your favorite moments with the people that matter to you. The perfect gift for moms and grandmoms.
Anyone can send photos with the frame in just seconds via email or the app, and it's a great way to keep in touch with friends and family. It's simple to use. The setup takes less than 60 seconds.
screens, and even the least tech-savvy can use it. It looks like a real photo frame that adds a beautiful touch to your home. There's no doubt about it. I love this skylight frame, and I'm going to give this to my mom and grandma because I love them so dang much. And it's a special limited time offer for our listeners. Get 15% off your skylight frame when you go to skylightframe.com/Tony. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com/Tony. Mother's Day is coming right around the corner, so order today to get 15% off your purchase at skylightframe.com/Tony. Well, you know, anything can happen here at the Comedy Mothership, and I think that we have a very, very special treat right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I get to bring up two of my favorite humans on planet Earth joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tucker Carlson and Joe.
Tucker had no idea this was going on until 30 seconds ago. He had no idea he was going on stage. He's just finding out right now.
We were literally at dinner, and he's like, I want to show you my new place. We're standing backstage. And I didn't know I was coming out until I heard my name. We call that the old Post Malone right there. That's what this before.
We did the Post Malone segment.
Tucker, welcome to the show. Let's go. Okay. Luckily, I'm sober.
Yeah, this one's for you. Put that one back on stage.
I love it. Are all three of these working? Okay, we're gonna
You take this one, and I'll take that one.
We're gonna get them pointed here. We're gonna get them working. Tucker, welcome to the show. Well, thank you for having me. It's an amazing.
By the way, that laugh is real. He does it all the time.
We're gonna have fun. I'm gonna grab us in if you don't mind. We love it. Scoot on down, guys, all the way as far as you possibly can so we can get some of these fucking poor souls up here. Tucker, you know how the show works? Of stand-up comedians, over 230 signed up for the chance to get 60 seconds on this stage tonight. I'm an unemployed talk show host. I'm not a stand-up comedian, so no, I have no idea how this works. Well, we're going to watch this. I sense it won't go well. No, it's going to be great, but we're going to watch them, and then afterwards we give a little bit of input. It's a little free speech version of America's Got Talent, but it's just dirty stand-up comedy. I can do that. Hell yeah. Tucker Carlson, everybody. This is Kill Tony. We're going to watch 60 seconds uninterrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket poll goes by the name of Lino Rodriguez. 60 seconds uninterrupted from Lino Rodriguez. And here we go, your Lino. Hi, my name is Lino Rodriguez, and I'm an ass man. Not because of the shape, but because of the smell, you know what I mean? I'm more of an aroma guy. I have a dimple, I think that's pretty cool. I think dimples are the only physical deformity that will get you laid. You know when I looked at my club feet and was like, yo, nine. Tell me some of this pussy. I like to look at, one with scoliosis and be like, hey, little cinnamon twist. Let me bring that back some more. Oh, this is nice. Thank you. What happened there at the end, Lino? I got excited. That's fun. That's a fun experience. And I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. That's really the answer I was looking for. You got excited.
You're confident, you're dimple. I like that. I respect that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made it myself. I appreciate it.
Hey, look good.
Yes, thank you. You look good.
Thank you.
Love on this stage tonight. Lino, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like 2.5, 3 years now.
Okay. Where at?
I'm originally from Mississippi. Big M's, what's up?
Wow, the last comedian couldn't do that. They only had one finger.
Yeah, the good one.
Yeah, it was, but it was cut in half.
Oh, fuck. Nice.
Okay, so Lino, you're from Mississippi, and then what? You were getting somewhere with that.
I lived in New Orleans for a bit, you know, had some fun, got a little drunk, had a good life there.
Yeah.
And now I'm out here on this for about a year and a half.
About a year and a half.
Yeah.
What do you do for work, Lino?
I'm a security guard down at the Vulcan.
Oh,
Yes, your ex-wife.
okay. Yeah. And my ex-wife used to do shows there a lot.
Yes.
That's what you mean by that.
Yeah, yes.
Well, I think you forgot what you were going to say again there, Lino.
Do you really have a club foot?
I do. I was born with 2 club feet.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you.
My goodness. This is quite the fucking carnival of shit. Deformed to be surrounded with each bucketful. My goodness, the hands and feet on these people are absolutely disgusting.
Good night for cripples.
So you work in security,
Yes.
27 years old. What do you do for fun?
Golf. I'm a killer mini golf player, yes. I like to play music. I like to hang out with
What kind of
clients.
music do you play?
Alternative music, like rockish type
What
things.
do you do? You sing? You play guitar? What do you
Yes.
do?
I sing and play guitar.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Really? Why do you say yeah like that, Michael? You want to hear him play? Do you guys want to hear him play? He likes to play hard to get. You think you can play bass guitar?
Sure, if you like it. I'll try it.
Yeah, he definitely has to. You put the mic in the mic stand. We're gonna wrap this guitar around your fucking goddamn big ass shoulders. No, D, relax. D's out of control. He thinks you're dead. D is homophobic. You relax, D. You relax. Okay. D Magnus was drinking Crown and Coke, so he was sound check at 6:58. D's out of control. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. For those of you that like Julio and Dean Iglesias, dogs. So you've heard of Green Day. This is Brown Day. Ladies and gentlemen, making his Kill Tony music debut, this is Lino Rodriguez.
Thank you. Alright. Fine. We came out the strap. Alright. Get it, fellas. Alright, fine.
Is this how far does a quarter go?
This night I had a dream that you were with me. And I woke up feeling nowhere to be seen. Why does my life too far with me? You're the psychedelic princess of my dreams. I never dressed those looks for me, so we're friends. You're so beautiful. It's true.
You do music like you do comedy.
That was. Are you heavily influenced by Sublime?
Yes, I was. Yes, yeah. And all those good people.
Okay.
What's the name of the song?
Daydreams. Yeah.
Do Did you write it? Yes. You do a lot of like, you're more like reggae style?
That's just what my mind came up with at the moment because I'm in front of this beautiful audience. Yeah, I couldn't really think of anything again.
What was that written about?
This woman I met while I was doing psychedelics in Washington.
Oh, great. Which one? State or DC?
Spokane, Washington.
Hell yes. Yeah, it's where I'm meth.
Yeah. Candy flipping a big. I'm in a concert. It was a good time. Another fun fact about it. That was murdered.
Oh, tell us more about this.
Imagine being on a date with this guy.
Tell us more. This sounds great. Yeah, I love this here on the show.
My dad was murdered. He didn't really die in a cool way or anything, like getting hit by a car or dying in a submarine for the Titanic.
So how was he murdered? These setups are tremendous. It's a full adventure, just like your grandparents took to get here. Okie dokie. It's an illegal immigration joke. Not that big of a deal. How was he murdered?
He got hit in the face with a baseball bat.
Whoa. We have a sound effect for that. We've been waiting. There it is. Oh my goodness. So he never came back home right after that? No. Wow. Oh my goodness.
The reason, what did he do?
He was a whore. He was fucking around with somebody's wife.
They were really good at that.
Absolutely.
They did a great job on defense.
They died doing what they loved. Unbelievable. How old were you when that happened?
I wasn't born yet. I was still in the womb.
Oh my god.
And he was fucking somebody else while your mom was pregnant? Bingo. Yeah,
pretty sick.
I got a sister that's 3 months older than me. He got around. We had a good time. Good time. I guess Puerto Ricans are like contraceptives. I don't know.
Yeah, you're correct about that.
Oh man, this is awesome.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Well, the good news is that your dad is watching right now. He's looking up at you, thinking, wow, I'm proud of my boy. Yes, the sweet sounds, symphony sounds of hell. Maybe a bunch of unborn children. Technically, he overdosed on crack. Okie dokie. So he never got to call you Little Slugger, huh? Did the guy that hit him start pounding the bases at least? Alright, this is on again.
Is it crazy your dad got hit with a bat and you have club feet?
More of a soccer guy, I guess. Oh my goodness. Well, very good interview. I love your honesty. There's a little joke book. Congratulations. Welcome to Sophie. There you go. Yeah. You know what? We're going to get the winners up here. This guy's been saving up for a while to do a new minute in front of you. This is one of the longest standing golden ticket winners. Won it in Houston about a half a decade ago. We watched him grow up in front of our eyes. Make some noise for the green. Brand new minute from Enrique Chacon, everybody.
Anyways, man, I got an aggressive dog at home. I got this motherfucker during COVID, so I didn't have a chance to socialize him. And now he wants to kill everybody, bro.
And that's an issue. He told about my brother the other day, and I'm defending him against my family because he's my fucking fur baby, right? But as I'm defending him, I'm realizing that I started sounding like a school shooter's mom, yo. I'm sorry he hurt those people. You just gotta get to know him. He's a good boy. I think it's fucked up that my dog has insurance and I don't. Look how much I'm sweating. Look at me. I need all the insurance I can get. He has Allstate just in case he kills somebody. That's a grown Latino man. All I have for insurance is a Virgin Mary candle. And Vicks Vapor Rub.
And one of the legends of Celtic, Enrique Chacon, coming in, flexing a new minute, ending with a big applause break. Fantastic stuff. Remind us how long you've been on stand-up?
It's been about 5 years now, man. I've been doing stand-up.
Yeah, you were instantly likable and loved on the show. You were famously the West Hollywood Bear in the 2 Arena episodes.
Yeah.
The crowd went wild for you.
It was fucking insane, man. We'll do it all over again.
Hell yeah, definitely will. So, what is the deal? Is this true? You have a crazy dog at home?
I have a crazy fucking dog at home. He's like a pitbull boxer mix, bro. But honestly, he's just a serial killer, bro. I don't know how to handle this motherfucker. He's nice to me and my girl, but dude, he killed my favorite chicken today, bro.
He killed the chicken?
I swear to God, man, I had a Andrea Yates moment. Like, bro, I was ready to drown this motherfucker, dog. Like, I was like, yo, it's time for a bubble bath up in this bitch, you know? Like, man, this is like my best chicken, my fattest chicken, producing the best eggs, you know? Because I live in a fucking ranch, right? But man, I don't know what to do, Tony.
Wow, just to kill the chicken. What a waste of a chicken. Yeah, right now, somewhere David Lucas is crying.
Bro, it's fucked up and it's crazy. Like, instinctually, like, I killed the chicken, broke his neck, but he started eating the chicken asshole first, you know? Like,
it's one fucking dirty dog.
He's a predator.
Sounds like Jim Norton.
He's a predator, but that's sexual predator behavior, you know?
He started eating the chicken's ass first. The chicken didn't go for it. He fucking did attack.
I mean, you would know, just
I love it. So you're living out there on a ranch, huh?
Living out on a ranch.
It's like you're also living on 1,000 Island and a fucking creamy Caesar as well.
I love it, yes I am. My ranch is all about blue cheese, baby. Blue cheese, bro. You got me fucked up, Tony.
Oh no, I can see the chunky blue cheese too.
That's actually the name of my OnlyFans, Chocolate Blue Cheese. Like and subscribe, bro. I recently quit my job at Bucky, so I'm over here trying to hustle, man. I had to, bro. I had to, man. I was wearing that beaver suit, and I kept getting molested by grown men. They don't know how to say it. I kept getting molested, bro. I was wearing that beaver suit, and they would whisper in my ear, I wonder if you're a man or a woman, you know, man.
Story of my life.
I'm glad you can relate, Jim. I really am glad you can relate, man, but because of my body type, they couldn't tell, you know.
Absolutely incredible. Enrique has the only fans that he gets paid in actual fans. He's always overheating. Absolutely. How old are you again, Enrique? You are one of the unhealthiest young boys that's ever been on the show.
I'm 26 right now.
26.
26.
Did you ever talk to a heart doctor about your perfume?
So I recently got rid of my pre-hypertension, you know, just started going on a few walks, and I recently started doing jiu-jitsu. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you, bro. I recently started taking jiu-jitsu classes, but I got beat by like this 16-year-old country boy, bro. He beat the fuck out of me, man.
By the way, for those of you just listening to the podcast or watching, I guess there's no way for you to know, but it is truly 66.6 degrees in this room right now on this stage. We keep the thermometer here. Breaking news. Yes. Breaking news. 66.6 degrees. Our own 6.7 now. Laughs bring up the temperature. So you must sweat like this absolutely all the time, right?
You know, yeah, fucking, yeah, all the fucking time.
Do you do any cardio at all? Other than
That's probably the only way I can get that motherfucker off of me, bro. I mean, he had me outside control. I'm not familiar like Joe, bro. I don't know the positions, but I just call it the dying fetus position, bro. I was just on the side. He had me on the seatbelt, bro. He was fucking me up, man.
Wow. Do they have what color belt are you in? Does it actually fit around your waist?
Dude, we get a jiu-jitsu belt extender.
I'm a half white belt, half yellow. He's full of mustard stains and cum stains. Absolutely. A lot of me.
You're fucking killing it, dude. This is a real sign of greatness. What else is going on? What's the coolest thing happening in your career right now before we let you go?
Coolest thing happening in my career, man. So I'm focused now on full-time comedy since I quit Buc-ee's, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, dog. I appreciate that. Looking for road gigs. I'm looking to hit the road hard, right? So I ran out of PTO at Buc-ee's, and this also was fucking me up, man, because they wanted me to be the beaver for like all night. I'm like, bro, fuck, dude, that's too much, man.
Was it hard for you to hang up the Buc-ee?
It was hard, bro, but I think it was the right decision.
Yeah.
It was the right decision. But that was the only sauna therapy I was getting at the moment.
Tucker, what do you think about Enrique Chacon? You watch a lot of stand-up. You a fan of stand-up?
I love this man.
Yeah.
In return, you can give me a green card, you know what I mean? In this culture, but outside the culture, man, my man Tucker, you know what I mean?
You're already taking jobs Americans can't do. Who do you think Tucker Carlson is?
I was like, dude, this guy.
That's so awesome, dude. You're welcome to tug on it. Shit.
That's on your leave, dog. That's on your leave. It was like on that leave in Houston. That's fucking fire.
Well, it's time for you to leave it, Enrique. There he goes, the great Enrique. This is where we find all of our regulars. This is where we find completely insane people. Anything can happen. 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Mark Wellborn, everybody. Mark Wellborn is next on Kiltony, the land of opportunity. Here he is. Mark Wellborn.
So my dad told me a story recently, unlike that other fucking pool. So he told me that when I was a baby, he tried to mansplain breastfeeding to my mom. And since my dad grew up on a dairy farm and he had helped baby calves latch to their mother's udders, he decided to give her a few pointers. And he told me that the trick is you have to rapidly smack the udder, in this case the breast. And that'll get the milk to start to flow. And then my dad goes, yeah, she didn't care for it. Oh, she didn't care for getting her boobs smacked around while she's trying to breastfeed? With the fact that compared her to a cow. Which... Anyone else here play slap the bag with their mother's dick growing up? Because apparently we were. My dad would slap, I would drink, and my mom would file for divorce.
Okay, Mark Wellborn. Fun stuff. I've always wondered what 60 seconds would be like performed by Anthony Jeselnik's sperm. How old are you?
I am 26 years old.
Okay, how long have you been on stand-up?
After tonight, it'll be 3 years and 9 months.
Very, very, keeping a close track on that.
Yes, I checked today.
Okay.
You had a tough spot. The guy in front of you had a really funny interaction with Tucker. He killed. You came right out. You went after the other kid's father, which I thought was great. It was very funny. It was a good instinct, and it was the best laugh you got. That was a great aligned moment.
It really was. It was. I noticed that too. You were a little bit uncomfortable thinking off the top of your head with what you planned to go with. You kind of stiffened up a little bit. Does that happen a lot? Do you get like loose during your sets? What goes on here?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I guess. I guess it didn't happen tonight. I don't know. I feel really stiff. Do I still feel stiff?
Yeah. Do I look fucking stiff to you?
Nice people talking to Chris Hansen.
Mark 26. What do you do for work?
I'm an engineer.
What are you engineering?
Why'd you laugh? Chuckle. What the hell?
Because I already knew that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, this is amazing. I love this. This is the best Republican National Convention I've ever been to in my entire life. I love it. Okay, so what kind of engineer are you?
Civil. I'm trying to build back better.
Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hopefully your structures are as stiff as you are. What do you like to do for fun? How does a guy like Mark Wahlberg get loose?
This may actually shock everyone here, but I golf.
Tucker with another, I knew that.
I got a guy whose feet you can use.
Oh my god. And I know another guy that can point exactly where you hit.
Except you love the L3.
Holy shit. So, oh boy, so much fun. So, Mark, other than golf, like, what's a wild thing about Mark Wahlberg? Because you have this image, we all have only known you for 4 minutes and 15 seconds. We think you're kind of like, what's a wild side? What's the wild side of Mark Wahlberg?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, he's kind of, he's stiff, he's kind of proper, he's prim. I mean, even Tucker here busts out a zen every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the wild side of Mark Wahlberg?
I don't know if I can say it here with this subject. I like to get really drunk. Yeah,
I mean, are we talking about a couple Zimas?
No, I've actually been sober since Valentine's Day, which also was Ash Wednesday. I gave it up for Lent.
Nice.
So, yeah.
You look like a Cannibal Page who has anal in the Senate.
He does look like that. You look like that. You could have been the top or the bottom in this analogy as well. So what happened on Valentine's Day to make you quit drinking, or was it a planned thing?
No, it's typically, I'm a pretty good Catholic. I give something up each year, and I used to, do sweets. I'm giving up sweets for Lent, but, I never ate that much sweets, so I was kind of cheating God.
Right.
And then I got more into it, and I decided not to.
Did God ever come to you and say you were cheating?
Yeah.
Mark, I know you don't even like candy that much. I want you to give up getting porn on the next Really, show me your love. Show me your face. Show me, Mark. Show me. These Rishi cops are not really good work.
So you were cheating with God, and then what happened?
And then I did give up porn a couple years, but I couldn't tell my grandmother that, because she would always say, sorry.
Why couldn't you tell your grandma?
I'm not going to tell my grandma I gave up porn.
So what would you tell your grandma?
I'd tell her sweets again.
Right.
God's like, higher. You went higher. To your grandmother.
I don't know how God works. God's just Darth Vader to me, if you can't tell. I'm into a Catholic school, so I'm not with it. His father, Emperor Palpatine, I think started the universe or something like that. All right. So, Mark, before I let you go, you're a good Catholic, you say. You hook up with a lot of chicks. What's your story with women?
No, I haven't dated since 2016, but I actually just started dating a girl within the past month.
Okay. All right. Very nice. Is she also a sex robot? I fucked that one up.
She knows now.
I'm a little stiff.
Yeah.
Where'd you meet her? Where'd you meet this guy? Yeah.
Dating app.
Oh, okay. Christian dating app?
No. That's a weird spot. I went to Catholic Match before. It was not.
What happened on Catholic Match? Tell us.
Just a lot of widows. I couldn't even really. Yeah.
A lot of weirdos. Yeah, like you.
But you didn't just
weirdos. Weirdos. Oh my God. You didn't, want any of the widows? Some of that good.
Well, they're not good at responding. They're not great.
Neither are their husbands. Unbelievable. My goodness. All right. Well, Mark, very, very fun. Congratulations. Here's a little Kill Tony joke. Bill. There's Mark Ballhorn, everybody. Let's do one more and then him, and see what happens here. K-Fight fans, your boys have a big weekend coming up with UFC 300. These matchups are set to make Octagon history, so we've teamed up with the DraftKings Sportsbook to bring you closer to the action. Right now, all new customers who bet $5 will get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings app now and sign up using our code KillTony. The crown is yours, Red Man.
That's right, Tony. New customers can bet just $5 on any fight and receive $150 in bonus bets instantly. Stay in on the action and use your $150 in bonus bets on DraftKings. Same game parlays for a shot at an even bigger payout. Combine multiple bets together for the same fight, including total rounds and method of victory. But Tony, what if sports betting is not available by state? Now worry.
Well, worry not, Red Man. If sports betting is not yet available in your state, you can still join in on all the fun with DraftKings Daily Fantasy and have the shot to win cash prizes. Just download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers use promo code KillTony and bet just $5 on any wager and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That's promo code KillTony only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Makes those for your next bucket full. It is Audrey Michelle, ladies and gentlemen. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Audrey Michelle.
Recently, I've been congregating with a lot of women, trying to figure out how they start masturbating for the first time. See, with men and women, it's a lot different. Dudes usually start masturbating for the first time with other dudes. They find a porno mag, like, hey, bro, just found this mag. When they go check it out, just tell girl Timmy, jerking off with his best friend for the first time, staring him in the eyes. With women, they start with a quarter of the washer, maybe humping a pillow. Not me. I went straight to the electric toothbrush. When you start masturbating with the electric toothbrush, you never step away. Now my clit is calloused. I need a fucking bear trap on my ankle and a noose around my neck to bust a nut anymore. I need to pay the Chinese chiropractor in the mall $100 to
this situation.
Bullshit.
They're mad because I'm telling all their fucking secrets.
I'll have it be known, I also started masturbating with an electric toothbrush.
Yes, I'm not one of these normal guys. And I masturbated recently with a boy named Timmy.
Did your electric toothbrush also have My Little Pony character on it?
Oh, that's scary. That's scary. So how long have you been doing stand-up, Audrey?
Seriously, about 2 months. Not so seriously, maybe about 5 months ago.
Wow, incredible. Probably the best bucket pull so far. The night came out with a lot of, it seems like you have stage presence. What have you done before that made you so comfortable on the stage? I know you're not a stripper.
Can you imagine? All right, fellow librarians, get ready. Welcome to the East Side Strip Club.
Tony Desmo coming to the main stage. Get those pennies rolling.
We're gonna soften you up. Who's ready to go limp out there?
Get that generation short clip.
She might give you some more on me. Toothbrush jokes, everybody.
Jokes, you gotta keep up.
Here she
Where'd
comes.
you get that fucking shirt?
That is
Can I give him a shout out?
Yeah.
It's Tech Daddy Tolu on Instagram. He makes these shirts. He's been making them for a while now.
okay. All right, there you go.
Tech Daddy Alpha, my bad.
All right. Now that you said Alpha, Rogan's a fan.
I just want to say I promised somebody else. Can I do one more?
Do one more what?
Shout out.
No, come on. What is
It's
this?
Michael White.
What is that?
You wanted me to talk about the date we went on in Eureka.
You went on a date with the rapper Michael White who makes spaghetti?
I ordered the cheapest thing off the menu so I didn't have to put out.
Okay.
Stuck to water and everything.
All right.
What was that? The cheapest thing on the menu?
It's a $10 bowl of truffle fries.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. The level of cuisine that you have. So you guys didn't do anything afterwards? You didn't go to your place and ask to use your toothbrush or anything like that?
I've upgraded to the Hitachi board since then.
Okay, congratulations. Absolutely. You use that to brush your teeth.
The what? Just brush that up. The Hitachi wand. Everything. Everybody uses that. What is that?
It's the, I don't know, you've probably seen it. It was like the first body massager. It's the big, like, blue and white one with the huge white ball on the top. His eyes just got so wide.
You plug it into the wall. There's been videos of it exploding in women's vaginas.
So I choose the one that plugs into the wall because it's stronger.
It's like the most powerful industrial vibrator ever. It's like this big. There's videos of it like sparking and
That's why. How come you never send me those videos? Send me so many videos.
it's like a handheld Sibian.
Dude, it's like 120 grit sandpaper down there. I need something. Get the strongest thing on the market, dude.
You gotta go out and steal a jackhammer.
That's what the Chinese man's doing on my clit. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Audrey, what do you do for a living? What coffee shop do you work at exactly?
I actually just quit my job slinging saw.
Slinging what?
Slinging saw at Rapallo's.
What is that? Pizza?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
How old are you again? Audrey?
I'm about to, like, ruin my life right now. I'm 20.
Oh, you're 20. Interesting.
How is that ruining your life by telling your age?
Because a lot of the places in here have been letting me in.
When do you turn 21?
In February.
Well, that gives you a lot of months to have the old clit take a rest. Maybe shed some of that snake skin.
This sucks, man. You have to be 21 to do bikes around here. I hit like 3 a night, and now after this episode comes out, I'm not getting in any of them anymore.
You laugh like there's a Hitachi in your pants right now. There's nothing for that. It's a goat. You have a goat? Audrey, congratulations. Your Kill Tony debut. Fun times. There she goes, everybody. The Kill Tony debut. Audrey Michelle, everyone. Gonna keep it moving forward here. We got another regular. There he is, the force of nature, everybody, with a brand new minute. Not easy to do at all, and he does it every fucking week. It's one of your favorite comedians in the world, Cam Patterson, everybody.
I seen somebody, I seen somebody die a couple days ago on a bird school. It fucked me up, dog. First hand, come on, first thought was, that school not broken. They not throwing that bitch away. First hand. My other thought was, I wanted to take the school to have someone to hold. He was still locked in on it. He ain't did it. He was dead and shit. And I was late for a show I had to be at. You know what I'm saying? And it's weird that he died in front of like a comedian. I'm a fucked up person. I don't think good thoughts first hand. Like if you died in front of you, good sir, you'd be like, oh my gosh, somebody just died in my face. That's so fucking sad. Our first thought when he died was, oh nigga, that's gay. That's just that's the game for you to go out, nigga. Imagine you went to the homeboy, you with all your dogs, somebody comes back and tell you how you feel die. It's 3 of them, right? You gonna die at 97 with your whole family right now. And you gonna die, you gonna die at 74 by yourself with your bitch, right? And if you get the last, they said you gonna die at 32 on the scooter. Well, I'll take that. That's cool. How you doing, man? What's up, boy?
Tucker Carlson, high five, and this is
crazy. My grandma hates you, nigga.
She doesn't read it.
She gonna love this shit, man. This is beautiful, man. When I see you, I think about grandma up right now, nigga. I'm finna talk to his ass. Yeah, that's dope, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is too fucking funny. Unbelievable. I don't even know where to begin with that.
What we gonna talk about, nigga?
Unbelievable. So is this your guys' first time seeing Cam on shows? Yeah, very, very amazing. Always consistent. I love this bird scooter thing. This happened?
Yeah, you got it from the creek in the game.
Oh my goodness. Wow, normally the people die on stage there. Not right up front. That's incredible.
Yeah, it was crazy, but
so, what was it? Did he get hit by a car?
He got hit by a car in the crosswalk to the creek. And that's how he got hit.
Damn, that's at least 30 feet or so.
He got fucked up, dog. The car was going like 100 miles an hour. Yeah, but let's think about it though. Like he was like the kill to say, like, damn, we should talk about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Dead ass nigga.
That's true. Did you get a look at him? What did he look like?
He was black.
He was black? Oh my goodness.
His other homeboy lost a foot.
His other homeboy lost a foot.
He was white. He lost a foot.
His homeboy was on a scooter too. And one lost a foot and they got both.
They hit him right.
Oh my god. This is the kind of bowling that Tucker absolutely loves. Cans out here going viral again. Oh my god. So the one Jim, go ahead.
Who's the white guy? I'm hoping it's on the car.
Well, that would make him the fourth most deformed person on the show tonight. That's incredible. Wow. So was the black guy alive at all, or was he like in
So I got that kind of out the way. They had he was on the ground. He was still playing. And what I heard, they put him in an ambulance, and then he just died. So they put him back on the ground.
So he was inside of the ambulance. He died, and they put him.
I'm pretty sure he just died on the street, and they like just put him back to the
Oh my god,
it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that is fucked up.
Yeah.
They definitely don't do that with white people. There's no way. There's no chance. They would have to take them in the ambulance. There's no, we're going to put this back where we found it. It's fucked up. I don't make the rules. I'm just an observer of society. Cam, what else is going on in your world? Anything else?
My dad asked me that day, he was like, how the OnlyFans works? We finna go broke. That's what's gonna happen. My dad's 64 years old. He asked how OnlyFans works. You finna lose a lot of money, dog. You find out about the girl. I saw a show on Twitter. He was like, oh, this gonna be great. You gonna spend a lot of money on OnlyFans. Gonna be fun. Oh, yeah.
64-year-olds finding out about OnlyFans is the new, giving away their credit card information.
It's open, dog. Yeah. It's open. It's gonna be hard because some OnlyFans girls got hard. They have to spell.
Oh, yeah.
My dad can't spell for C.
Yeah, you cannot spell at all.
Stop listening to what I'm saying right now. I'm thinking that's really great right now. My dad spelling real good.
Amazing. Cam, so much goddamn fun. You're a fucking phenom every single week. Unbelievable minute, unbelievable interview. The feature has arrived, and his name is Cam. Fuck yeah. Alright, we're having fun. You guys having fun? 60 seconds. Chicago, and our local in Texas, though, is where it's being voiced. Is it like, oh my god, Texas is so party, okay? Like, me and my girl, we go to this honky tonk the other day. These two cowboys come up to us, they're just like, y'all ladies like guns. And I'm like, fuck yeah, Middle Eastern, I love war. They're like, y'all wanna go shoot sometime? And I'm like, let's go, yalla! Let's go in the alley right now and shoot beer cans. They're like, wait a second. We can't just go shooting anywhere now. Cops are gonna stop us. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I did see an elementary school down the street. The cops will never stop us there. Oh, was that too dark for you? What is that? What's your name? I'm a Syrian. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What else are you? I can't tell, but Jim Norton's heart is a problem. It's all
very, very good.
I'm just using my special Jim Norton compass to figure out what's going on there. I am getting really sick and tired of getting discriminated against for being transgender. Because, especially since I'm not transgender. Whoa! Are you Joke's on us. I'm about to ask my money back.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jim.
No, it's okay. Well, all kidding aside, what's the name of your blog?
Unfortunately, I don't have one, but
Incredible. What do you do for work, Tina?
Well, I've been doing stand-up now for a little bit, and I started running some shows in Chicago. I run an all-dark comedy show at Reggie's Rock Club called Ha Ha to Hell.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember me. I've been on the show before.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, absolutely great. This is a new episode.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So Chicago famous for their sausage.
But it turns out they're also famous for their deep dish.
Everybody.
So you never know what you're going to get with Tina.
She's laughing.
Okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years now.
5 years. What do you do for fun? You seem like you do have a lot of hobbies. If you were to have a blog, what would it be about?
Well, I like, I love music, love, like punk, metal, that kind of stuff, I like going to shows, I cook, I used to run a restaurant, so, I used to be a chef.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can I ask what the tattoos are?
So, the finger tattoos is my mom's birthday, it's Halloween, and then this is my birthday, St. Patrick's Day, which was yesterday. But, I just, knife, says fish out.
Good place for it. Interesting stuff, Tina. Tell us more. What else about you? What kind of guys are you into, boys?
I like everybody. I guess I could say I'm pansexual, which means
like frying pan.
Well, I used to be a chef. Well, if you don't know what pansexual means, it means you're horny as hell when anything goes. So.
Wow, interesting. What's the biggest, wildest thing you ever did that you kind of regretted the next morning sexually?
Well, I was gonna say being on Kill Tony on. No, I'm kidding. I love this. I'm kidding. No,
I think you have bigger regrets than that.
No, last time I was here, I said some nasty things. So I'm trying to keep it clean, but no, yeah, I shouldn't.
Yeah, listen to that one creep in the darkness.
I know, right?
The only guy here with a deeper voice than you, Tina.
How do you think my voice got this deep, Tony?
Oh, shit. Let me guess, a toothbrush? I love it. So, wildest night? No, we're not going to get that? You got anything for us?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Wildest night? I mean, you said you're into anything, so I'm wondering. Looks like you hooked up with a refrigerator.
Okay. I'll give you something. The first time I went to Nashville, the first night we were there, we had a threesome. So, me and my girl, yeah, it was fine.
You and your girl had a threesome with the boy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
How did that go? Tell us about having a threesome.
We went to an open mic, and you know how comics are, and yeah, we met. Yeah. So yeah, we went to an open mic, and we both saw like a dude that we thought was cute, and then we were like, "Oh, you should talk to him," and I'm like, "Girl, let's just both fuck him." And she's like, "Okay," and then yeah, we did, and it was fucking awesome, honestly.
Okay.
His dick was humongous.
Wow, I thought you looked familiar.
Surprise, he was a black guy, so,
This girl was wearing his shirt. Yeah. Amazing.
My goodness.
Can I say that I like that you went dark before with the material? Don't let people talk you out of that. Do what you want to do on stage. If you want to be dark and crazy, do it. I like that you went to that. I like that you did it. And don't let an audience talk you out of it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's like a night in Nashville. Crazy and dark. Well, I didn't shoot up any schools that time, but there's always next year. Right. That was a different shooter. Okay. Tina, anything else crazy we should know about you before letting you go? I mean, just, I like having fun. I like having a good time. I love Texas. It really is awesome. Austin is awesome. The comedy here is amazing. And, this is a great opportunity, so thank you. You got it. Tina Yukana, everybody. Did you get a joke book last time you were on, Tina? Yeah. You got a big one? No, but people said in the comments I should have. Really? Yeah. Well, they're probably going to say it again. There goes Tina Yukana. We're going to keep it moving along. We're having fun here tonight. Coming around. Another 60 seconds uninterrupted coming at you from another bucket full. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Tyler Gallant, everybody. Tyler Gallant. Here comes Tyler.
How we doing? Yeah. You guys like that TikTok ban? Yeah. I don't really care about TikTok. I think it's messing up the new generation. Got all these kids that are getting famous from doing these little dances. The ones I really don't like are getting famous from lip syncing. You seen that? Sometimes you'll see white people on there, they'll be lip syncing songs with the N-word in it. Like, that's not good. See, about to ruin his life on my For You page. They don't mouth the N-word though, they do the shush face. Whenever the N-word comes on, they do the shush face. That's confusing, right? Because don't we just have a whole generation that associates the N-word with the shush? That's not good. You just got all these middle schoolers and high schoolers that are just in school talking to each other. Like, do you guys ever notice the librarian's kind of a racist bitch? When you go check out a book, she called me the N-word like 42 times. Asked where the history section was, she went, please. I'm Tyler Blunt, thank you guys.
I had no idea where you were going with that. You got me.
Thank you.
Absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years now.
Where at?
I came from Knoxville. I just moved about 6 weeks ago.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
You ever go to some open mics in Nashville?
I did.
Yeah? You ever pull out your black cock?
Not lately.
Okay. I love it. Jim, what'd you think about it?
It's like the misdirection of not knowing where you're going to go to shush. I was like, wow, this is a great one. And you pulled it into a really, really good joke, and you tagged it. Very, very good. Didn't see where it was going. And it was really, you set it up to look like it was about to tank, and you pulled it out beautifully.
It really was.
Very good.
It was a work of art. Yes, guys did so well. The only person that saw it coming was D Madness, actually, which is crazy. Tyler, what do you do for work?
I do consulting.
On what?
IT stuff.
Okay. All right. What do you do for fun?
I do comedy.
Comedy.
Hang out with my girlfriend.
How long have you been with her?
About 3 years.
What does she do?
She works with bodies.
What does she do with bodies?
She's an anthropologist, forensic anthropologist, so she helps identify people that did not make it across the border. So it's pretty cool. It's cooler than what I do.
So it's like a big boom business time for her.
Yeah.
Chad really is a potential client.
Yes. It's not going to slow down. Yeah.
That's right. Very, very busy.
Yeah.
Okay. And she lives in Knoxville with you?
She was, yeah. She moved out here
before I did. I moved in with her just about 6 weeks ago. San Marcos.
Okay, San Marcos, lovely. You've been around. You get to see some of it yet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Float down the river yet?
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice.
You
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, I do. I love Texas.
It is unbelievable here. The river's fucking. I mean, it's just incredible. You know, we had a river in LA. You remember the LA River? That sewage pipe.
Yeah.
It was made of cement. That's what we always thought rivers were. That's when they came here. Incredible.
Can I ask what kind of person she is at forensic? Got such a dark job. Like, does she have cops have like that gallows humor? Does she have that gallows humor?
Yeah, I'm kind of dark. So she keeps up.
She likes that shush stuff, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. Yeah. She hates most of my material for that. Yeah, no,
she's smart.
Yeah. She's way smarter than me. She's much smarter than me. Yeah.
Amazing, Tyler. It's so fun. What do you do other than stand-up comedy? Like any special skills or talents or anything like that?
Dude, I'm really good at ping pong.
Really?
I can't prove that right here. I'm very good at ping pong.
Ping pong and IT consulting. Are you secretly Asian?
Yes.
That's absolutely unbelievable.
Sounds like a girl in the Philippines.
Yeah. I think ping pong once tried to cancel me for a joke, if I remember correctly.
I remember that.
I can't remember his name exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler, what scares you? What are you afraid of?
Oh, man, I don't like... there's cocaine sharks now. I don't like that.
Cocaine sharks? Are you talking about... Shh.
No.
What do you mean, cocaine sharks? Oh, yeah, they can't swim. Why would they be sharks? That one might be edited out. Yeah, I'm kidding. They love it when I leave stuff in that I say is going to be edited in. What do you mean cocaine sharks?
People smuggling drugs into the country, if they're about to get caught, they're in the sea, they throw it out, and then apparently sharks have been eaten it. So that's stuck. That's scary.
Some people... Wait. What?
It's a real issue. Traffickers, it's a real thing. Yeah. Sharks are eating cocaine. They are. It's scary. We gotta do something about it. Alright? We're annoying to hang out with.
Wasn't this a movie on FX at some point?
Cocaine Bear. No, that was Cocaine Bear. That's a true story, too.
I thought this is how Sharknado started or something like that. I'm getting them all confused right now.
Yeah.
So the sharks eat cocaine? Does that change their behavior? Do you know about this?
I haven't run into one yet. I'm waiting.
They swim a lot and their dicks get smaller.
Yeah. They can't stop talking. Those straws are being repurposed. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, Tyler, Redman, what's the longest set you've ever done?
I've done 20. I'm with Rabbi on the Secret Show Thursday. Thank you so much.
And he was staying here in Texas, and he's already getting booked in the heart of Austin, Texas. There he goes. Oh, and here, take one of these too. It's a big one. Tyler, come on. All right, we're coming around the corner here. We're almost there. Make some noise, sir. Your final bucket full of the night. John Moore, everybody. John Moore, everyone.
Thank you. Hey guys, how's it going? Good crowd, alright. So I was in the Army for a while. When I was overseas, I served with a Frenchman who stepped on an IED and lost all 4 of his limbs. I call him Napoleon blown apart. It's alright, you can laugh. He's got a good sense of humor about it. The only thing he doesn't like about this joke is being called French because he's American. He's like, don't do that part of the joke anymore. It's very offensive. He's very successful now. He tours the country. He's a motivational speaker. Speaks to large crowds. Probably has more stage time than me and the rest of these comics put together. But at least we're all put together. You know what I'm saying? Did you guys know that when a small animal is about to die, it will try to wriggle out of my grasp? you want to do it?
Welcome to the show, John. Suiting to sign here, correct?
This is my second time here.
Okay. How long ago were you on?
About 3 years. Joe was on the panel.
Okay.
Bob.
Yeah. This was better, huh?
It's much better.
You're working hard at it.
Yeah, I did the same joke. As a matter of fact, I just got to remix it.
You made it better?
And I don't know, did I make it better?
No one remembers from 3 years ago. I don't even
It was horrible. It could have been worse. I'll tell you.
Was it falling apart hard?
I didn't have any of the tags. I tried to do one. I tried to do that.
Wait for you.
I tried to do that joke, but none of the tags, none of the punch.
Right. Okay. You guys had any guy in the military that happened to?
True story. He's one of Gary Sinise. He's like Gary Sinise. They've got a camp up in Maine. I don't know if we have any football championships here.
Gary Sinise runs a foundation where they take care of people because he was Lieutenant Dan.
I don't know about his connection, but yeah, he's involved with like spiritual.
What are the odds of that? That's incredible. I wonder if Tom Hanks does that. We had a guy here a second ago that loves ping pong. It'd be great if it was.
We don't hear about it.
John, so where did you go when you were in the Army?
Afghanistan, US East.
Okay.
Not really.
What do you mean, not really?
Well, like you get your hair cut every once in a while. That's what's me.
They have Afghani hairstylists out there. What do they do? Just wrap a towel around your head?
When they cut the neck.
Hell yeah. What do they do? Just fly the scissors into your hair like that? Okay. John, very interesting. What do you do for work now?
I'm an analyst.
Data analyzing.
I'm a data analyst for DHL, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm on my work shirt.
Hell yeah. John, what else are you into? What do you do for fun?
Comedy, but I got a son.
Okay, how old is your son?
He's 7.
7? And you're the father? Like, I mean, like you stay...
Biologically, yes.
But you're having the kids, right?
Oh, yeah. I have 50% of the time. It's more premature.
DHL with another fast Wow. Came early. Money to fast before it came early.
It's the same way you was conceived, actually, but I saw there's no connection between us.
Right. You came prematurely, and the baby came prematurely. Are you friends with the ex? Do you get along with the ex?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Holding on to that 50% right now. Holding on strong.
We co-parent.
Yeah. So, you live here?
I live in Dallas.
Okay. And the baby, the 7-year-old lives in Dallas?
Oh, yeah.
And the ex
I took him to Disneyland this week, actually, for spring break.
You told him someplace in Dallas was Disneyland?
The state fair, right?
Okay. So you went to LA, you went to Disneyland. How did that go?
It was great.
Yeah?
Magical.
Have you been to Disneyland before?
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Okay, what did you notice is different about Disneyland?
Well, I just noticed that it's very, like, artificial, right? Like, it's kind of like addiction. Like, you know, you get, like, they call it magical, but it's really more, like, intoxicating. You know, because you get, like,
There you go. Turns out you ran out of time there. Unbelievable, John.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't blow the illusion of Disney.
What, Jim?
Don't blow the illusion of Disney.
Yeah.
What are you going to tell me? They're in costumes?
We saw Jack Sparrow, you know.
Did his ex-wife shit on the bed?
I did last time I was here.
There you go. All right, John. Well, congratulations. How old are you?
40.
40. And how long ago did you start stand-up?
4 years.
4 years. How does it feel? Have you been getting a lot of spots? Have you been working in Dallas?
I got some Dallas Comedy Club. I just got out of this, but yeah, this is fun.
You're happy you're doing this. It excites you.
Yeah, I love it. I came down here to get out of the routine, you know.
Yeah. What's the worst set you've ever had in Dallas? How did that go down?
Worst set I ever had was absolutely the one that I had here the first time.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, we're not going to play that. We're playing that right now.
Here we go.
But here we go.
What is up? I'm actually just looking for the bathroom. You guys blame me. I really was going to go to the bathroom, and I'm glad I did not. So I'm here with some friends from Dallas. I'm going to talk about my buddy that I was in the Army with. This guy is a legend. You guys may have heard of him. I'm not going to use his name, but he's got a foundation with Gary Sinise. He has earned a lot of money. Great guy. Hysterical guy. The only reason I bring him up, one of the funniest guys I've ever met, right? This guy, when we were in service, huge, 6'7", 260, stepped on an IED and lost all 4 of his limbs. Yeah, I do not tell jokes about this guy for obvious fucking reasons. I had one serious question about his dick. He got his wife pregnant, so that question has been answered. And truth be told, like I say, he's very funny. He's got a ton of stage time, more stage time than all of the other comics put together. But at least we're all put together. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus fucking Christ, John. What the fuck? My God, you just came up and told a story about your funnier friend. Why didn't you let him sign up? We would have loved to have a fucking funny guy with no limbs up here while you're up here telling these sad stories.
You're right.
How many of you think it should have been him that got blown up in the Army, huh? Yeah. How about that, John? How about that?
I deserve that.
You know you had 1 minute.
I did not. Yeah, that's true.
And now we're back, so you guys got to see how bad that was. We're going to put your set in there just so that people know how terrible it was.
Yeah, it was worse than that, actually.
The good news is we only have about 1 million more listeners than we had 3 years ago. Very exciting. Now everyone's listening.
I'll take it.
I love it. Well, John, congratulations. Here's a little joke book. There he goes, John Moore, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we've come to that time, ladies and gentlemen. There's only one guy with a chance to be able to put a ribbon on this thing. You guys know him, you love him, the freak of nature himself, the killer, the elevator, the record for all-time sets and interviews, absolutely killing it, winning all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the Vanilla Gorilla, the Big Red Machine, as he wanted to Tarantula, the Virginia Villager, the one and only William Lights Out Montgomery. Backstage, Tucker actually asked me if I could tell some jokes in Russian. But seriously, Tucker, my family has always worshipped you. It's awesome that you came down from heaven to do Kilto. Winona Judd is here. Winona Judd once performed during the Super Bowl halftime show. Meanwhile, Redband was a ring girl for Battle Bots. Fucking pussy! Biden recently had a State of the Union address and said better things about Ukraine than the United States, which actually makes sense because the United States doesn't have a video of Hunter Biden fucking a dog. I'll learn that one from you, Tucker. Get in a time machine and meet the first alcoholic. At what point were they like, somebody take the keys to his horse? Last week, a Boeing whistleblower was found dead in his car prior to testifying. Wait, did he work for Boeing or Hillary Clinton Airlines? Okay, that's my time. Thank you. He's done it more than anyone else has ever done it, and you can continue. The force of nature. Yeah,
Fucking stop it! That's right. We want this to go on forever. It's a match made in heaven. William Montgomery and Kill Tony. What an unstoppable machine we are. Absolutely, like you said, your family, the opposite of Cam Patterson's grandmother. They love Tucker Carlson. How does it feel to be here in front of Tucker, Joe, and Jim?
It really is a treat, Tucker. I genuinely have to ask you, did that one guy suck Obama's dick? I have the answer, and let me say I don't judge. Yeah, but oh yeah. I've been wondering that, honestly. That's been something that I've been waiting. He told me off camera I actually did that, and I was like, no. He did. Cool, yeah, not kidding at all.
Unbelievable. The question everyone wanted to ask Tucker, and it has been answered here on Kill Tony. The look on Joe Rogan's face says it all. You should have brought out with your bubblegum pop.
Wait, do I? Honestly, didn't hear you.
Oh, no, just talking to the guy. So, William. Ladies and gentlemen, William, what else has been going on this week?
Oh, man, it has been a lot of the Opry and Buds. I got into a new video game called Contra, which has been a bunch of fun. It's been taking up a lot of my time, but I have been literally catching people, Tony. Tucker, I like to look out of my windows in the apartment where I live, and I find people doing wrong stuff out there. And Tony, literally, before I got here tonight, there's a homeless guy jumping the fucking fence into the property of the apartments. And Tony, I'm not necessarily proud of this, but I went down there with I recently got some big steel pants, and I swear to God, I went up to this fucking dude, Tony, and I hit him so hard in the fucking head, and he was literally just laying there, and then I gotta get here, so I don't really know what happened. Yeah, Tucker, I have this really weird problem in Spokane. I got two of these homeless people there. There's too many of them, and I've been... How many homeless have you killed? Great question. Well, I have been, at least I would say, around 17 different neighbors. Oh, that was a good one, Rabbi. What was that funny noise? I'm talking about murdering people. Literally, Rabbi, what was that? What is that stupid thing? Say the
It's called Calm Bonk. Yeah, Calm Kapow.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun, and then I'm going to Tacoma this weekend, Tony. We'll see how it goes. They're adding a third show on Saturday. Thank you to anybody who's ever bought a ticket to come see me. I greatly appreciate me. Yeah, adding a third show Saturday, so we'll see how it goes, Tony.
What else, William? What else? I'm very excited here. William, what else do you want to plug? What else is going on?
It was just Sweet Little Gator's birthday last week. Very exciting. We got her a little ice cream cone dog treat. She will not eat it, and she starts yapping at me when I get close to it. So now that's a big nightmare. So I've been playing a bunch of video games. So, was that funny? When I'm kind of messing up, I mean, I'm even afraid to get set up here other than that one point. Did you really think that was pretty funny?
William, we have some really good news for you. There's another red machine here that wants to come back out, and so you stay up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Grammy award-winning artist, one of the greatest rock stars of all time. Make some noise for Winona Judd. The real Winona Judd. Give him the microphone, William. Oh shit, shots are coming out with Winona Judd. This is how you know you're dealing with the fucking country
country music artist. What happened? What did I miss there?
Oh, you're trying to get me to drink alcohol, you stupid. Hey, baby, this would be a good time to show your titties, man.
I'm gonna aim for the Great White Omen shot, everybody. Coming out here, getting us liquored up, being part of the goddamn festivities. Oh boy, that's a spicy treat. Winona, why don't you grab the microphone? Say hello to these people. Say hi to the listeners out here.
The worst is the definition.
You've been having fun? Winona, you've been watching the show from up on the balcony. What was the highlight of the show so far for you tonight?
All the cussing.
Yeah.
I never could cuss. Never. My mother said no. So when I hear you cuss, I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it is true. I cuss a lot. We cuss a lot on the show.
Liquid Death, $1.4 billion company
Yeah.
selling water.
Yeah.
What is wrong with this country?
I love this. Keep going, baby. Keep going. Just let the free flow happen.
Joe, do you know who I am? Good. Let's talk. Call me.
Oh, shit. I love it. Why not the Joe? We were hanging out before the show. That is indeed one of the baddest bitches I've ever met in my fucking life. She is cool as fuck. Tony, I heard her just fall back there. Oh, she stop. That bitch awesome. William, stay up here for one more beat because we have one last special treat here. Believe it or not, we have a guy that did a fucking Kill Tony rap on the internet a month or so ago. We found him. He said he's a super fan of the show. I said, why don't you come on out, and if you make it here, I'll put you on the list, so we'll have you perform this song live. But one of the coolest Kill Tony raps I've ever heard in my life. 11 years doing this show. I'd like to present to you the stylings of Asthmatic, everybody. Here's Asthmatic. Sometimes we have rappers on this show. This guy actually does it.
Yeah. Let me tell you about my favorite show. It comes on Monday night. I don't stay up late, so Tuesday morning brings the light. It's Kill Tony. Never seen it, then you owe me. It's an open mic where a minute feels awfully lonely. Yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe is him, the grim Slim Jim. Every show opens with this guy, Hans Kim. I'll admit it, he's a hit or miss. Never quick to dismiss. Sometimes last punchline keeps a funny premise. Bitch, twitch like a Martin Phillips. I don't get it, he's a favorite, but William Montgomery is the illest. Never missing a persona, never gonna stop. Consuming the way David Lucas drinks pop. That's all day down the hallway, so don't look. If you bomb, then you're gonna get a little joke book. Music, reading jokes with the sharpened pencil. Cam Patterson has the most potential. He's a lead, as long as it's minute don't repeat. Going live rock from the man on the streets. Pull the pick and grimace out my pocket. Casey Crockett, never made it as a wise man, so I stop it. I'm confident to make it. Joe Dirt, go and dig it. I wanna see it live, but I can never get a ticket. What the fuck, that man? I don't understand. I'll Chuck Screwball to see the best man in the land.
William Montgomery. Keep it going. Let's see how loud this place can get for Chick. And the best damn man in the land. Raul Valenco, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Bueling, D-Madness. Unbelievable drawing from Ryan J. Emailed us in. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight. What the fuck? What is that? I know I'm the fucking donkey there, or whatever that is. Who's that? Who's that guy? Who? Joe Biden. Wait, what? Well, who's the thing standing up? What? Richard Simmons? Casey Rocket? I don't recognize Casey without his ball cap on. I'm sorry, Chris. That's Joe Biden and Casey Rocket? Okay, alright. Why does Joe Biden look exactly like me? Am I the only one seeing that? Alright. Great smile on Joe Biden. We did it. That's Chris Rogers Art, amazing local artist. Thank you to Game Time, Skyline Green, DraftKings, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster. Tucker Carlson, I gotta tell you, I've been a huge fan fucking forever. This is so surreal having you here. I didn't expect to be here. Just amazing. Doing the Post Malone spot that you find out behind the curtain. And that's all because of the great Joe Rogan, my fucking best pal in the world. So much fun. How about a hand for him in the mothership, huh? Number one comedy club on planet Earth. Thank you so much, Jim Norton, for joining the show again. Great man.
Check out the Joe Rogan Experience now on YouTube, guys. Check it out.
For sure, he's back on YouTube. Very exciting stuff. Back everywhere. One more time for Asthmatic. Thank you guys so much. We love you. Good night, everybody.
Sunstrip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Why would that happen?
brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony and scream! Who's ready to go to this fucking night of their lives? It makes noise to Red Band, everybody. We're here. You did it. You're at Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast and for the best damn band in the land. That's the great on the horns, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo. It's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. He's on the keys right behind me. And of course, the great and powerful Deep Madness on the bass guitar, everybody. Before we get started tonight, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible for you.
Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start tonight's fucking episode, huh? Look, every single episode of this show, this one has been not months, but many years. How lucky are we to have the all-time art David Tell and David Spade?
Look at this pimp. On the right side? Look at the one side?
Who's that? You want to make sure that you stay steady. That's what he says.
You're in it tonight, motherfuckers. David Tell, the new special hot cross buns on Netflix.
Thank you, Tony.
Welcome back, Dave.
And there's no better place to pitch it than Austin, Texas. Am I right, guy? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah. You had an amazing weekend here. I came to your show last night. It was unfucking believable. Truly one of the best in the world.
Well, you know what? Next time you stroke me, please use some lube.
Oh, wow.
First joke of the show.
I love it. David Spade, your first time on the show. Welcome to Austin. Welcome to Tony. The Superfly podcast with Dana Carvey, available everywhere. But tonight you're in Kentucky.
Right. I think it was the wrong one, but I'm supposed to be in traffic school. No, thank you for having me, and this is going to be a great 7 hours. I cannot wait.
Yes.
We're all ready to hear some jokes.
We are going long tonight, and lucky for us, over 200 innocent souls died in the opportunity. 200 plus, over 200. They're all piled in at a bar next door. The great Four Choices here on 6th Street. And they've probably made some poor choices tonight because some of them are wild. Anything can happen. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. That interrupts them, and then I interview them. We find out more about them and what they could be talking about or should be talking about. And that's how that goes. We're pre-pulling the first name. And while they go wrangle that person from across the street, we will start with one of our esteemed regulars, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you are fans of the show? Well, as you may know, Hans Kim is taking a little vacation right now, and we have had a thunderstorm of a new regular, absolutely force of nature, a cold-blooded assassin. Ladies and gentlemen, kicking off the show with an uninterrupted 60 seconds, I present to you the great and powerful Casey Rocket.
Tell me something, girl. Very cool. All right, that's actually pretty good. Folks, a lot of people say my body, my choice, but I always say somebody should be on The Voice. I'm a very good singer. Okay, cool. Getting real. I'm starving. Can I get a People's Temple, please? Oh, yeah. It's like a Shirley Temple, but Jonestown style, so it's pretty cool. It's where they crush up a bunch of Vicodin and put it in a cup of Flavor Aid. Instead of dying, I live for the first time in my entire life. Come on. Tell me something. Cool. I used to swallow grapes whole until I was 12 years old. So, like, 3 times a week, I would choke on grapes. Because that's how kings would eat grapes in cartoons. They have a big bushel of grapes. So 3 times a week, my mom would run in my room and
this bitch is tired as fuck.
What's this bitch's name? Baby, you are hot. What's her name? I don't know. She looks like fucking Nazarene. Can't read a fucking number. She's gorgeous. That bitch can get it. What the fuck is this?
Another unbelievable performance. Absolutely weird as hell. I love the entrance tonight.
Yo.
The old man turned into young man.
Message required.
Maneuver. It's like a Willy
What
Wonka
type of care you looking for? Oh, I want to be on a podcast. We're a nursing home. We're a nursing home in South Dakota. Oh, okay. We're going to have a podcast. Why not? Why? Oh, no. Don't you know? I don't give a fucking shit about your fucking religion. Oh, this is the garbage. BT Sisters. What? Do they have any show that isn't Tyler Perry?
How do you decide what song you're going to kind of sing?
They should just rename this fucking show Beyond Entertainment.
With my managers and my agents and
Tyler Perry presents. Tyler Perry presents. Why not?
It's a Nashville thing.
Thank you for your response. Oh, you're welcome, dog.
Nashville crowd.
Oh, Bernie Sanders, you're still taking fucking shit?
We're just on the road this weekend
Bernie.
with the great William Montgomery.
Bernie, meet him. Can I meet him?
Tacoma, Washington. Yeah.
Yo, dog. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, I
Did some
got
shows. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, me and William, big riffs. It was cool. It's cool to meet these guys. I was going to say, it's really going to be, but David, we've already met. Do you remember when we met? Yeah, I think you're my best friend. No, I'm kidding. Oh, yeah. I thought you might have
athleticism.
some pictures of the times that we've hung out. Oh, you've seen this before. Casey has a partnership with Kinko's or Walgreens print shop. It's me and David, we've been friends for years. That was us with the Mucinex guy. It was so weird. It was so weird. It got very slimy. Yeah, that was kind of cool. And he was wearing the same sunglasses. That's my look. Yeah. So we called it an early night, and then we went home, and the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded. That took me off guard. There's nothing romantic about it, though. That's not how you want to end any night at the ballpark. And so we're watching it, and it's still happening. I don't know why we stayed all night. I love it. Sometimes Casey can't decide which one of two pictures he wants to use, so he uses both. Just pushing the story along. We're watching it, and we're kind of taking it out. Oh my God, we couldn't take our eyes off of it. Amazing. So we start, you face the camera on that one, so everyone could really see that he was watching it. That is incredible. You don't remember any of this, David? No, it feels a little AI, but I don't know. I don't mind it. I didn't know. Yeah, we decided we were going to stop it from ever happening again. We suited up commando style, and we shut down NASA from the inside. Wow. Those were the days. Yeah. Anytime.
Well, it's good that you're used to doing this because when you're for your next gig when you're on the upside, we'll sing for food. I think that.
I thought this one was kind of fun because it's the ending of Fight Club, so we're holding hands and we're like, I bet you had a very strange time. Well, the Mucinex guy is also in the corner of that one. Is he? Yeah. Yeah, he's down there. Couldn't you take that, dude? That is absolutely there's a crowd, bugger. David, tell you ever seen anything quite like a Casey?
I've never seen a guy so lonely with a laser printer.
I never. We got Nick one man. We got the video.
By the way, has anything good ever come out of an envelope like that? Can I say that?
How you doing now? Yeah, summon.
Wake up, David.
I'm here. Casey, you're a goddamn superstar. We absolutely love you. Thanks for getting the show started again. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. And you get it every week. From the newest regular, Casey Brockett. Okay, so let's do it again sometime. And we found that everybody, Casey, Cam, everyone, oh, look, it's the lovely Heidi, everybody, with some liquid deaths and some American spirits, the whole kit and caboodle tonight. Unbelievable stuff. Our first bucket pool is behind the curtain and ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. Could be the next superstar of the show, could be an insane person. Anything can happen. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Caleb Barge. We're going to meet them all together. Caleb Barge, everyone.
How's it going? Well, I was raised really religious, and my parents put me in a private Christian school. And there they told me that we were created by God. We did not evolve from monkeys. If anybody here believes we did not evolve from monkeys, I want you to go home and Google foot job porn. Have you seen that shit? Foot job porn? A girl jerking a dude off with her feet. That's the most monkey shit I've ever seen in my life. Freeze your hands up, deep bananas. I found out this thing like it's footjobporn.com. My dad was a really religious one. He did not like gay people at all. He told me this once. He was like, Caleb, the way that gay guys have sex is disgusting. They do each other in the butt. That's where poop comes from. It's like, dude, they're not doing each other while they're taking a shit, right? Every hole in the human body has a non-sexual function, and when it's not doing that function, that's when you're supposed to stick your penis in it, right? You don't try to get a blowjob with somebody eating a sandwich. You wait. You're eating a sandwich. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Caleb Barge. Solid minute. You came a little under. Yeah. You didn't hear the piano? No, yeah, it was right there. 59 seconds. Yeah, nailed it. David Tell.
I would say, what's your name again? Caleb. Of course it is. Now, I thought you were Ezekiel, but Caleb, it was, first of all, it was calming and refreshing, kind of like a pile of burning books. And I think your dad will back me up on that. All right. I liked it. Yeah, I thought the energy was just right for the situation.
Yeah, it was good. Really solid. Christian school, monkeys evolution, foot job porn. Dave, you ever watch foot job porn?
Where I come from, we call it river dance.
Come on, y'all.
Sorry. I'm getting ready for the little room upstairs. Caleb, how long have you been doing comedy?
13 years.
13 years, and before that?
I bet the under on that. Oh, no, I'm kidding, Dave. What do you do for a living, Caleb?
I work from home. I'm a project partner.
You would know this. What time is the Buc-ee's open?
Now, Buc-ee's open. I don't know, 6 a.m. No, it's 24 hours.
That's right. 24 hours. No doubt about it.
That's where you watch all the foot job porn you want in the bathrooms.
What kind of projects are you coordinating from home?
So tech jobs, stuff like that, like big Fortune 100 client companies want to they update their mapping software and stuff, so they contract it out, so I just run it.
Okay. Yeah. What do you do for fun? 13 years in stand-up comedy. Where did you do the 13 years?
New York City.
Wow. Do you live here now, or you just
I
visit?
just moved here.
How long ago? December. Yeah. What do you love about Austin? Anything stand out to you so far?
Yeah, I mean, I got really tired of New York City. I mean, I like just, there's even much walking around. There's not a million fucking people. I really enjoy that. And the food's great. Yeah. You know, I really like it.
All right. Well, what do you do for fun, Caleb? Tell us something about your wild side, your Netflix stand-up.
I did some traveling the past few years. Yeah, I went to Costa Rica.
Nice.
Yeah. I got a vasectomy there.
You're right here in the courts.
That's the place. Costa Rican vasectomy.
It was $250. I put it on a credit card. I was just like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And you weren't scared? It didn't seem like 250 was a little low.
I don't. Well, I'll do anything not to have a kid. Like, also getting Far's way of using condoms. Condoms suck. I'd rather just do that. But yeah, it was actually a very pleasant experience. The doctor told me a joke before he did the operation. It was good.
Were you awake during your
Yeah, I was awake the whole time. Yeah.
What was the joke that the doctor told you?
So he said something. He said it in Spanish, and the nurse translated it to me. And she was like, "He said you're now like the guy, the sugar that doesn't make women fat." And I was like, "That's a pretty good joke for a doctor." You know? That's fine. So did you get the?
Sounds like he's got a tight one joke.
Yeah.
So when you got back to the States and shot out the heroin, what was that like?
Shot the heroin.
What happened? The madness. It's okay. He's blinding.
I thought that was the bonus round sound.
I love it. Caleb, one last question. What's the thing that we would be most surprised to know about your entire life history? Other than a Costa Rican vasectomy from a guy telling you jokes for $250.
I don't know.
Like a weird childhood or anything like that?
Yeah, Christian upbringing. Do that. Yeah.
Are your parents still super Christian?
My mom is still Christian. She's cool. Me and my dad don't really talk.
When's the last time you talked to your dad?
Like 4 years ago.
And how did that conversation go? And then
It was on Father's Day. It was weird.
tell us about it while he's here now.
So he's very conservative, and I went out and I marched for Black Lives Matter when I knew before it was bullshit, you know. And they scammed people.
That's a YouTube channel over.
Yeah. But he just like he judged me as soon as it was Father's Day. I called him up and he judged me immediately, and I just was like, I'm
What
tired.
did he say exactly? Can you remember what he said?
Yeah, he was like, this is fucking hilarious. He was just like, you weren't out marching, were you? I was like, yeah. It's the first thing he said to me. And I said, and he was like, this music's great. And he's like, oh, I didn't think you were smart. He basically said I was dumb for marching. And I was just like, all right, well, happy Father's Day, Dad. It's like, this is weird.
Yeah. It's been 4 years since you called him.
Yeah, I just was tired of that shit.
Can we get a phone unlocker? If you want to call your dad and tell him, can we call your dad and... How many do you think we should call his dad right now? I've got his old number. Just when you
I don't have his number, but I'm gonna try.
yeah,
Let's dial it.
yeah, let's just guess.
Whoever picks up, call him Dad. All right?
Okay, put it on speaker with the butt of the phone up to the microphone. Speaker, the butt of the phone, the bottom. There you go. Right to the tip, not the side. You have a hard drive in there. What's hanging from the bottom of your phone? It's not even ringing. Are you out of data? You have daddy and data issues? Is it on speakerphone?
Tony,
It's on.
you've taken this shit to a new level, buddy. Watching a guy make a phone call. Awesome.
It's incredible. That's live. Okay, no, don't put the best voicemail in there. Okay, well,
There you go.
there you have it. Looks like he still hasn't forgiven
I guess
you.
you'll have to connect with your. I guess you'll just have to connect with him.
There she is.
You know,
Everybody stop what you're doing. How you living, girl?
Can't hear you. No, cannot hear you.
You still can't hear me? You still can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
You still can't hear me? I can hear myself, so I think it may be on your end. Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? Miss Aquarius.
I saw some crazy stuff. Sharks.
Miss Aquarius. Leave and come back. I can hear myself, so I'm pretty sure I'm working. Miss Aquarius. See me waving? Miss Aquarius. There you go. What is up with all these people leaving? Miss Aquarius.
What?
I hear myself. Yo.
I know for a fact the soup so those very late I actually paid for it. It's not made up of plastic. You get the extra to that asshole. Orgánico, heroes, opportunity. There's a little bit of a split. Worse it.
That's so sick. That's so
Why are you asking, why are you arguing for value? It's not nice to argue. Why are you arguing with not together? It's a wonderful race, but so what's the answer? What do you answer? Why are you arguing?
Alright, hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Piece of shit ass thing be fucking up my sound.
Yes, you.
I was just on YouTube and everything. Yeah, this Discord messes up my shit. Because I'm playing my music, it didn't play. So I was just on YouTube, so Discord messes up my thing. So I have to restart my iPad. But anyway, we good.
Yes, you can
How
hear.
was your day?
You can hear me, correct?
If I couldn't hear you, Rabbi, I would hear it's not you, Rabbi. It was me. I said it was Discord messes up my ass and my shit. So I have to restart. I had to put the chill bar. I couldn't hear shit. So, yes, it wasn't you. It was me. It's Discord be missing because I was just on YouTube looking at something and stuff like that. I was just in me, just talking to people. So when I get to my music thing, it wasn't doing. I had to restart the shit. Discord is getting this shit together. But anyway, we got it together.
Excellent.
How was your day?
It was good. Thankfully, I had a podcast today. It was really nice. And I did one yesterday. I did one today. Tomorrow, I've got an interview for a podcast with someone from Stanford. And Friday, I have an interview with someone for a podcast with someone from Stanford. And I don't know if they're gonna let me on. The one tomorrow is on futurism, and the one on Friday is on climate. So we'll see how those go. How was your
Well, I
day?
had a good day. That's a good day. But we're not gonna. We're not. Well, I don't know. Cynthia's go, but Adrian, I'm bad to go to the thing that they went to the man-made beach over here by a house. And she's got open house, and she does. She works at a library, not a library assistant at the school. So they have open house. So she want to bad to come because she don't get out until 7:30. Yeah.
They have a man. They have a man-made beach.
Yeah, man, it's kind of man-made beach, but it's got a lake and it's got a little pool.
Is it?
That's what it's why it's called man-made beach. It's not a beach, Rabbi.
Is it outside?
Yes.
And they have sand there.
No, it's kind of man-made. We don't have a beach here. We have a beach like 2-3 hours. That's where Adrian went a few weeks ago. It's called Tabby Island. So yeah, we don't have a beach here.
Okay.
We don't have a beach here.
Well, you have beaches at the lake. You have beaches on the ocean.
We have beaches. We have some down there. We don't have beaches in the lake.
Okay.
We don't have beaches here. I wish we did, so we don't have to be driving all the way 3-4 hours. Or 8 hours. Just 8 hours on the beach. I wish we did. No, we don't have a beach here.
Do they have any?
We have a beach in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? But we don't have a beach in Atlanta.
Do they have any lakes?
Yeah, we have lakes. Yeah. Yeah, we have lakes. Yeah. Yeah, I had a good day. Yeah, I had to be at work and got home. Had a good day. Had a good day. Unless you had a good day. Your pie, can you tell you didn't have pie?
No, I did have a podcast today. I had a podcast that went well, and I had a podcast yesterday that went well, and I got an interview for a podcast tomorrow, and an interview for a podcast on Friday, and then got my bots going, so we'll see how they work. I created a new bot, which is kind of exciting for me. It's working really well, and
Nice.
yeah, it basically it's very smart. What it does is it goes to someone's contact page if they have a website, and then fills in all that information for me, so that I don't have to sit there and do it all manually. And then all I have to do is look it over and press send. Oh, come on, Miss Aquarius, you moved that one pin in the back like a foot, and it still didn't fall over.
No, it's okay. You're going to okay. Good job. We winning those things. Let's go, Rabbi. Strike it. Should have knocked it down.
I agree. Give me this. Spare. I'll take it. But I really want this. Cherry on top.
Let's go.
Garbage. Alright, let's Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Reload.
Did anybody come?
Zoo has come in the last day or so, but I couldn't talk with him because I was preparing for a podcast. So,
yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, the pounds are getting this week. I'm going to be busy here this weekend because I got to clean up and get this stuff together. Because we'll be starting to paint up here next Wednesday. Yeah. So I'll be busy. So I'm going to change my dermatology. It's supposed to be on Monday, so I'm going to change that tomorrow. We got stuff to do.
okay. Are you excited to get a new color?
My new home?
Are you excited that your room's going to be a new color?
Yeah, it's gonna be like this, but probably gonna be lighter. I already got my own pink, but it's gonna be probably lighter. Maybe darker like this. I got some new glasses. Probably lighter. I don't know. But I done had hot pink. I done had light pink here. This is weird. So, as long as it's a blush. Happy about it. Yeah, I'm happy. Yes, honey.
You had like the most difficult shot in the game, and you got one of them. That's good.
Thank you. Come on, get it. Got this one. Easy peasy. It's fair.
Lemon squeezy.
I'm glad I got to help Brandy yesterday. That was exciting.
He was excited.
Yeah, I'm always excited when I hear him or you. As I hear that voice, I'm good.
Get it. Miss Aquarius, you got a big lead.
Yeah, you're gonna get it. Get it.
I'm trying.
Get it.
Miss Aquarius.
Putting
Putting up numbers, girl. Yeah. We're tied up. Get it. Oh, what a great shake. Folks, there's no stopping here. That's the most important frame, in my opinion, on which to get a strike. Folks.
Look at you. You pass. Look at you. Let's go.
Yeah, but I didn't get a strike on the last one, so just now. So you're gonna have a big score here. Big time. Folks, look at Miss Aquarius' score. She's going from 46 to 64. She just destroyed the scoreboard. Get this one.
You got it. Let's go. Some pass. Let's go.
Now what I wanted to do.
You got it.
I'll take it though. You win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
See, I say that. We say that together.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is right.
Keep up the good work. Okay?
You
Don't give up.
You guys won, Miss Aquarius. You got one more day, and then you gotta get your room ready for coating of blush, and it's gonna be good as new.
Yeah, and I my bathroom. And Granddad. I don't know what he's doing. What's he gonna do for you?
Okay.
No. I still got a piece of it. And then I get my room straight and everything. I'm gonna get that hood because she's starting to take stuff out of shoes. So she got his shoes already out of there. Like some of the shoes. Because you never know somebody from school,
There you go.
I told her, well, please don't get tipped that video. I got that. Okay. That was his favorite, so I gotta have a piece of it, you know? You got to have it.
Yes, ma'am.
I love him.
You've been really, really good.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go on and stick that put on my little thing after a while. So, guys, really, it thundered last night, but my phone went dead. get my iPad and get that to make sure that I have it, on the charger and stuff. But yeah, it started last night, but I was right on it. Went under the cover. I was like, oh no, it's 11 o'clock. I gotta go sleep. I ain't got time for this. It was lightning and thunder. That was a good sleep.
That's a fun sleep.
It was really rumbling up there. I was like, oh no, I don't have time. Rabbi be coming home, please go to sleep. So, no. They said they would sleep. They didn't hear it. Okay. Alrighty, I will talk to you later. God's willing, I'm here, okay?
Wonderful, Mr. Flores. I hope you have sweet dreams.
You need to call me. Just call me. It's the only way I'm going to hear you because I know I have a gift. If there's an emergency or anything, just call me.
You're good, Mr. Flores.
Well, you already got time, my birthday. Alrighty. That's really sweet dreams. That's really sweet dreams.
Who's gonna be fall on the sword? The Yoshio, the Sibayura, the Yoshio, here, what's up here? I'm gonna be the around for something people want to do this entire time. See, bunch of holes inside nothing, like red, nothing. I'm gonna see it outside. Then he had bread every single day, but still that he's very, very poor. Finally, one last thing, I'm going to be the route. I'm going to be very, very bad person. Happened is, the person. He goes everything. First, the both sides of a wonderful
shit, actually.
I love it. Well, we tried, Caleb. Sign up again. Solid minute. Congratulations. Here's a little joke book. Actually, you know what? Here's a big joke book. There you go. Caleb Marge, ladies and gentlemen. And that's how it starts. Congrats, Caleb. All right, we got another bucket full. We're going to keep it moving. Make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds uninterrupted for JP Lampiaste, everybody. JP Lampiaste. Here comes JP. Fuck yeah.
Right here. Unbelievable. Today, I don't know how.
I don't know if you guys can tell from the lights, but I'm Taylor.
We walked 30 minutes in the snow.
Alright, truth is, I was bought by a couple of Italians, okay? And that's the thing, though. I see a lot of white people buying Asian babies. Okay, it's true. My parents bought 3. I don't see a lot of Asians buying white babies. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Look, why would Asians spend money on a C-store? My girlfriend actually, she cheated on me with another Asian. Yeah, it's cool. It's not her fault. She said she thought it was me. Turns out it was Tom's kid. I didn't see it coming. Is that a minute?
But anyways, I don't know.
He gets extra points for doing his time.
Yeah. Exactly a minute. Welcome to the show, JP Lambiase. Is that how you say that last name? You do not look like a Lambiase.
It was a French. It was an Italian name. They made it French, so it's Lambiase. Because they wanted to get over here good, so I guess.
Which coast did they arrive from?
New York.
You're really Italian.
I'm a New Yorker. Yeah, I was actually raised very Italian. Hey, what on?
Oh, get a test.
So your parents are what? The mom is Asian?
Calabrese. Dad's Sicilian. Grandparents are racist.
Okay, but seriously, what kind of Asian are you?
I'm South Korean. I'm not the other part.
Right. Good. Great. So JP, how long have you been on stand-up?
I started in 2010.
Okay. Wow. Another veteran of the game. 2 people, 26 years of experience between the first 2 bucket lists. 13. It's funny that 13 years they lean at the tape in a minute. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I'm not good.
No, I didn't. No. You did pretty good. Also, you did Italian. So, things happening.
I also my way through it. You know what I'm saying?
No, you did.
Well, you're not Asian.
I was really like 2 weeks old. I was adopted. Like 2 weeks old. I don't know the stuff.
Well, you don't know how to do laundry. So I really, come on, I was just sitting there. That would be you, buddy.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. Those are something else, those pants. I don't know how you got into my stockpile of pants today, but that's the joke I just made, Red Man. Very good.
I mean, you do have some awesome calves. I mean, the crowd will back me up on that. Those are dynamite calves. It's a cultural thing, I assume.
I think we found the guy that kills people at the lake because he doesn't want to get his pants wet. It's incredible. Is it true that your girlfriend really cheated on you?
I'm in a legal battle. She's suing me, and the lawyer said, "Well, that's true."
Do you just lie about everything? It's like fucked up an interview.
You're not in the case, though. It's like she's calling me a liar, and now like tell me you're calling me a liar. In this way, this is not live, right? Yeah, 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Okay,
I just gotta call him.
What's going on, JP? You signed up for the show. I didn't realize there would be law issues with you, but I don't know what to avoid. I don't know.
You're crazy, buddy.
You need to wear less tight pants to help blood flow.
I mean, you're kind of like a Hulk below the waist. I mean, I can see you getting angry.
Listen, I've never gotten this much validation in one night. My
happened was we did YouTube together, and we separated, and then I didn't want to work on the channel anymore. She sued me, so I decided to just drive from Orlando to Austin, Texas. The only reason to be here, like this is why I'm here. Like, this is why I'm here. Wow.
And here
Not to be pandering, but like,
right.
this is why I'm here.
But here you are, and you're in it right now.
I'm in it. This is like incredible. I'm not gonna sleep tonight, and I'm just so happy and fortunate to be here. I really am.
Okay.
Wow.
So you've seen the show a lot. You know where you're at. So you're in the interview part right now.
And last Wednesday, we locked eyes when you did your show with Joe Rogan. It was great.
Okay.
You asked me what Asian art was, and I'm just like, oh, you looked at me. And then today you walked by me. It was amazing. I didn't want to acknowledge it. Are you okay? A little bit. Yes,
Maybe a lot of it.
Yeah, okay, a lot. Yeah.
Was your girlfriend a girl?
She sued me because I'm gay. Like, that's actually part of it.
Is that true?
I mean,
that doesn't matter. JP, stick with me over here.
Okay, sorry.
Are you really being sued by a girl?
I'm being sued by a female.
Right. And you used to do a YouTube show with them. Did you guys really date? Did you guys sleep together? 10 years. Okay.
Fiance.
Okay. We're getting closer. She was your low main sweet.
Sexy.
She was the low main and low maintenance.
So you said, heck, I'll just take her pants
Fuck
and
it,
get
girl.
it.